Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Happy Wednesday. I am back. Just going to give everybody a minute here to sort of pop in. We have quite a few things that happened in the last 2 days, for sure. Hi, Holly. I got the package yesterday. I got some snacks over here from said package, like these Cheetos cheese balls that have bacon in them. They are bacon and cheese flavored. I might have already tried these because they piqued my interest. Also, I did also already try the burger rings, and they're freaking delicious. Okay, they are delicious. My little was very happy to get her coloring things, and she immediately started on coloring her coloring book and using her stickers. She wrote on the inside of the coloring book on the first page, Holly is the best, or something along those lines. She had to ask me if she spelled Holly right, and I told her she did. But she was super happy. So thank you for putting a smile on my little's face. It's been very stressful around here lately. So she was super duper happy. USPS definitely mangled the box. But thankfully nothing was broken or anything like that. But USPS, like the box was like wet and mangled. And I went to the post office to pick it up, and the post office was like, oh yeah, we're supposed to have it here at the post office, but it's still at our facility in the industrial park. So you're gonna have to go there and get it, and call this number and make sure it's there. So I call the number, I make sure it's there. I go to the industrial park to pick it up. I go in, and it's just like a little area, like it's like a triangle. When you walk in the door, it's like a triangle of space, and then a cage in front of you. So it's like a gate that you can't get through. So you're essentially just standing in this small rectangle area. Triangle area, and it's small. Like it feels like you're standing in a jail cell. But I give the guy the slip, and I wait like 15 minutes for this guy, and he comes back and he's like, so the carrier has it. And I'm like, you're kidding. And he's like, no. And I'm like, okay, well, they keep knocking on my front door, and I left a note in pink paper. Okay, pink legal pad paper. I put it right on the door, which is right next to the mailbox where they would have to put the slip, that says USPS. There's no doorbells. Knocking on this door is futile because it goes to a hallway, which then goes to the apartment doors, right? And I'm on the 3rd floor. So could you please call this number? Or you can open this door and walk up 3 flights and knock on the door, and I'll be happy to get it. They didn't do either, of course. And so I was pretty pissed off about that, because I was like looking out the window, checking every time I heard a door or car, and I somehow missed them somehow. And so when I went to get it yesterday, I was like, are you freaking kidding? I went to 2 places, and then y'all tell me that the carrier has it. So I'm like, great, wonderful. So yesterday, my husband had yesterday off. So I had my husband basically like sit on the porch and like wait until I got home. And then I was going to take over and just wait, because I'm like, this is crazy, right? They tell me at the facility in the industrial park, that they're not allowed to call you, and they're not allowed to walk up steps. I go, well, how? They have to walk up my steps to get to my mailbox. It's on my house. So they have to walk up 3 or 4 steps to get to my mailbox. So they're not allowed to walk upstairs. So how does anybody in an apartment or a 3 or 4 family house get their stuff if they're not allowed to call you? I go, why can't they call? Oh, well, they're not allowed to use their phones while they're moving. I go, okay, but why can't they be parked, right? Like, why can't they be parked and call? Because they wouldn't be calling me while they were moving. They would be parked and outside of the van when they're calling, right? And the guy looks at me and goes, well, we don't know that they're not moving. So you just assume they're like calling customers while they're moving. Even Amazon has like a tracking thing that tells them when the vans are moving and when they're not moving. So they know if someone's using a phone when they're moving or when they're not moving. Like, yeah, I am so sick. Like, USPS needs to get their shit together. So their whole motto is like, rain or shine, we deliver, ba, 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 right? How can you deliver packages to people who live in 3 or 4 family houses if you're not allowed to walk upstairs, but you have to walk up the front stairs, and you're not allowed to go into the hallway, and you're not allowed to call? So essentially they just leave that slip in your mailbox that goes, sorry, we missed you. And then you have to go figure it out, which is just fucking insane because I don't drive. So that's what I was saying to the guy. Is like, not only is this a huge inconvenience, but it was supposed to be, and it was listed as being at the regular post office, which I went to, and then I had to come all the way over here 15 minutes out of the way, have somebody bring me to the industrial park to get it here. And now you guys are telling me, and customer service told me it's here. Now you guys are telling me that the carrier has it, and basically you can't call him and let him know like someone is home. Like, I hate USPS, but thankfully I got it, right? The guy came and my husband was, well, he had walked to the corner store up the street with kids and he was walking back and the guy came. And so my husband grabbed it and I was like, thank fucking God. Like, this is just crazy. Okay. So for those of you that didn't get the update yesterday, did any of you watch the live stream yesterday I did with my sister? She will not like the Red Rock potato chips. They're very, you know what? Weirdly, my little actually likes that sort of bold flavor, you know? And I haven't tried these ones yet. These are the Red Rock ones. I haven't tried these ones yet. This is honey soy chicken. And this one is sweet chili and sour cream. I actually think she will like these ones, the sweet chili and chicken cream. The only thing that happened is one of the bags of well, I haven't checked all of them, but one of the bags, it comes with 6 bags of Cheezels. And one of the top bags was popped open and they were bad because, you know, the air keeps it from going bad. And there's still air in these bags, but one of them popped. I think it's because they were rough with the box, but that's okay because we still have many boxes of Cheezels. We have Twisties, we have Cheezels. We got, you know, we got all of the things. We have regular Twisties, and then we have chicken Twisties. We got all of the things. Although I'll tell you the favorites in my household thus far have been the pizza shapes, the barbecue shapes, these burger rings. These are a hit. The Cheetos balls, the gummy snakes, the sprinkles, the fruit roll-ups. Kids love those. They destroyed all of them. The Teddy Grams, because that's what we call them, Teddy Grams. So it's tiny teddies is what you guys call them, but they're Teddy Grams essentially. And this new batch of stuff, we've only tried a few things yet. So I still got to get back to you on that. Yeah, they're Cheeto, listen, they're Cheeto balls, okay? And they're cheese and bacon flavored. What? Why do we not have these in the United States? Why? Someone tell me why we don't have these. Why? Why? This is like a necessity. Like, dear USA, can we have these, please? Okay, they're delicious. Like, what? Also, dear USA, can we also have the burger rings? They're like Funyuns, but with like a. Okay, so they taste like Funyuns, but they have like a seasoning on them that are delicious. Okay, so I'm just saying, dear United States, can we? These are from Australia. My thing is to try things from all over the world, and Holly was nice enough to send me 2 big boxes of all of the snacks. We didn't do the chocolate yet because it would melt because it's summer here. It's winter there. It's summer here. I think once it's closer to like fall, I'd say like September, it'll be cooler here. It won't be as bad, but we're in the middle of summer right now. Well, middle to end of summer right now. We're in August. So all the chocolate would melt, but I'm dying. I did find the Milo, by the way. I found the Milo in the first box. It was just like wrapped up and underneath everything. And so I missed it the first time I looked. Damn it. You know, you're going to listen, the turtle won't give me a call back. So I can't even pass along that message for you. You know, he won't give me the call back. He's afraid. You know what I'm saying? Dear USA, can we have some of these beautiful Australian snacks that you guys won't give us? I think we deserve these snacks. They're delicious. Okay. Like, what's your problem? Okay. My kids, when they get mad, my sister has taught them to, instead of be like mad and scream and yell, she has taught them to go, meh. Yes, they're delicious. They're delicious. But listen, if the turtle ever calls me back, I will pass along the message that you would like your cuddle buddy back. You know, he refuses. He apparently gave us a shout out. I have no idea. I think someone said it was Sunday. I don't know. I don't watch his shit unless I'm directed to it. But someone said it was Sunday, and I was like, oh, did anybody respond with, hey, did you call her back yet? I was just asking for a friend here. Asking. So how many of you saw my short live stream yesterday with my sister? How many of you saw that? And how many of you did not see that? You know what? That's weird though, because in Australia, they don't use, a lot of their stuff is no dyes, no like a lot. And I mean, a lot of their stuff comes with like, it's like healthier. Some of it, not all of it, some of it. So it's weird to me that it would have anything to do with like I think regulation or inspection, because like they have healthier versions of what we have, basically. Okay, you saw it. You did see the live stream. So okay, how many of you? I just noticed that my child, I'm guessing this was my child, either that or it was my child husband, put my, look at, you guys can't see it, but I just realized that they stuck my wand into my arm for my for my microphone, and it was just sitting there on my, and I didn't even realize it. This is my little stone wand here. It's very pretty. But one of my children's or whatever stuck it in the arm of my, I didn't even see it there. Okay, you saw it yesterday. Okay, perfect. Okay, you did see it. Isn't that's weird? Like, that's weird to me. That's not okay. And fun fact, if you get a hold of your like postmaster in the area and you tell them like, hey, guess what? That's not, you guys can't do that. They often will put in like these things that they're supposed to or not. For instance, I didn't know that the first month I lived here, they were sending my mail back because my name wasn't on the mailbox. Fun fact, for the USPS, your name does not have to be on the mailbox, and they have to deliver it no matter what, because I could have somebody staying with me for a month from out of country who gets mail delivered here. I could have, mail delivered for a friend who's visiting, like so on and so forth. So your name doesn't have to be on the mailbox for them to deliver. They have to deliver it to that address. And so my mail carrier was essentially refusing to do it, and then told me he was refusing to do it, even though I spoke to him personally and said, my landlord does that, and they've been quite busy because at the time it was like around the time of the snow and the storm. And I said, so she hasn't gotten around to like getting that label on it yet. And he's like, well, you could just, I go, I could do a lot of things, right? But like if I put it on there with tape, it's just going to come off. It's the winter, right? And if I put a piece of paper on it and tape it over it, again, it's going to come off. It's the winter. Like, bro, I'm telling you, we live here. Like, you know what I mean? So I had to call the postmaster general. I kid you not. I literally had to call the postmaster. Well, the postmaster, not the postmaster general, but I had to call the postmaster and be like, hi, so under what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do, legally, you have to deliver my mail, regardless of a name on the mailbox. And my carrier is refusing to do that. And I don't know if it was the local facility that told them that he could or what, but no. And so, yeah, they told him, like, you have to. You don't have a choice. Like, that's not okay. You can't do that. So a lot of times they'll do that. Well, they'll say, oh, we're not going to deliver packages more than a half a mile away from the community mailbox. If it doesn't fit, you got to come pick it up. Well, the problem with that is there are people in the community that live more than a half a mile away. And so that wouldn't be a fair quote rule. And also it's not under a regulation they're allowed to do. They have to deliver it regardless of how far it is, right? Like regardless, they have to. Tell your boss to give you a van instead of walking. I don't know. Like, but it's not your problem. It's their problem to figure out. So I would say call the postmaster. Sometimes they're useless, and you can go over their heads if they are, if they are useless, definitely go over their heads, right? I just like bippity boppity some shit, bippity boppity, That's what makes it wild for me, That's what makes it wild for me is you guys have pretty strict like food regulations and everything is like good. So it's like for us, like it would make sense for all of these things, like I guess to taste. Not everyone would love them, but like, why have they not tried these in the USA market? Why have they not tried these in the USA market? Why haven't they tried shapes? And like, come on, man, there are plenty of these snacks that people would buy. They're delicious. We have an asshole mail carrier. Goddamn mail carrier. What? He can't do that. It's not a thing. Jail for what? Like, come on. He had handcuffs. Well, why did he have handcuffs? Because he has no jurisdiction. A postal inspector has no jurisdiction over arresting a citizen, especially for like picking up their own mail or someone else's mail they were sent to pick up, like if you're taking care of someone or whatever. Like, what authority did he think that he had? Like, a lot of these people, what they do is they play, I'm going to do a dick measuring contest. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm just going to assert my authority, even if I don't have that authority, and scare you into doing what I want you to do. And I am not one to be scared by that. I go, okay, do it. And then when I sue you into oblivion and taxpayers have to pay a lot of money out because you're a fucking buffoon, don't cry for me, Argentina. Like, okay. Take your fucking handcuffs and shove them up your ass. All right. You have no jurisdiction over me, sir. I'm not tampering with mail, which is a federal offense. I'm not doing X, Y, and Z. So no, you wouldn't have any right to, quote, arrest me. It's not a thing. I had to told him to go fuck himself. I can carry handcuffs too. Does that make me tough? We have people on this planet that carry around a dick nose on their face. They apparently think that makes them tough, I'm Aiden Kearney. Be afraid of me. Okay, so for those of you that did not see my little live stream yesterday with my sister, I can just pull up a little part of it for you real quick. And if you did not get my message on Twitter, I gave an update on Twitter yesterday. My sister has an ear infection. And so we talked to the surgeons basically all day. Like, so the day before surgery was the day before yesterday. And she had like some, like, whatchamacallit, like in her ear, some like fluids. And it was hurting. So she was concerned, obviously. So she went to the doctor, called the surgeon. We called the surgeon. And the surgeon was like, look, this is the deal. We are cracking open your skull, okay? And that is what protects your brain, right? To do this brain surgery. And if you have an ear infection, that's an infection. Even if it was a virus, we would put off the surgery, because if that virus and or infection travels to your brain, it's lights out, right? Like, that's no good. That's very, very bad. So the surgeon said, and this, like, literally, this is what he said, quote, if you were my own family, I wouldn't do the surgery on you right this very second. So they moved the surgery. It was supposed to be yesterday. They moved it to the 17th so that the ear infection can clear up. The problem with that is that my sister has been like a mess. She puts a brave face on like I do. But the day before surgery, she was really emotional, and she was going to have to be there at like 5 a.m. for surgery. Like at 2, they want you there like 2 hours before they're getting ready to do surgery. And I think she's the first surgery on the like list for the day. I think the same for the 17th now that they've moved to the 17th. I trust Mass General Hospital. I trust her surgeon. And so we didn't find out until late the night before last that they were probably not going to do the surgery. And they were going to put it off to wait for the ear infection to clear up, which is the smartest idea, because we can't have an infection or a virus, getting to her brain. And once they crack your skull open, that's, your brain is now not protected, right? And so it is difficult, as someone said in my chat yesterday when I did the live stream with my sister, to basically let you guys hear her thoughts and stuff. It's the waiting again, and the stress of the waiting, I guess. It puts a lot of stress, and she had to have an MRI right before the surgery. So it's like, she had an MRI, and in the MRI it showed that it got a little bigger. So, until they take it out and biopsy it, they won't know how aggressive or bad or whatever it is. So that made her panic, the fact that it grew a little. But as the doctor said, she has had it since they found it last July, and she was pregnant, so they couldn't operate. They had to wait until after she had the baby, and then her body had healed some before there, would open her up. And so she's just worried about the fact that it grew a little. And so that's, a concern. But there's one part of it that they can't take out. There's one part that the doctors, and also that her ear infection is in the right ear, which is the side that they're going in on, the right side of her brain. So, the surgeon, again, I trust the surgeon. I think, he is probably one of the best that I've come across when it comes to just like knowing his stuff, and like also having a good bedside manner, and like answering any and all questions. Like a lot of it, it's a lot, right? It's a lot for any family. My grandmother, me and my sister also spoke to my grandmother, who lives in Florida. We have one living grandparent left. She's in her late 80s. And my grandmother's melanoma cancer, she's scheduled to have surgery next week. She said she's nervous, which in your 80s you would be. And she said, the surgery hurts. She's had one melanoma taken off before. And my grandmother is a cancer warrior because she's had a double mastectomy many, many years ago from breast cancer that she survived. So this would be her third bout of cancer, this one being melanoma, and it's on her head. So they have to remove it. And so that makes me extremely nervous because she's in her late 80s. Surgery in your 80s is pretty risky to begin with, so that makes me nervous. But I think the stress is like waiting, like waiting to have it done. Like until she has it and is okay, like I think we're all just going to be at a heightened level of stress because, there's not going to be like a breathing point until you like get surgery done, and then like she's okay, like, and you're out of the, the danger zone there, like. And then the part that they can't take out, the part that the surgeon said he can't take out, is too far sort of into the brain. He said it's too dangerous to go into that part. So the part that they are taking out, they'll take out, and then they'll treat the part that they can't get separately after the surgery. So that's, one of those things that like you have to think about as well. It's a lot. Oh God, that actually makes me feel better, to be honest with you. Like it makes me feel just like a little better. someone's loved one at that age had it done and was okay. Because she's in her 80s. She's dealt with 3 bouts of cancer now, and she was really nervous. My grandmother is like one of those cute little Christian women who, you guys know about my grandmother's prayer cookies, okay? Very, very, my grandmother is just like one of those people that like when you talk to, anytime you talk to her, she's like, did you pray today? God has a plan. She's very, very religious. She's like that Christian lady that just is like cute and short, and she's like little. My grandmother's like the size of my eldest daughter, who she's like 4'10", right? Cute little Christian lady, although she doesn't have a Southern accent. She lives in Florida, but she's from Massachusetts. So she's lived down there a long, long time now, though. And so that makes me feel a little bit better because she's in her late 80s. She's in her late 80s. Yeah, that can't be right, though. That can't be right because they have to have like USPS has like a whole motto about how they have to rain or shine, blah, blah, blah. Like there are certain regulations they have to follow. A lot of the time, the local like offices will make up these ridiculous rules like this, like a half a mile, we're only doing a half a mile, blah, 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 whatever. You can buy one of those, like they have them on Temu actually for like $20. Like there's like, you put them together. It's like big black boxes that you can leave outside like your house or near the community thing and like chain it or lock it to the thing, and for bigger packages, and then make them put it in that and then lock it. You give the post office a key. Like there's a way to rectify certain things depending on what it is. But yes, my grandmother is very religious, so she often will just say God has a plan, and I want to believe that. Obviously, I do. But it's hard when you have like all of that happen at once. I said to my sister though, I said, well, now that they put off the surgery until the 17th because your ear infection, it gives us more time to like spend time together. Maybe we can try to do like a weekend camping trip or something. We both wanted to do that. We just kind of ran out of time before her, her surgery was going to happen. But now that they moved it because of her ear infection, I said, well, maybe we can try to do like a weekend camping thing, like, because we both love camping. The kids love camping. It's just been hard to like take time off. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not, I've already been out 2 days and I spent all the time with my sister yesterday. And if you guys didn't see the live stream, I'll play a little bit of it. Mostly you hear my sister's voice because she's driving. I do show her a few times. But I wanted you guys to sort of hear from her perspective. And she's very good at like keeping a brave face on, kind of like I am. I feel like it runs in this fucking family at this point. But I also feel like we've been through so much as a family that I feel like we kind of just don't have a choice but to like put that brave face on sometimes. It's like almost ingrained in you where you're like in fight or flight so much that like you push those emotions away and you push them down or around or to the side and you're just like, we're going to deal with it, right? Doesn't mean that you have the capacity or want to deal with it or are not, inside screaming that you're so stressed out, you're ready to hit the ceiling, but you're good at putting that brave face on. And I feel like we're in this family always pretty good at just putting a brave face on, even when you want to crumble inside, because of all the shit we've had to deal with. So I'll give you guys a little tidbit of my sister and what she said yesterday. I have no idea. I have not looked at any. I don't think I've seen anything that he's done in a while. So I could not answer that. But for those of you that didn't see the short live stream I did yesterday with my sister, I will give you a little bit of it just so you can have the update and sort of see. I love that because people, my sisters were here with me. We're in the car. So just keep in mind, I was in the car with my sister and I decided that because she was like, needing someone, right, to just talk to, be with, whatever, we went and got coffee. And she called me and was like, do you want to get coffee? And I was like, yes, I do. Yes, I do. I love spending time with my sissy. I am the big sister, so it's sort of my job to keep it together. But me and my sister are very silly together. We're like, she's the crunchy version of me. But I'm more sort of outspoken. I'm more brash, where she's the more reserved, but yet still silly like me version. I am 7 years older than my sister, 9 years older from my other sister who's disabled. And so it's tough, My other sister lives with my mom. My mom takes care of her. And my sister's in-laws, my sister's father-in-law has Parkinson's and neuropathy and has had a lot of other health issues. He almost died last month. He's been sort of in and out of hospitals. He's getting better, thank God. But my sister's mother-in-law takes care of him and he can't drive anymore. And he was like the one in the household that drove. My sister's mother-in-law didn't really drive. And so now it's kind of like they both don't really drive because he's not allowed to anymore. So it's hard where like they're going to be at least helping a little. My sister's mother-in-law will be helping a little after my sister has surgery. They also live 40 minutes away, just like my mom does. And I live 3 minutes down the road from my sister. So, the bulk of like helping with the kids and all the stuff is at my sister's house. Also the breast milk. She's been pumping breast milk, obviously, for my nephew who was just born. He's only 3 months. And once you unfreeze it, you have to use it within a certain amount of days. So just leaving everything at my sister's house. And then I would go there during the day, help take care of her, help do what she needs. And then we'll switch, like, someone else will help on a different day. I might help 3 days in a row and someone else might help the next 2 or 3, or, we're figuring it out as we go, basically. But now that it's put off to the 17th, it gives everybody just a little bit more time, which is helpful. At least for me, it's helpful too, because having such a chaotic schedule for the show, this is my job, right? I don't have paid time off. So it's a little bit difficult to figure out how I'm going to make ends meet and like, pay my own bills and groceries if I'm taking a bunch of days off. So, we're just kind of figuring it all out as we go. And, you know, if my sister needs me 7 days a week, make no mistake, I will be with her 7 days a week. Right. And so if that means no show, then that means no show. Like, my family comes first no matter what. And I'll just have to figure out the rest later. But I want y'all to know, like, I'm going to do my best to sort of work around whatever schedules that we, you know, do. It's going to be a little chaotic. I'm sure last minute, one person's not going to be able to do something. And, you know, I'm the one that's closest. I can hop in an Uber and be there in 4 minutes. So it you know, it's, I'd say 10 blocks total. If you come from my house, basically you're going down the back of my street and you're taking a left, and then you pass like 3 or 4 streets and you come to the end and there's like railroad tracks. You take a left onto the main road and then you take another right onto a side street, right? And you go down that long side street and then you take another left, and then you go down one street and then you take another right, and then you're down this long side street that connects to my sister's street. So like, we're very close, but no one else lives near us. Like, we live south of Boston, south coast of Boston, and everyone else lives like right, you know, in the South Shore. We're in the South Coast. So it's 30-40 minutes from where me and my sister live. When I first moved out here, my sister moved, I want to say like a year or two later, and we didn't even know that this was where she was going to move. My sister's fiance, his brother, bought like a 3-family house and had been working on it for like 2 or 3 years in this area. And they live in the middle unit of it. And then he has tenants on the other ones. But at first I didn't even know, and she didn't even realize like this was going to be the same area that I lived in. So it was just kind of pure luck that we ended up in the same area, because before she lived in Weymouth and South Shore, which was closer to like my other sister and my mom, but not, you know, much further away from me. I've always been the one that like lived further out, just because it's way too expensive close to Boston now.
Oh, I guess my niece was back there having a whole chocolate mess, right?
Oh, my niece was having a whole I got her cake pop because we were in the store and she kept going, this, and she was pointing at it, and I was like, oh, okay, Auntie will get you the cake pop. But she was like having a whole fit, and she's like covered in like chocolate cake pop, and I was like, my bad.
Girl, what's the matter?
Auntie's job to spoil.
She's chocolatey wasted.
That's fine.
Oh, where is it? She's
job.
chocolatey wasted. Well, my sister's here with me too. You guys don't want to see right now. It's morning. Look at me. I mean,
Don't judge me.
I just threw a t-shirt on so we could go out and like get coffee, and I would be with my sissy, and I was happy to just like be with my sister, knowing that like today would have been the day she'd have been in surgery, and I just would have been like a mess and whatnot. So like, I
just do the whole thing.
Okay, all right. Here, Elena. Here you go, baby.
I just passed shots. My was getting me.
Girl, listen.
I kept
I'm sorry, guys. Hold on. I gotta shut my. It's in your ear, so like it could move up, and then you.
Mind you, it's in my right ear too.
Yeah, it's in her right ear, which is the side, right, that they're going in on. So essentially, like the risk would be you could, and we don't want that risk.
Oh my God!
We don't want that risk.
Well,
we don't want that risk.
On YouTube.
Well, you can't say the word on YouTube. They don't like words like that. You know, you have to use words like
unalive.
Unalive, yes, unalive. We have to use words like that.
But he's like, he thought about it as he was looking into the doctor's notes. He was like, no, if you were my family member, I wouldn't be doing this.
So, because is that Donnie from the Wild Thornberries? Like, what are we doing? What, you sounded like Donnie from the Wild.
My niece sounded like Donnie from the Wild Thornberries. So we brought her into the store to get coffee, and all of a sudden she was like, and I looked over and I was like, well, Donnie from the Wild Thornberries. And my sister started cracking up laughing. She's like, oh my God, she's now never going to unhear that. She literally did sound like Donnie from the Wild Thornberries. It just came out of nowhere. And it was so funny. She was so cute.
Yeah, that's what she sounded like. Donnie from the Wild Thornberries. My sister looked at me and she goes,
yep, my sister makes the noise.
That's exactly what she sounded like. Where there would have been confusion on that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have a car, correct. But my sister lives less than a mile from me. We are the only two out of anyone that live close to each other. Hence why I'm with her all the time, right? And so, no, I don't have a car, but I can jump in an Uber and be at her house in less than 5 minutes.
Let's get it right, people. She only sees me because I have a car.
That's it? Oh, yeah? Who taught you how to drive on the driveway? Who took care of you when you were in high school?
I know I had to drive her to and from school when she was in high school. And I remember when both my sisters were little, because again, I'm 7 and 9 years older. So like I have pictures of me holding them when they were just toddlers. And I would be holding my grandparents bought my dad this giant fish tank. And my sisters loved the tropical fish. So I would have to like hold them up, you know, me as my like 11-year-old self or 12-year-old self, holding them so they could get close enough to like look at all the fish in the fish tank. Like, who changed your diaper?
Yeah,
Like,
you had some looking at me. I'm like, oh my God, they're us when they were kids. Like,
this is about our kids. We were just talking about how our kids are like brother and sister instead of cousin and cousin, because they literally fight like their brother and sister. Like, why is she looking out my window? Mom, Mikey's being mean to me. They're just like brother and sister, and they mostly do it in the car because otherwise they're just playing with each other. So, and what my sister was saying here, like right before that, was like, not only we're close, but our kids are close.
sister,
You know?
like, who I'm with all the time. Like,
Because I have a car.
because I have a car. Because I have 4
Because I have a car.
So no, I don't have a vehicle. But I'm the big sister and I live 3 minutes down the street. So I'm the closest
My
person.
kids like to play with each other.
And that's the other thing,
They
yeah.
also like to fight with each other.
Like they're brother and sister. I kid you not,
They
guys.
fight,
Like
they're
and then
brothers.
they're in the car. Okay, my
Don't
little
touch me.
Stop
you
looking at me. Stop
in my
touching
way.
me.
They fight like brother and sister. That's the bottom line. They love each other, but they fight like brother and sister.
Oh my
I mean,
God.
they are close in age. They're
How much
2 years apart
medication
from
are you
each other.
getting, my friend?
We're in the drive-through at CVS, and the car in front of us has been here for quite
You
some
don't think
time.
they could be like, can you get me some Tylenol?
Can I get some Tylenol with this order of medications?
No, I could just honestly just walk in and grab it. But I don't like waiting in line in there either.
No. And she always has
She
mine.
did, in fact, go
So,
in after that.
You know,
to
if
get
I
it.
called her at 3 a.m. and said I need to go to the hospital, she would get up out of bed and bring me to the hospital, even though she has 3 kids at home. You know what I mean? Like that's what you should do for the people that you care about and the people that you love. You know what I mean? So, I mean, if it was my mom, I'd just stick her in a nursing home. Just
I was
kidding.
kidding. I was kidding. It's a running joke in the family. Me and my sister, fun fact, me and my best friend who passed away, we had a pact that when we got old together, because we were going to get old together, where, you know, if we ever got put in the nursing homes, that we would be riding around on our little old lady buggies. Meep, meep. It would have to have a beepy horn. Meep, meep. And we would probably be like stealing everyone's pudding. Like, give me your tapioca, bitch. Right. And so when my best friend passed away, my sister graciously accepted taking over in that role as being the person next to me on our little old lady bikes, stealing people's pudding. Like, duh. Okay. And so we kind of talk about all the time how like we have to fulfill that pact. So like we have to be old together. Like that's the only way that works is if we're old together and we're on our old lady buggies, get stealing pudding. Okay. Like that's the only way that works. I had to mute because my sister was giving personal information for the prescription she was picking up. And y'all don't need to know her personal information. Other than, you know, her name is Brianna. That's it. Because that's called a privacy thing. I know Ethel likes to, you know, give all of the information of her family, including all the locations she's at, where, when, why, but that's just not safe, right? And then my sister was like nerding out about books with the lady in the drive-thru, which I loved. It was very cute because I'm a nerd and I like to read, and you guys know that. And so she was talking about all these books that she loves with the lady in the CVS.
I'm getting
Book
major
nerd,
surgery
book
and in my MRI. That's
book
all I
nerd.
think about is Aylin every time.
I love this book nerding.
It's the only way I can get through things. Well, you too.
I love
Happy
that my
reading.
sister just nerded out about books because I'm a wicked
Love
nerd
it.
when it comes to reading. So,
I am.
and
I'm
to be
nerd.
fair, my sister's way crunchier than me.
What the fuck? I'm stop calling me crunchy, dude.
You're so crunchy.
I like to keep my
She's
house
so crunchy.
toxic free because you don't want your kids to have cancer, okay?
The red dyes and the purple dyes and the blue dyes.
She's crunchy.
The red dyes, actually, and Mikey acts a fool when the red dyes come. He really does.
Ooh.
Hello,
A daddy.
darling.
Auntie.
Girl, we're not getting out. You're staying here with Auntie. Mommy's just going to get something. Don't worry,
Oh, thank you,
girlie.
darling girl.
Uh-oh,
I'll
she's going
check
to freak
it
out
in
because
one
Mommy get out of the car.
second.
Oh, no. Okay. All right, hold on.
My niece has separation anxiety like no other. The second my sister gets out of the car, she has a tanty, like a full-blown tanty. She does not love when my sister gets out of the car.
Dun, 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 dun. Auntie to the
Onto
rescue.
the rescue. Yes,
Please hold while the next
happy
sausage driver
about
you are
it.
trying to reach is located. Look what Auntie got. I got a duck. Squishy duck.
A squishy
Got a
duck.
squishy
I have
duck.
a squishy duck here.
Elena, you want a duck? You want a duck? Auntie's got a
She
duck.
wants a duck.
I want the duck. Someone's
They
trying to
gave her
connect to
the
her
duck.
car now because she got out.
Yeah,
You
my
know,
phone was trying to connect.
have surgery and like not be able to have the party at the end of August. So she moved it so that obviously she could be there and it could be done. And we had talked to the doctor about like moving the party up. So that's what we did. But so her birthday is August 19th. And this is so weird with my sister's kids talk about cosmic interference, right? My niece is born one day before my mother's birthday. So she's August 19th. My mother is August 20th. My nephew is February 1st, which is the day after my dad's birthday. My dad's birthday is January 31st. So my sister legit had one kid, just 3. So my nephew doesn't really have a birthday around anyone else. It's my new nephew.
My new nephew.
But the oldest in the middle birthdays are one day after each one of her parents, which is like just wild, right?
What
With
are
like
the
not,
odds?
we didn't really know whether she was gonna still have surgery or not.
Don't judge me. But
Go Duke, she said my dad and his siblings have won 3 days in a row. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Imagine
1, 2,
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, like that's your like years apart. Like boop, boop,
I thought I was gonna have him late, kind of, and have him in Nana's.
I thought you were gonna have him later than you had him. In Dollhouse and all the obnoxious things you bought
I
my
would
kids
be
over the
okay
years.
with a giant doll, okay? Mike wouldn't, but I fucking would, okay? I just seen him opening up.
So I bought my niece this really obnoxious, like, musical thing for her birthday. So it's got like maracas and like a tambourine and like little drums. And then I bought her this like ride-on unicorn. She could sit on it and rocks like back and forth. Because she saw it while we were in Target and had like a full meltdown. She was like, this. And I was like, this. I picked it up. And she just was like, went gaga. So I was like, all right, we'll throw that in the carriage. Like that's, one birthday gift down. And fun fact, that thing was on sale. It was like $35 originally because it's made for a toddler. She's a toddler. But it was on sale for $11. I was like, and she loves it. I'm buying it. It's happening. This is the thing. So I was just saying sort of in this clip that like, bitch, this is payback for all the crazy toys you have bought my older 2 over the years to drive me insane. Okay. It's payback for the music.
All the gifts that we had.
What did you get? We didn't even open the gifts at the birthday party. So what did you
Yeah, they didn't open the gifts at the birthday party because it was like kids were just like running around having too much
give
fun.
me a big old hug? And she's like, oh, it's so nice to see you. Because, I don't get to see them that often. Although I was happy to see Mike's dad looking like he feels a little bit better because that almost.
Yeah, we were just talking about her in-laws sort of there. At one point, I do turn the camera towards her just so you guys can say like hi real quick, but I might have already skipped past it by accident, but oh, this is when I went in the post office and they told me it was at the other facility. So then I had to get off because I had to call the other facility. So, yeah, I mean, she's definitely anxious. I mean, again, just like me, she puts on that brave face, but I'll tell you, like, it's been pretty emotional, the last couple of days, just because like the day before surgery, like she's panicking because the MRI showed that it had grown a little and, that's, you never want it to grow, right? That's not good. But they do that MRI before surgery on purpose. And so I'd say, yeah, she is very anxious. She'll, she's got 3 littles and, we don't want any risk. And so that's when the doctor was like, because of the ear infection, if you were my own family member, I would not open you up right now because the risk of that infection moving to your brain is very real, and could be very, very, very bad. So I'm glad that they moved it. I mean, not that they moved it a ton, but they did move it. And so I'm actually glad that they did, because had they not, and he had done the surgery and the infection from her ear moved up towards her brain, like that, no-brainer, that would have been very, 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 very bad. I trust the surgeon. I trust Mass General. And my sister does it. We fully trust them. It's just like thinking about your baby sister. And again, I'm 7 years older than my sister. And so she's only 32. You know what I mean? 32. And I think the other thing that really gives the whole family like more anxiousness is that my great aunts, my grandmother, my only grandmother who's still alive, the one who lives in Florida, who's having the melanoma cancer surgery next week, her two sisters both did pass of brain cancer. Granted, they were in their 70s when it happened, late 70s, 77 and 76, I believe. But that's a very real possibility that brain cancer runs in the family. And I think that portion of it really makes my sister really, really nervous because of it sort of running in my great aunts and them both passing of brain cancer. But I trust this surgeon, and I know there's a lot of experimental medications, and I'm very familiar with experimentals. My daughter has been an experimental kid since she was little because of her disease being so rare and so different, and not enough scientific stuff is known about it, and it affects every person differently, causes all sorts of different problems. And so that was the other thing. In the meantime, my daughter needed to go to the hospital again yesterday. And so she went to the hospital and then didn't tell me, because again, she's 21, right? And so I had already talked to her earlier in the day. And, you know, she was all right, fine. And then I get a call from the hospital and my fucking anxiety went through the roof. And my husband had yesterday off. And so like I get the call and I'm looking at the number and I can tell it's either a police station or a hospital. And so the last time I got a call from a hospital like that, my best friend was dying and I was her emergency contact, and they wouldn't tell me what was going on. They made me go down to the hospital and then asked me if I could get in touch with their family, which of course I could, and I did. But that thought popped right into my head the second the hospital called. And then it was the doctor from the hospital. And he was like looking to talk to the mother of my daughter, not because, you know, she needs the mother to speak for her because she's an adult, she's 21, but because he was trying to understand the complexities of her disease, and wanted to sort of know, like, what do they normally do, and what have they done her whole life to sort of rule things out. She's having some like heart fluttering and some like weakness, I would say. And so I said to him, normally a hospital like yours, because it wasn't Children's that she was transported to, even though she told them that's the hospital that she normally goes to, they transported her to the local hospital. As I said to him, the local hospital is not equipped to deal with her. They're just simply not equipped. I said, you know, I gave him all of the information, of course. And then I call my daughter and I go, hey, did you want to tell mom you went to the hospital? And she was like, I was like, you're gonna give me a heart attack, right? What's going on? And so I talked to her and she was all right. She just felt like she was having like a little bit of weakness. And she was like, I feel like we're missing something. They checked kidney function, which they usually do with her because she got some kidney issues. They did an echo, all those things were fine. The blood work was okay. And so the doctor was like, I'm just kind of trying to understand her disease and like all the complexities to it. And I basically told him like all the things I could. And then I told him like, basically your hospital's not going to be equipped to deal with it. You're going to have to send her out to Boston because it is so complex that one thing is, caused by this thing that can't be treated. You got to treat this thing. And she's had multiple surgeries and multiple medications and certain things she can't have, certain things she can have. So I was actually like, the doctor was super nice and super kind. He was like, all right, I think you're right that probably we need to ship her over to Boston, because I don't think we're going to be equipped to be able to sort of rule in or out X, Y, or Z with the complexities that she has. So, as of last night, she was back over at Children's, just ruling things out to see if maybe it was a medication, maybe it was anxiety. There's a lot of stress going on in my family right now because of all these surgeries and whatnot happening. And I said, do you think maybe you're just a little, anxiety ridden baby? Like maybe, and it could be that. And she said, maybe, but I feel like we're missing something. So it could be something else, with her, you never know. So we're sort of dealing with that now. Talked to her before the show. She was feeling better, which is good. But the doctors want to at least rule out X, Y, and Z before they let her go home. So That's just an update on that. So we got a kiddo dealing with whatever they can rule in or out, and then sister and my grandmother. So I will take all the prayers, all those prayers. I will take them all, please, and thank you. I would appreciate them. Valley's girl said she sent a donation. It'll be the first one of the show. Let's check real quick. Hold on. I hear my little coming. I hear the pitter patter of little feet here. Because then we get some sewer turtle things that are quite funny. Hey, girl. Nice to see you. Yeah, it is. Like, listen, I, for the longest time, did not have like a good PCP. And I've had my PCP now for a really long time. And he is like top notch. And I wouldn't wish for a better, like, you couldn't get a better doctor. So trusting your doctor is very, 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 very important, you know? Yeah, I try to do that too. Like, just put the brave face on, you know, like, and just like, one second, we got another sick one here. No, I'm not going to that popsicle. Okay. We got a sicky baby here. So I guess all but one of my children. That's wonderful. That's beautiful. She's got a little cough. She's not hot. She doesn't have a fever. She's got a little cough. And I think it was because she's around a lot of animals and she's allergic to certain animals and she doesn't listen when I tell her don't get too close. Don't be rubbing your face near the animals. You're allergic. She doesn't care because she just loves animals. So listening to mom doesn't seem like the smart thing to do apparently these days, you know? But I'm with you. You kind of just like put that brave face on, you know? And I think the one thing that my sister does share is that like she's scared. Like, you know, it breaks my heart because she'll say something like, I don't want to leave my kids. And it's like, I can't think like that. You know what I mean? Like I can't compute that in my brain. She's my baby sister. Like I cannot compute that in my head. And so I'm like, nope, you're going to be fine. We're just going to take this 1 inch, 1 second, 1 minute at a time. And of course, like I gotta keep that sort of brave face and tone for her, you know, because if I fall apart, she's going to fall apart worse. And that's not good for anybody. So, you know, whether it's on the phone or in person, I wait until I get home and then I can fall apart at home with my husband while my kids are sleeping. Like that's, you know what I mean? But it's a lot for any one person to deal with. So, you know, you just gotta, you know, make sure you vent, you know, when you have to, like you talk to someone about it. Because if I didn't talk about it, it would just eat at me, you know? Like I learned that a long time ago that I was pretty good at like just stuffing things down and like dealing with them for a long time. And then I realized like then it becomes too much, right? Then it's just weighing on you and you're like, this is a lot, you know? And so I learned like you have to talk to someone about it. because you got to get it out. You got to. It's food for the soul. Like you have to, otherwise you're essentially weighing yourself down of the weight of the world on your shoulders, and nobody can hold that weight, alone. At least you need somebody to help you. And I am glad that I have my husband who, in fact, helps hold that weight when I am dealing with it. So I do have one donation. Oh, thank you, Valleys Girl. Valleys Girl sends $100. Thank you so much. She says, just a little something to help out. XX Valleys Girl. Oh, that was really nice. Thank you, Valleys Girl. And it was the first donation of the day. I love it. Thank you. That was really nice of you. I will take all the hugs, please, and thank you. I'm a hugger. If you guys haven't met me in real life, one day when you do, you realize I'm a hugger. I'm a hug person. I hug. I like to hug. I like to hug. I hug. I'm a hugger. I am a hugger. Okay. Let's get off the sad shit. I can't do any more sad shit. Okay. My soul can't do sad shit. We need funny shit. That's what we need. We need some funny shit. We need some funny shit. Okay. Can't do it. I gotta get a laugh in or something. You guys are always good for giving me a laugh. And I think I'm going to need a couple of those. So I heard a sewer turtle crashed out. Also, I heard there was a Bederow letter. Fun fact, there was a Bederow letter. And do you want to know what that Bederow letter said, folks? It's fun what the Bederow letter said. It was fun. It was fun. It was fun. Oh my God. Hold on. My family member calling. Please hold. Okie dokie. Sorry. Like I said, a lot going on right now. My sister just picked up my oldest. She is home from the hospital and she just wanted to not be at the house by herself. So my sister went and picked her up. Okay. So, okay. All right. They were just telling me what they were doing and what's going on. And, my niece is having a meltdown in the background. And I was like, did you get out of the car for a second? She's like, oh yeah, I got up out of the car for a second to fix my shorts. And she had a meltdown. I was like, that's called separation anxiety. My middle had it pretty bad. All right. Back to the sewer turtle who had a fit. Okay. And the Bederow letters. Yeah. You got to get your coffee for this. This is important. Okay. This is so very serious. All right. It's very serial. It's very serial. And it's going to take my mind off of just being stressed out. So here we go. Okay. Bederow letters. Harold and the Purple Crayon is back at it again, folks. Harold and the Purple Crayon is back at it again. He needed to write a whole ass letter to the prosecutor in New Jersey. Why? Well, because he's angry. He's an angry Purple Crayon, Harold. He's very upset about this. Okay. He's not happy. He needed to write a whole ass letter, okay, to the prosecutor with a bunch of shit that doesn't matter and isn't going to help him. But, in pure Bederow fashion, he did it anyway. You know, he wrote a letter. He didn't file a motion. He wrote a letter demanding things, which are hilarious to me. He was demanding things like Brady materials, blah, 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 blah. Essentially, what he was asking, 12 fucking pages of absolute nonsensical bullshit, okay? Nonsensical bullshit. 12 pages, guys, okay? Let me just tell you, okay, first and foremost, none of what he's complaining about in there is relevant to his case. He can complain until the cows come home, okay, about how, you know, he thinks the victim is bad and how the victim in the case is, you know, not credible because they might have fake accounts or sock accounts. Sir, do you know who you represent? Do you know who you represent, sir? The man has fucking spreadsheets of his fake accounts. If you want to go down that path, go ahead. But you're going to look like a fucking buffoon. An actual fucking buffoon, sir. Oh my God, please hold. I just remembered I have to take a meat out for dinner and I didn't do it yet. So please hold. Okay, sorry, I had to take the Chinese sausages out of the freezer and I totally forgot to do it this morning and then just remembered I forgot to do it this morning. So I need to do it just now. Okay. 12 damn pages of fucking Bederow letters, all right? And what does he do in said Bederow letters? Well, he complains about how he doesn't like the victim, how the victim's not credible, blah, 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 how she might have lied to Aiden about her personal life. Completely irrelevant. Why the fuck would she tell a man who's known for going after people in their personal life? Okay. Why the fuck would she give him all of the correct information about her life? Why would she do that? Why would anyone do that? Okay. Like what? Like what? I can't. I literally cannot. It's wild. Okay. He sends a Brady demand letter, which is what Aiden's calling it. The problem with that is the prosecution has time to give you anything they want pertaining to the case. Also, to make some weird assertion that there is some sort of exculpatory materials that are going to show Aiden's not guilty of what we all saw and heard ourselves with our own ears and eyes and all of the other things that he did behind closed doors that I've seen myself with my own eyes is fucking weird and wild as hell. Like, bro, there is no materials that are going to show that your client didn't commit cyber stalking. So it's weird to demand something that they have time to give you, number one, and two, that doesn't exist. Okay? So he just demands shit that doesn't exist per usual to make some sort of grandstanding weirdo shit, right? Then goes on to complain about the victim. Victim is bad because victim has fake accounts. Victim is bad because the victim didn't tell Mr. Kearney, all of the things that that were true about her life. Well, she doesn't have to tell him all the things that are true about her life. She can lie to him because why the fuck would she why would she want to give him personal information of hers when he's known for just harassing people? Why would anyone do that? Why would anyone fucking do that? Like, why? Why? Come on now. Why? You know what I'm saying? Why? So then he complains. Let's see. What's this one part? Okay, hold on. Here we go. I'll share a little bit of it with you guys. I'm sure you've seen it across X. Where's Freeze? I didn't play Twitter Tales. If I don't play Twitter Tales, Freeze might have my head. So.
Grab the tea, because Twitter is melting down again.
Okay, by the way, I did not get to this yet because, I'm me, and I'm not very good at remembering to do these certain things. So if you haven't already smashed the like button and replaced its teeth with chiclets, can you please do that now? also remember tomorrow, there's a Judge Gilday hearing at 9:45 a.m. I have it on my whiteboard, although I'm moving it to the top here because I have some space now. So I have to rewrite this. But there is a hearing tomorrow with Judge Gilday at 9:45 a.m. August 6th, which is tomorrow. Okay. So he goes on to basically bitch and whine with his purple crayons about how the victim is bad, right? He complains about basically everything that has nothing to do with anything at all. None of this is in front of the court. The question in front of the court is, did a sewer turtle, in fact, cyber harass, cyber stalk, whatever, the victim in New Jersey? Well, according to the evidence that I have seen personally, privately, that some of you haven't seen yet, that isn't public yet, yes, he in fact did. Over many months, over a long period of time, he absolutely did. Abso-freaking-lutely, yes, he did, right? So, this is a fun fact. What people don't seem to realize is that in front of the court is not, whether or not you like the victim in the case, and whether or not the victim said things that you might not like, or whether she shared the full truth of her personal life with you. None of that is in front of the court, nor is it relevant. Okay? In front of the court is, did he cyberstalk her? That's it. The court doesn't care why you cyberstalked her. The court doesn't care what the fucking reasoning behind your ridiculousness is. They don't care if she lied to you about her personal life so that you couldn't stalk her further, right? Or at all. None of that is relevant. His lawyers love to try to do this thing where they're like, well, victim bad, so who cares what we did? Because that victim is bad. You need to drop these charges because the victim is bad. It seems to be like a pattern of behavior with him and his attorneys, right? Which is distract away from what he did and then victim blame. Darvo, if you will, right? Deny, attack, reverse victim and offender. All right, which is what he does. Of course he is. It's not only about a blog, and I will make this abundantly clear to everybody, and I've said this several times. It is not just about a blog, and he knows that. He's a fucking liar if he claims that. He damn well knows that he called the kids' schools, that he left messages with her husband's coworkers at his job, okay? Harassed her dad. Like, dude, he knows what he fucking did, right? So him pretending that it's just about a blog he wrote is absurd and ridiculous and nonsensical. And anybody who believes that is ignoring all of the other things he's done to other people for all of that. Okay, you can only listen while you work if you also whistle while you work, Elisa. No, I'm just kidding. But as soon as you said listening while I work, my immediate brain, and I don't know why I went to, and you whistle while you work. Okay, I'm on tangent now. All right, Elisa, get your shit together today. All right, I'm trying. Get your shit together, Elisa. I can't help myself. All right. My shit is not together today. I bought it from the shit store and I didn't put it together yet. All right. So just give me a minute. Bederow gets paid by the page. That's a good question. If he writes more pages about nonsense, does he get paid more money? Yeah, I agree in the same capacity of what was the purpose of putting this out publicly? Because make no mistake, right? What Aiden does is he'll send this letter to a third party, have that third party post it on Twitter, and then he'll just reshare it. And that's exactly what happened in this, is someone else posted it and he retweeted it. So he could later on be like, well, I didn't post it. The problem with that is he has a literal pattern that we can prove of him handing things off to third parties and saying, I need you to post this because I can't, and it'll look like harassment. So I need you to post it and then I'll just retweet it, right? That's his standard pattern. And so make no mistake, why did this need? Bederow raised his little tiny fist with his little crayon and was like, the indictment was sealed. How does anybody know he was indicted? Well, hey, Bederow, here's a fun fact. Your client can't shut the fuck up. So he shared with people that he was indicted, and that got back to other people. Okay, that's how, because your client doesn't shut the fuck up. Blame your own client, sir. Okay, number one. Number two, some of us have sources. There's this thing called sources, things that Aiden usually throws under the bus, but other people like me take very seriously, and the privacy of those sources is a serious thing. It's not a joke like Aiden does, and when he doesn't like the source anymore, he throws them under the bus. Sources, no matter who they are, like, you got to check the information. You can't just take information from a source and be like, okay, that's the truth. You have to then go and try to verify that, not just once, but twice is what you really should be doing ethically, right? With other sources or paperwork or reporting or whatever. But you should be trying to verify it independently 3 times. For people who are not connected to each other, by the way, it's not, oh, this person said it and that person said it, so there's 2 times. That's not how it works, okay? So, yeah, he's definitely frustrated. He writes like Dr. Seuss novels over here, Oh, it's going to be so amazing. It's going to be so amazing, that IP. Nah, girl, I was calling out myself. I was telling me to get my shit together. I know, I'm sorry. We have the same name. I was telling myself to get my shit together because I'm a fucking disaster today. I'm just a beautiful disaster. I can't help it, okay? I cannot help it. Also, yes, Space Ghost right. Once you repost something, you then publish it, and you're taking ownership of it, especially in this capacity, right? Telling myself to get my shit together because I can't. Electronics, of course, can be traced. And so here's the other problem is Bederow gets into this thing, complains about sock accounts, fake accounts, blah, 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 blah. Sir, do you know who you represent? The man has so many fucking fake accounts, he can't keep up with them. He makes spreadsheets. Bederow, spreadsheets, okay? Spreadsheets. Get your shit together, all right? Oh, I would love that. I would love for her to be our boots on the ground report on what's happening there. I will tell you that he has to be in New Jersey in the next 2 weeks in person. I'll tell you that. That I can tell you for a fact. So I don't need to speculate because I know that in the next 2 weeks, his ass has to be in New Jersey for his arraignment, per se, in person. Now, what will they do when he's in person? Arrest his ass? Probably. Because when an indictment comes out in New Jersey, usually you're arrested, right? And booked. And then let go, usually, because they don't get excited. Usually they still let the person go, right? But they do, yes, in person. No Zoom. There's no Zoom. He's not allowed to, like, zoom in for this. He has to be in person. That's a tactic that his lawyers have tried to play before. Zoom, give us Zoom, and they have obliged. But this time he's been indicted. So this is not a Zoom scenario, okay? This is a in-person scenario. So I cannot confirm or deny an arrest warrant. I can confirm that usually in New Jersey, when they indict, they issue a warrant. It is not, the problem is even if they issue a warrant in New Jersey, they don't, in order to do like interstate, it's a whole nother thing. So a lot of the times what happens is a warrant is issued in that state for that person until that person steps into that state. They don't arrest them, right? Massachusetts isn't going to arrest him on a New Jersey warrant. New Jersey, though, however, once he steps into New Jersey, can arrest him on that New Jersey warrant. Or Massachusetts can revoke his bail based on the fact that he has an arrest warrant, a charge, and an indictment in New Jersey, right? So I will go, I'm in Ocean County. Ooh, I will drive to Atlantic County. That'd be fun. The rumor is he's got a bench warrant for his arrest in New Jersey. Well, so I know the source of that information. I got information myself that maybe he might be in NCIC, right? And so that essentially is a law enforcement system that enforcement uses. And if a warrant is issued, it usually pops, of course, in that system that he would have a warrant in New Jersey. Usually when you're indicted in New Jersey, they do in fact issue an arrest warrant and arrest you. So it would stand to reason that probably he's got an arrest warrant. But they're not going to move on that until he enters New Jersey, which, fun fact, once again, he has told he has to be in person for this next hearing in New Jersey. So we shall see what happens. Yeah, he'll get fingerprinted and pictures and all that. And I will happily FOIA those. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. So we'll see, right? But it's within 14 days he's got to be arraigned of that indictment. So it's not looking, I mean, it's soon, right? Soon. He's got to be there in person. But I mean, don't get too excited because even if they arrest him, more likely than not, they will let him go on a personal for bail. and he'll return to Massachusetts. The more likely thing that happens is that happens, and then he comes back to Massachusetts, and Cosgrove asks for his bail to be revoked. Now, there's one reason I can think of that Cosgrove might not move to revoke his bail. The only reason that I can think of that they wouldn't move to revoke his bail would be that he's doing so much damage to his own case, being out and running his fucking mouth constantly and recording it, that it might be worth it to leave his ass out and let him just keep doing that damage. My argument on that behalf is, yes, he's done enough damage to his case at this point that I don't really think you need any more, number one. And number two, every minute he is out of jail, he is hurting someone else or continuing to hurt people he's already hurt and smear them and lie about them to hide his own bad behavior. Well, if he doesn't turn up to an arraignment, I mean, that would be, listen, I can't imagine that his attorneys would let him just not show up. That would be a bad look, right? Because then they could, if he just doesn't show up to that arraignment because he knows he might be arrested, they could try to extradite him. Will they? I don't know. Could they? Yes, they could. Absolutely, they could. And it stands to reason, too, that, like, if he's being charged in other states for the same sort of behavior that he's doing in Massachusetts, could the feds get involved? Well, I was told a really long time ago from a very credible source that the FBI has already been looking into him for quite some time now. Quite some time now. So this whole talk of like, I'm never going to jail, they'll never find me guilty, is just fucking absurd. Also, I heard, and I'm not sure, maybe you guys can correct me here, because again, I spent time with my sister yesterday, so I didn't really see much yesterday. And then the day before was like really emotional, and like we were just trying to get our, ducks in a row. That he was saying he's going to take the Norfolk County jury instead of waiving it and taking a Suffolk County jury. Okay. I think he's made more enemies in Norfolk County, but I also think that Suffolk County would find him guilty fairly quickly. It's more high class, educated people who might not know who the fuck he is. And I think he's hoping that more people in Norfolk County are dumber and know who he is and believe in his bullshit. I think he's made too many enemies there, I don't rule out anything, Sassy. I don't rule out shit when it comes to him, Yes, he has foot and mouth disease. Yes, he does. I think leaving him out is also a bad choice because it just allows him to hurt more people. It allows him to victimize more people and to continue to victimize people he's already victimized. I think it's a bad fucking idea. I think it's a bad fucking choice, but I can't guess what Cosgrove might or might not do. I've heard what the thought is, but, well, that's the other thing, is that he had at least been in talks to the government about what if I were to take a deal, what would it look like? What would you offer? Whatever. So whether that actually comes to fruition is another thing. Even if he was working on a deal, that has nothing to do with them, revoking his bail. A deal comes from the charge itself, not from the fact that you caught another charge somewhere else. You know what I mean? Like, a deal would have nothing to do with your bail being revoked. You can't work into a deal that, hey, you don't revoke my bail. That's not the way it works. So hold on, guys. My little wants a popsicle because her throat is bothering her with the cough. Okay, popsicle got. So yeah, I mean, the deal has nothing to do with that. I think he's done enough damage. I agree with Shan. I think he needs to go to jail. No, the indictment still, so it shows up as the fact that you can see that he was indicted. right? And that there's one indictment out of New Jersey, but the indictment itself has not been unsealed yet. So that one is still like sealed. His lawyers could have arranged to turn him in to get the arraignment done with. Yeah, but a lot of the times in New Jersey specifically, the prosecution will say no to that. They'll say no. They'll say, nope, we're not going to allow him to turn himself in. We're not going to do that. They don't have to let you do that. And apparently in New Jersey, a lot of times, I mean, it's not like never, they don't ever let someone turn themselves in. They do. But a lot of the times they're like, nope, we're not going to agree to allow you to turn him in. We're going to arrest. I think Cosgrove should have had enough a long time ago, in my opinion, right? And I do think that Cosgrove needs to bust a move, like Peggy said. Time to bust a move, guy. Time to bust a move, I agree. I think Cosgrove also is older, and he depends on other people to help him with like the sort of digital aspect of this. And the problem that I have with that is like, you need a digitally competent prosecutor, right? He needs to be digitally competent to deal with a case that pretty much deals with 99.999% digital evidence. You know what I'm saying? TV's face when he was mocking Nan and Mike talking about his New Jersey case was priceless when he heard them discuss the bench warrant. I love that he's completely fucking clueless about what's actually happening in his life, and that apparently either himself or his lawyers have gaslighted him into believing that like everything's going to be fine and this is just nothing. He wants everybody to believe this New Jersey case is just nothing. I told people a long time ago this wasn't nothing. Okay? I told people a long time ago this case with Lindsay in New Jersey was going to screw him. And it wasn't that long ago that when Donna decided to drop hers because she was tired of being fucking harassed, that people were like, oh, that New Jersey case was dropped, Twisted. You said it was going somewhere. And I'm like, you have your cases mixed up, dumbasses. If you guys can't even keep track of the fucking cases, I don't know what to tell you, right? Donna's case was good, but she ultimately chose voluntarily to drop it because she didn't want to deal with it anymore. If a victim chooses to drop a case, that doesn't mean that the person who committed it, right, is innocent. That's not how it works. The victim chose to drop it. Not only that, but it shows in the file the reason that she chose to drop it. Donna chose to drop it because she feared ongoing and more retaliation. Okay? That's not good for him. That doesn't bode well for him. Okay? And Lindsay in the New Jersey case had a lot more than Donna did. And we all knew this, right? We all knew this. So, oh, Sapphire smells like baby powder. I love when the dogs get their baths and they have this like doggy like lotion or whatever it's called, like a powder or lotion, but it makes them smell amazing and it smells so good. Sapphire had her pretty little bath. She's a good doggy. She's a good doggy. She's gonna have to stop stealing Daddy's wallet. You gotta stop thieving, Sapphire. Okay. I'm kidding. I kid. Yeah, I mean, we're going to watch a little bit of his meltdown from, I think it was yesterday, but wow, he's fucking delusional. I have never seen somebody so delusional than that man. I literally have not. I think his lawyers at this point must be gaslighting him into thinking like, oh, we'll just get it thrown out, right? It's nothing. Because the tone of this letter, the tone of the Bederow Herald and the Purple Crayon letter here is wild as hell. It's really just grandstanding and whining a lot. I watched a show last night where the creator says he feels if Karen Read was found not guilty, then TB is too. Oh my God. Was it Brother Counsel by any chance? Fun fact, at the beginning of Karen's first trial and throughout the second trial, one of Aiden's talking points was, if Karen Read is found not guilty, my charges will magically disappear and I will be also not guilty. That is literally what he told people time after time after time after time after time after time after time. So if there is an actual creator that literally repeated that literally proves the mantra of brainwashing and that happens with him, right? Is if he says something enough, as many times as he can, over and over and over and over and over and over, people just spit it out word for word what he said without ever looking into if any of it was true. And I said about 1 billion times, anybody who thinks if Karen Read is found innocent means Aiden's fucking charges are going to disappear, they've smoking crack, right? or meth. They've been hanging out with methany too much, because that's not how it works, right? One person's innocent or guilt has nothing to do with another's. Karen Reed being found not guilty does not absolve Aiden from witness tampering, essentially. That's not how it works, right? He committed those crimes. These people are witnesses forever. In his mind, if Karen was found not guilty, then they're not witnesses anymore, right? That's what his mind told him. His sick, deluded mind told him that, if Karen Reed was found not guilty, then they're not actually witnesses, and therefore it doesn't matter. Well, fun fact, under the law, even a potential witness is covered under the law and is a witness, okay? Like, a potential witness is covered. And once you're a witness or a potential witness to a case, even when that case ends, you are still a witness. You're still protected, okay? So this is where his brain doesn't quite work or click into place, Yes, apples and oranges, two different things, No, he does not have a poker face. He just gets angry and acts out on emotion because he's, stunted. He's literally emotionally stunted. He's like an emotional 12-year-old boy who hasn't gone through puberty yet, or is going through puberty and like all their shit is up and down. Please hold. Sorry, my sister was calling, and I'm always going to answer that call. Okay. He does not have a poker face. The lawyers know the preparatory steps that have to be taken. I don't think they really believe in success, but it's more likely. Well, yeah, they have to take this. I mean, here's the thing. Lawyers have to do certain things, but there's also certain things that, like, logically you wouldn't do. Like, listen, a letter like this is usually sent in private. It's not then plastered all over social media to the public. Okay, that's a fun fact. That's a fun fact. Usually this goes to a prosecutor. This was clearly, right, written so that the public would read it. This wasn't written and then sent to the prosecutor as if Mark Bederow was writing it privately and it was going to be sent to the prosecutor. When Mark Bederow wrote this, he absolutely intended for the public to see it. Make no mistake about that. And I could tell because he is literally just going over a bunch of shit that's not relevant and is nonsensical, that has literally nothing to do with anything, and then bitching about several things that his own client does all the time, and then being like, but the victim didn't tell my client the truth about X, Y, and Z. That's irrelevant. Your client still chose to then cyberstalk the person. It doesn't matter if she didn't tell him her correct name, address, where she lived, who her family was, what she did for a living. Like, she could have lied about every single one of those things simply because she didn't want to tell him the correct information, because he's got a bad reputation of using people's personal information against them, right? And so you're going to try to keep at least some when you see his true colors a little bit. So, like, none of that matters. And then he bitches about sock accounts. Her ownership of accounts weren't bad enough. She bragged to a third party that she would never be traced to the burner accounts. That has to be proven, dude. You can't just walk up to the court and be like, well, here's a tweet from this person and a DM from this person's Twitter account to my client's Twitter account saying that she said this, because he has a bad habit of literally falsifying that shit, where he'll make somebody on the phone, get on the phone and be like, I need you to do this, and I'm going to send you this fake screenshot, and I need you to put it in there, and I need you to send this to my account and be like, alert, look what this person said to me here. You need to know this. And they send it to Aiden, then he brings it into court and goes, look, Your Honor, this is proof that they were conspiring. Problem with it is it's all fake. It's all set up. And he has a proven habit of doing that, right? This is like things that have been proven over and over and over that he's done along the exact same lines. Like, first of all, if she wanted 72 sock accounts so that he didn't harass her, she had every right to do that. Or because she wanted to give her opinion without being harassed, she has every right to do that, right? Coming from the man who has spreadsheets of how many sock accounts he uses, never mind the fact that he uses them to, like, troll his own lawyers and shit. Like, that's not a smart thing to put in a, quote, Bederow letter when your client is the king of wiretapping and the king of, like, faking shit. Just saying. Just saying. he's not going into detail about it because he wants people to think there is no detail of it, right? He wants them to think it's just a blog, and so therefore it's going to go away, and it's not serious at all. It's just a blog, right? Like, it's just a blog. That's, that's the thing. The problem is it's not just a blog. It's not just a blog. He did many, many other things outside of that blog. Text messages, voicemails, family members, jobs, family members themselves, other family members. Here's a fun fact. When he broke up with Lindsay and started smearing her, he called her estranged parents, all her exes, right? Like himself. Okay. He did the same thing with Meredith. He did the same thing with Kara, right? He literally does this with people all the time, where he contacts their jobs, their exes, their ex-mother-in-laws, their estranged family members, their this, their that, himself. He can't help it. He can't fucking help it. So not just does he have minions to do it, but he also engages in it himself like a fucking idiot. You'd think he'd learn his lesson. This man never learns. He never learns from his own bad behavior because he's gotten away with it so many times. He thinks that he's just going to keep getting away with it, doing the same thing over and over. Like, that's where his brain doesn't quite click. Well, I've gotten away with it 72 other times. Yeah, but there's also been 5 you've been caught. So why the fuck would you keep doing it? He just doesn't have it in him, Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I hope her attorney brings up the Ghetto Mellow. And that's the other thing. You're opening it up so that they do bring up the Ghetto Mellow account or many of the other stock accounts that have been proven to be him. Many. The spreadsheet that he had of all of his fake accounts with all the emails and all the names and that exists. Okay. It's real. Like, I don't know. I haven't, to be honest, I haven't had time to keep up with everybody. So I have no idea what JFK is saying. No idea at all. Because I can't, there's no way I could keep up with everyone. But most people don't realize that. Why? Because he himself is just like, oh, it's just a blog. I just wrote a blog. No, he didn't. No, it's not just a blog. It's definitely not just a blog. And again, maybe it's because privately I've seen a lot more than obviously you guys have, the general public, but it's all going to come out in the case, right? I prefer to let the legal system do its job before revealing things, but a lot of these things have been talked about already, and he damn well knows what he did. When he pretends that he doesn't know what the lewd part of it is, he knows. He fucking knows. He just make no mistake that he knows. He 100% knows. I have a lot of people that watch all of the views, and listen, I know I myself am very guilty of cursing a lot. I can't help it. I'm from Boston. It's just like a culture. Okay. I apologize. And I get a little excited sometimes. So I'm a little loud, but being loud is like part of me, right? Like I'm Irish and I'm Spanish and I'm Portuguese, and it just like comes out as being like loud. I'm loud. It is. I am. I apologize. I'm sorry. Don't judge me, guys. Don't judge me. I'm loud. I'm a loud bitch. I'm a loud bitch that curses. Right? You have to imagine if they came to your house and used a bullhorn or your kids' sporting events, like I'd get a protective order. You know what I mean? Like the fuck? Oh, Aiden's trying to buddy up to JFK, now says they want him on the show. Oh, for fuck's sake. I also heard that he was like, okay, so someone made a beautiful tweet about like the first 20 minutes of his rant, and it was written beautifully. I can't remember if it was Natalie that wrote it, or I have to look. I bookmarked it because it was just written so beautifully. I get where people come from, but I also watch a wide variety of channels, so I take in multiple perspectives. Yeah, as you should. I also keep in mind the emotional component to this. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's lost a ton of support. You have to remember that. A ton. And so now what he's trying to do is sort of realize that like he couldn't even fill the golfing event, right? And so he's realized at this point that like, shit, I am not going to bring in as much money. I've shit on too many people. I'm losing X, Y, and Z. And so I need to like make some of my enemies become friendly with me again by sort of coaxing them in with like money and views. And he thinks in his mind, because he thinks, he has grandiosity. Part of narcissism is, thinking you're amazing and awesome, and your ego is, the size of the world. And you think very highly of yourself, right? Which of course he does. He thinks very highly of himself. And so his way of sort of doing that is by being like, and I'll forgive them. You know, I'll forgive them. They can come back to this side of the fence and I'll forgive them. And in turn, like they'll get money and views and all the things that they want, right? Like, fuck that. Fuck that. You can keep all those views. You can keep all that money, dude. There's not one scenario in life where I would ever, after knowing everything I know, after seeing everything I've seen and being a victim myself, like, would I ever in any capacity ever be on the side of that guy? Not in a fucking, you could not pay me money to do that. Not by a long shot. Nope. I don't blame you. I also sort of cancel in my mind anybody who promotes him, because it's like, if you don't know what I know, or you haven't been listening to what a lot of people have been telling you about what they've experienced personally, like, then you're not paying attention and then you're willfully being ignorant about who he is, or you simply don't care about who he is and you just care about the clicks and views and money more, which speaks volumes to me about your ethics, about what you care about more. And if you were put in a position where you needed to pick between doing what was right and the clicks and the money, that you would pick the clicks and the money. Like, I can't get down with that. I can't do it. I can't. Jody said I think he's trying to divide JFK and Mike and LTL. It's possible. You know, he loves doing that. He loves trying to pit people against one another. It's one of his sort of famous things to do, is like pit this person against this person, or pit everyone against one person by saying a bunch of shit that isn't true, or offering to like be on someone else's side and take down all the blogs. He's offered to take down all the blogs he's written about me, and I told him to go fuck himself. I told his third party, because he often sends like a third person to sort of like mediate, and I told that person to kick fucking rocks and flip-flops. It's not happening. There's no circumstances in which I would talk to that man. I said he can keep it up. He can go fuck himself. The damage is done. Listen, you wouldn't offer to take down everything you've ever written about someone unless you know it's bullshit. Just saying. Unless you know it's bullshit, right? So the damage has been done. You don't get to lie about someone and then later on, when you want information from someone or to use someone, be like, oh, well, take down everything I ever wrote. Like, that ain't gonna work over here. That might have worked with a lot of other people, bub, but I ain't the one. Sorry, not fucking sorry. The damage has been done. Leave it the fuck up, dude. I don't care. The damage is done. You know? Oh, yeah, the usual sermon. We're all one. Karen Reed needs to be in one with me, right? That's his thing. If you're, if you support LTL or Mike or, anyone, then you don't support Karen. That's his usual mantra, right? Which is funny because, like, he is the most anti-Karen person I've ever met. She can't stand him, won't talk to him. He tried to blackmail her. He wiretapped her, and yet he's over here screaming her name every 5 seconds to get attention, James Jackson texted TV about coming on it. I hope not. TV doesn't seem to understand that is a separate show from JFK's. Oh yeah, of course he doesn't understand. Want to know why? Because he doesn't care. He probably never bothered to watch James Jackson's show. Not one time, not ever. That's why, because he doesn't care. It's not that he doesn't understand. He just simply doesn't care. And that's what these people don't get. I would never, after what he did when it came to James, ever give him the fucking time of day again. Not a chance. Not a chance in hell. He did that to hurt James on purpose and lie. Never. Never. Not a chance in hell. Because then you're giving Aiden a second chance to burn you, which he will do. Which he will fucking do. Make no mistake about that. The court of public opinion is very important to me. It's a priority, not uncommon for social media influencers, limited public figures. I think all the YouTubers fighting back are starting to really hurt his brand. Well, let's hope so, because he didn't care about hurting anyone else or their brand or who they are or lying about them. He doesn't care how he's affected my income, my livelihood. All he cared about was covering up his own shit behavior and that people didn't find out that he was who he was, right? A philandering liar. Divide and conquer strategy. Money's always a factor. Oh, he's been buying views for years. For years, he was buying subs and views. And the problem with that is, like, a lot of the time YouTube will catch like fake views. Not always, I guess, but they do have a better algorithm now than they did 10 years ago. I guess it was easier for him 10 years ago to buy them, but there is a way to do it. I would never fucking attempt it, because if they catch you, right, your whole channel can be banned. That's your whole livelihood. Like, why would I risk that for some views and some subs? I'm not doing that. Fuck that, bro. But he's been doing that for a really long time, The only creators he has left on his side are the people who are too afraid to speak up. And that's sad. I mean, I don't want to be friends with people who are afraid of me. That's weird. You know what I mean? Today he was at like 1.5K live viewers instead of the 5 to 6. Well, he's, losing, bottom line, because he's done too much damage to his own reputation with all of his lies. He can't keep them straight anymore. I think I'm not as traumatized since I never watched Aiden. You know what? I would recommend you don't, but of course it's up to you, but I would recommend you don't. We play clips here and it's like, even the glimpses of the clips here, it's like, he's just not, listen, I've dealt with him in real life. Like, he's just not a good person, like in general, right? Like as a human, he's just a shit human. You know what I mean? It's wild. And the usual sermon, if you're against me, you're against Karen Reed and for the House defendant. Yeah, it's getting very old. That whole, like, if you're not supporting the turtle and you don't support Karen Reed, which is just absurd. They're two separate people, right? Two separate people. So you can support one and not support the other. That's like a real thing. Just like you can watch me and support me, but not watch Mike, right? Like maybe you don't support both of us. That's okay, right? Like, or maybe you watch Mike and you don't watch me, right? You support him, but you don't support me. Like that's okay, right? You're allowed to do that, right? Like, and vice versa about it. Who it is, insert anyone's name there, right? For someone to be like, if you don't support that person, then you don't support me. Like, once again, that's about control. It's trying to control the narrative and control that if you don't stick up for me and be in my corner, then you're not for Karen Reed. And if you're perceived to be against Karen Reed, then you're a bad person. Like, that's what he's trying to do with that. Control. Don't fall for it, because if you don't give him that control, he doesn't have that control. And that's a good thing to have that narcissistic radar. It's propaganda. That's all that is. It's propaganda. He does hurt his own brand, but he doesn't even realize it because his ego is so large that he thinks everything he does is everyone's going to see it as good. Even when he does something that's so despicable, in his mind, him doing it makes him look good. It's only when the backlash happens that he's like, oh, shit, maybe they didn't like it. Like, in his mind, everything he says and does is like funny and awesome and the best. Like, unfortunately, that's part of narcissism. It's part of that sort of person that thinks that everything they do is the most amazing and awesome, and it's part of all of that. He has seen a lot of his money and support go to these other channels. Good, because what about all the money and support he took from people's channels that didn't deserve it, right? The nonstop pathological lying is another one. And to be fair, if people who did support him paid even a little bit of attention, they would realize that he tells a story and changes it every time he tells it because he can't remember which lie he's trying to keep up with at that point. JFK also said he himself had been charged with witness intimidation, so I think that affects how he sees the case against TB. But he wasn't charged. They investigated. He wasn't charged. They investigated him for it, but he wasn't charged. There was a FOIA dump that came out that saw that him and other people were investigated for it, but they weren't charged. He always gets the same amount of views. I think others, like the one on vacation, might also boost their views. I heard everybody bowed out of taking Ethel's channel while she was on Cations. Here's a fun fact about Cations. You either do your own live streams while you're on Cations to keep your channel running and whatnot, or you just go on vacation and you don't upload or you don't make videos. That's life, right? You either don't do it because you're on vacation, or you make small ones or short ones while you're on vacation, right? Like, you do that. He tried to say they're working together now. I just want to put out this as a fact. Karen Reed will not talk to Aiden. So if he is claiming that they're working together, he's fucking lying. It's a bold-faced lie. She will not talk to him. Who the fuck is Nick Rocco? Go ask Nick Rocco if they're, quote, working together, okay? Who the fuck is Nick Rocco? Nick Rocco's the guy who's at least going to tell you the truth about that, right? He's going to at least tell you that Karen doesn't want to talk to Aiden and wants nothing to do with Aiden, right? He's a fucking liar. She wants and has nothing to do with him. And so he needs people to believe that he's working with Karen so that he will get that same support that he was getting when he was on her side and all the bad things he did weren't out in the public. He needs that support again because he's getting really, really desperate. And so now he needs everybody to believe that he's working with Karen. I wouldn't be surprised if Karen came out with him saying all that at some point and made a statement like, no, we're not. Because he has no problem lying. You know what I mean? Like, they're not working together. That's not a thing. It's not happening. You know what I mean? It's not a thing. yeah, it will ruin your channel. Like it screws up the algorithm too, because then when you don't have those fake subscribers, right, your numbers are going to go up and down. I wouldn't recommend it, dude. Don't do it. Don't do it. Yep, everybody should always do what's best for themselves, Well, a lot of people are just in fear. They're in, or that's how they roll. But I think it's mostly fear. Fear of losing money and subscribers and all those things. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that people are cowardly enough to be afraid to speak up about his behavior because they're more worried about views. And I'd rather purge those people off my channel. Thankfully they were purged a long time ago, and I've built my channel one by one by some of you amazing people. And I couldn't be happier with the fact that I purged people who were easier to dupe, because I don't want easily duped people who support that kind of behavior on my channel, in my community. I want people who support each other, not just when I'm here, but when I'm not here, who's supporting each other in this community. Well, that's the other thing. It's a pattern. Like anybody with eyeballs can see his pattern. You know what I mean? It can't just be everyone else all the time. It's got to be him. You know what I mean? Yes, it's a control tactic. And yes, it's a very real control tactic. I mean, there could be. Oh yeah, she's still simping for him hard. And that's the other thing. For your own mental health, sometimes people have to be like, yeah, I can't watch this guy anymore. Oh, I love the Lego movie. I love the Lego movie. Thank you, Miss Elisa. He has a tiny, fragile ego. It's all front 101 narcissism. I could not agree more, my friend. I agree, Mike. I agree. Hi, I see you there. Hello, Mike. I agree with you. He's hurting her by lying. You know what I mean? Or you compensate them and write up an agreement. Well, yeah, he loves agreements with third parties. I wouldn't, if I were her, would you? He fucking blackmailed her, tried to blackmail her, and then wiretapped her, and then lied, and then basically tried to force everybody else to lie for him and guilt them into lying for him. And then, of course, after it all comes out, then he's like, I didn't guilt anybody into lying for me. How could they say that I forced them into doing that? He absolutely fucking did, And that's the problem, is some of these people buy it hook, line, and sinker. Well, see, that's ultimately part of my point, Mike, which is like, the things that he does doesn't just hurt his case and him, it hurts Karen too. And then he has the audacity to sit there and say, like, oh, we're working together. No, you're not. Why lie, bro? Why fucking lie? Why lie about that? Why lie? You're not working with Karen. She doesn't like you, bro. She doesn't like you. She won't even talk to you. That's why you're so desperate to have John Camo call you. Stop it. Stop fucking lying, bro. You wanted John to connect that bridge for you. And because he won't, you got mad, right? Get the fuck out of here. He wanted nothing to do with John Camo, was shitting all over him until he saw the picture where John Camo was with Karen at Deitch's office. Then all of a sudden he wants to talk to him. He wants to call him. How dare he not answer the phone? I still have got no phone call back from the sewer turtle, by the way. Are you scared? I mean, I heard we got a little shout out on Sunday. I don't know what it was about, but did you tell everybody you also wouldn't answer my calls because you're a bitch boy? I'm just wondering. Just asking for a friend here. Asking for a friend. She's tied to him in ways that he can hurt her. Unfortunately for her, she made her bed. I don't think she can speak. Well, that's the other problem. If she does speak against him, it could hurt her cases too. So really she's really not going to, I don't think she's going to be able to say anything, And yeah, he does want he wants to make sure he's not the only person that goes down for the shit he did. Make no mistake about that. That is something he's been extremely vocal about, is the fact that he doesn't believe he should be the only one. And make no mistake, he would have no problem if other people went down with him. It would make him feel better as a narcissist for other people to have to pay the price for what he did, because he wouldn't be alone. I mean, I guess you can, not forgive him and still not want him to go to prison. I think he belongs in prison. You commit the crime, bro, you do the time, right? Like, I committed a crime back in the day. I had drugs. Guess what? I did the time. That's how it fucking works. Commit the crime, do the time. Like, it's how the system works, right? Yeah, I mean, the fact that he would lie at this point and say they're working together when he damn well knows she's never talking to him again, like, I don't know how anybody believes him when he says that shit. I really don't understand it. Like, if you're believing him when he says that, like, you really, really, really have to be willfully ignorant at that point. You have to be willfully ignorant. She wants nothing to do with him, bro. Come on, Yeah, I don't know. I haven't watched, so I cannot confirm that. I love that quote though, that you have to stand for something or you'll fall for anything, because I do believe it pertains to like him in general, right? Yeah, Jess Machado, she's on her vacations. My double negative sentence just negated my comment. That's okay. I am sure he would benefit. I am sure he would benefit him as well. The Netflix doc coming out just before his trial is kind of glorious. Oh, it's very glorious. It's going to be amazingly glorious. Okay, make no mistake that Netflix doc, he thinks because his name or like his likeness of what he did is in it, people are gonna be like, oh, let's go check out the sewer turtle. And yeah, he might get some hate views. He might get a few bucks for some hate views, right? But ultimately, what it's going to do, it's going to show the world what a huge piece of human garbage he is. And that is not good for your overall brand and long-term growth, sir. Actually, it's very bad. And some of the people who follow you at some point are going to have to come to the realization that, like, not everything is a lie and fabricated when it's something bad about him. As a matter of fact, nobody needs to make anything up about him because he does all sorts of bad all by his lonesome, right? But yeah, he has to lie for the public perception. The fact that people believe him is where my brain just like wants to explode, you know? Anybody who collabs with him at this point is doing so at their own risk. Not smart. I agree it's not smart, but some of these people like Brother Counsel have no problem simping for him, or Rebecca Lavoie. Like, you guys are dumb as hell, especially because y'all don't live here. Y'all didn't see behind closed doors. Y'all didn't see what me or Mike or Brian or Nan or any of these people did. You have no idea what actually happened in this scenario, that scenario, this scenario. I do, right? I do. So y'all are simping for a man not only you don't know, but that is lied to your faces and to the public hundreds, if not thousands of times at this point, to hide his own bad behavior. And it's all going to come out. So you're going to explain away every single fucking lie he told you. And every time you backed him up on your streams and were snarky to other people when they were trying to give you facts and truth. Like, what are you going to do when all of it comes out? Say it's all fake? The court brought in all fake shit, right? He didn't actually do that. He didn't actually say that. Like, what are you going to do at that point? You're making your credibility look bad. Your credibility goes down the fucking tube when it all comes out. Like, you're going to look like the fucking asshole. Like, they just don't care, I guess. I don't know. Like, I don't fucking know. They apparently just don't care. I don't get it. I think she doesn't really have a choice, right? If you think about it, like, if she comes out and says, like, I'm not talking to him and I won't talk to him, that damages her case too. So she either says nothing, right? Or if she says, like, he's a piece of shit and I will never talk to him again because he did these things to me, then, like, that doesn't help her case. And if she comes out and lies and says, yep, I'm working with him, like, that doesn't help her case either. It's bad. So, like, what choice would she really have other than to say nothing? And make no mistake, Karen will never speak to him again. So this idea that she's working with him and this thought that he keeps putting out there for people to eat is simply for his own benefit. It's to make people think that they need to support him to support her. It's fucking wild. You know what I mean? Why lie that you're telling a fly to get down? We know he was talking to a dog. We even see days later TV lies about crap he doesn't even need to. So that's the point, right? The man, and this is why I often use the he'll lie about whether he went pee 5 minutes ago or not. Because why lie about something so mundane? So something so stupid, something we all can see and hear. We're not fucking dumb, right? But yet he pretends everyone's so stupid that no one knows. You know, you're running with a fucking can or a glass cleaner and you're screaming, get down, and you're spraying it, but you're talking to a dog. I got him, he's dead. But you're talking about a dog. Did you kill a dog? Like, what? I mean, for people to believe that, you have to be willfully blind and ignorant. Okay? Willfully blind and ignorant. It's wild. You don't want to know why? I think I got a lot of pent up aggression. You know, I do. No, it wasn't a dog. It was flies. But I think he might have tried to make people believe it's like his girlfriend's dog or something, because that's the only person who has a dog. He can't handle a dog. But yes, I am on a little bit of fire. My apologies. I probably pent up aggression and just emotion. You know, I've had a very emotional last couple days, you know, like really emotional last couple days and a couple weeks to come. So it's just like, I got a lot of pent up emotion. And also there's a lot of shit that happened in the last 2 days that I wasn't here for that just really fucking makes me go like, what the fuck is wrong with people? Like, what in the actual fuck is wrong with people? There's a clip actually that I'm going to play from the other day of him. And it's a perfect sort of clip on who he is and what he thinks behind closed doors that people don't even realize. Okay. Is this it? Yes, this is it, I believe. Okay. Before I play this clip, can we all do me a favor and just go smash the like button? I'd appreciate that. I would. You just punch it in the face and replace its teeth with chiclets. Always keep that box of chiclets in your pocket. So you need to replace anybody's teeth with them, you can just hand them over the box of chiclets when you're done. You know, it's fine. And then smash the subscribe button if you're not already subscribed to the channel. We would appreciate that. If you'd like to donate to the channel, I know I've been gone for 2 days, so we're probably missing some people here today, and that's okay. You can do so one of a bunch of different ways. We would appreciate it. We can use all the support we can get, especially this month. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, Chime. We have our Justice Chat link. Our Justice Chat link is pinned to the top of chat. It's in the description of the video, and that works for any credit, debit, Apple Pay, Google Pay. All of those options work for our Justice Chat link. And then we have Chime and Revolut, which are the same tags as our Cash App and Venmo. And we have an Amazon wish list in our description, which I'm going to be adding like back to school stuff for the kids. Cause like, yeah, I forgot all about that, and that's got to happen soon. So that's fun. All right. Now, this is so bad. This clip is so bad. He's emotionally attached to her name so he can make money. That's it. He knows the money comes with her name. And so he will never, not one show have I had a clip of that he has not said her name. I kind of want to go back and like type into the ask how many times does he say Karen Reed in this one video, and then go through a bunch of videos and see how many times. There's not one that I've seen that he didn't invoke her name or John's name, which have nothing to do with his case, right? Like John has nothing to do with his case. Did you not see what he did to a stuffed animal, Sassy? Do you not remember? Do you not remember the Raggedy Ann doll? We all remember the Raggedy Ann doll, you know? Well, that's the other thing, to get a reaction out of people. You know what I mean? Yeah, sometimes I just gotta let it out, you know? Let's give him something to talk about. How about love? Okay, I'm not gonna sing. I'm not a good singer, okay? I'm like tone deaf. I am not gonna go to American Idol today. They don't want to know. If they did, they would ask me about it. There's much I haven't reported to protect. So me too. I mean, we've talked, you know, like there's a lot of things that like, and I've said this to my, viewers many times, where there's a lot of things that we simply just can't say, either because it would lead back to a certain person who would then be harassed, right? And their safety would be at risk. And I would never do that, right? Or that it's just not the right time and their legal system has got to work itself out. And I don't want to interject into any legal case and give any like heads up about certain things. You know what I mean? The little ones in Australia snack. Which one? I got the burger rings. The ones that taste like Fun. We got the Cheetos cheese balls with cheese and bacon. We have Cheezels. Twisties, cheese twisties. I would guess probably like cheese puffs in a way.
Yeah, I didn't like the cheese.
You didn't eat the cheese puff.
I ate
These ones, yeah, but you didn't try these ones. These are different. And then these chips are sweet chili and sour cream. You might like that. That one's, I don't think you like that one. That one's honey soy chicken chips. You can try them, but I don't think you like that one. I think you might like the sweet chili ones because you like a little bit of kick. Or either the Cheezels or the Twisties. She's gonna try it. I think she's gonna like it. These are Australia snacks. Ooh, baby, sound like a barky dog. All right, how are they?
Hold on, I just chewed them.
I'm dying to know. I haven't tried them yet. I'm on the silent.
Oh,
Ooh, they look good. I like them.
they taste like
Barbecue, kind of.
normal barbecue.
They taste like barbecue and sour cream together.
I don't know if sour cream tastes like.
Delicious. Yeah, you do. You like the orange ones that are sour cream and cheese. Those are the same, except sour cream ones don't have cheese on them. These are good. You want those? Oof, barky dog here. She likes the sweet chili ones. I like them too. They're good. They are good. All right. Yeah, he had the stupid dog, not stupid dog, but like he had the dog for 3 days and he couldn't even, care for it. And that's like part of my point, which is a lot of these people that simp for him don't want to know the truth, because if they did, they would ask one of us, right? But if they ask one of us, then they're a perceived enemy because they talk to one of us, right? So they're too afraid to even want to talk to one of us to know the full truth. What does that tell you? It tells you they don't want the truth, right? They just want to do what they do. I do agree with some creators. I don't want a person to go to jail. The difference is if the person did the crime, they should do the time. I agree with you, right? Like, I don't think everyone should go to jail for every tiny little stupid thing. I don't believe that, right? As someone who's been screwed over by the system myself, I don't believe that. I've also worked in the system, but if you very clearly have done the crime, like, on video and audio, and you've also tried to put crimes off on other people, like, what would have happened if Mike put out that wiretapped audio that was altered? He could have been charged with dissemination of wiretapping, and the fact that it was, because Aiden would have never admitted to altering it himself. He would have put that on Mike. He'd have been like, I didn't alter it. That must have been him. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Prove it, right? He would have had no problem. And that was his point, right? That's why he wanted Mike to put it out and not himself. He wants a third party to do it so that when, the chickens come to roost, per se, he's not the one hanging on the hook for it, in the smash room or an axe throwing night. Well, I do what I do at night with my hubby. We do calisthenics. Calisthenics. The dog was barking when the subpoena came. Well, that's the girlfriend's dog. But the day he was like screaming at the flies, there was no dog there. You know what I mean? The subpoena day, maybe, but not the day that he was like doing the whole get down, die, because he was, again, running around with the cleaner and explaining to everybody how he was killing the flies with said cleaner. You know what I mean? Oh, you didn't see the stuffed animal thing? Oh, God, you don't want to. It was bad. It was so bad. Yeah, I believe he is just irredeemable. And I agree with you, Quit. I feel like he's just one of those people that are simply irredeemable. And I don't believe that there's a lot of people that are irredeemable. He just happens to be one of those people. Why did he try to claim he had posts? He did not try to claim. Did he really? Maybe because of his moobs. Moobs. Maybe it's moobs. Maybe it's moobs. Maybe he thinks postpartum moobs. Postpartum for a man. Get the fuck out of here. Perhaps if he pays more attention to his fans and supporters, that may be beneficial. He's so grumpy. Well, that's the other thing. He shits on anybody that makes any comment he doesn't like, right? If he doesn't agree, actually not even not like. So say, for instance, one of you didn't agree with me on something. And you were like, respectfully, Elise, like, I don't agree with that, but, we're all entitled. He can't even handle that. If someone says that to him, he pulls the comment up and goes, get them out of here. They must be supporter of Mike or BLT. We got to get these people out of here. We can't do it. We can't have these people here. Could have been somebody who was supportive of him, sent him money. He doesn't know, right? He doesn't care. He doesn't give a shit. That's the difference, is they don't seem to realize that he doesn't give a shit. Axe throwing is fun, although I'm not very good at it. I'm not very good at that one. Well, he doesn't have a dog, but his girlfriend does, in fact, have a dog. She has a dog. I did not get Tim Tams yet. No, I think that's coming with the chocolate. We didn't do chocolate yet because it's too hot here, and it takes a long while to come from Australia to me. At least when someone packages it up and sends it from them. So it would have melted unless we figure out a way to like keep everything cool while it's being shipped. We're gonna have to wait until it's like cooler here because it's winter there, so it would be fine. But here, it's hot, so it'll melt. We got to figure out a way to keep everything cool. We haven't done chocolates yet. She bought the chocolates. We haven't got them here yet. I had to build a Target on my farm. Oh, that'd be so fun. Oh, I'm going to have to visit your farm one day. That would be so fun. I'm just like, I am one with nature. I'm very sad I did not get to go to Saco down the river in Maine this year because that's where I feel like the most at home. Is like in nature like that, and just like floating down that river is like the most relaxing thing I can freaking think of ever. And it's just like one of my most favorite things to do. And I only get to do it once a year. So I always look really, really forward to it. And I didn't get to do it this year. And it sucks because like, I always feel so zen when I'm there, it's just like nature. Like I love being in nature. And obviously in the winter here, you can't do shit. And in the heat, I'm not very good in the direct heat anymore because of my pots and stuff. So being in the water, I'm automatically cooled. My butt is in the water the whole time. So I don't overheat like I would if I was trying to like take a hike or something, you know? I think he's got mommy issues. I can honestly say I do not give a crap, and I refuse to give it any space in my brain to figure out my opinion. I understand respectful size for some strange reason. That's because you're a normal human, girl. They can't watch a show. It's like pulling teeth. They only see clips on X. What on earth is going on with the flies? A lot is going on with the flies. He apparently forgot to take his trash out. I don't know. He's not very good at this thing. They just swallow why Fly Master serves them. Pretty much. Yeah, well, see, there's caveats. He has a pattern of behavior in the law where it's supposed to protect victims when they record because they're being threatened, right? There is supposed to be a protection in the law for that. The problem is if you have him and his attorneys, you know, hammering away at a prosecutor, giving a false story about what actually happened, and they charge someone, like, they've ended up dropping at least 3 that I have seen publicly, charges against victims of people who recorded abusers while they were, you know, being threatened and stuff. Then they charged the victims, and the victims' stories came out publicly, and basically the prosecutors were basically shamed into dropping those charges. It's not the same as Aiden recording people to use as blackmail later on, as he has done on several occasions, okay? Or to humiliate them. It is not the same. Those two things are not the same. Tomato, tomato, right? Potato, potato. Like, they are not the same at all. He tried to not only set up Mike, he's tried to have Lindsay falsely charged, tried to have Meredith falsely charged. Like, we could go on and on. He's had Kylie and Ashley both falsely charged, and they both had to fight years of cases to ultimately have them both dismissed, because in Ashley's case, they proved with the private investigator that he wrote an email to himself and claimed it was her, right? And brought it into court, again, bringing false evidence into court. There's paperwork of all of this. There's proof of all of this. I've seen all of this already, right? So, like, years people have to fight the system because he's doing things like writing emails to himself using fake names and saying it's you, right? In the same way that he tried to have Lindsay charged falsely, right? Because he didn't tell the full truth to the cops. And when the cops took her phone and saw the extraction and saw all the evidence, well, that investigation ended right there, right? It was the day he said, he yelled get down at the flies a bunch of times. I was like, why are we yelling get down at flies? You know? I think both Turtle and Karen have lost followers because, well, I mean, I think anyone would lose followers if you can pick up on the fact that the man literally lies through his teeth, like one sentence after the other. He said he's not covering. Yeah, he said it's boring, I heard. What? I mean, I don't think he really thinks it's boring. I think he doesn't cover cases because he doesn't understand them. And he can't explain to his audience what anything means or what they're supposed to do. Because even reading like legal papers is boring. He admitted at one point that he still at that point had not read all of the filings in the Karen Read case, even while he was covering it, because it was, quote, boring. He only read the parts that someone sent to him and said, okay, this is the important part. He did not read the full thing. You cannot get the full context unless you read the whole thing, right? And a filing doesn't make something true on either side, right? There's got to be backed up evidence for it, you know? How does this disgusting person get into you know what, girl, manipulation, you know? Yeah, exactly. It's not about him. That's the other reason why it's boring to him, because yeah, it's not all about him. He has to have everything all about him. He doesn't realize that postpartum is hormonal, not a mental issue. He doesn't understand anything. That's part of the problem. Is the man's not very smart. For a guy who was a teacher, it's horrifying. Horrifying. It's not about him, and so it's boring. Absolutely, 100%. Yeah, everything is a win to him, though. Remember, even when he's losing, he tells everybody it's a win. You know, I think he seeks out people who are either having a hard time in their lives or had a hard time in their lives, or he lies. You know. I know. Listen, I love a good venture into the forest after the snowfall happens. As a matter of fact, sometimes they plow out with like not like an actual plow, but like it's almost like a skid steer. And they put like this little plow on the thing of it. And some trails over near like Blue Hills, they will like do. And I have thankfully been down a few of those in the wintertime, and it's beautiful. It's so beautiful. I have yet to like be able to like do a camping thing in the winter, which has always been on my bucket list of things to do, because snow is extremely beautiful, especially in nature, you know, like just in the middle of just the woods, you know. Nature itself is one of those things that like I found some zen in, you know. I did. I found some zen in it. It makes me just feel good, you know. They do recreate the abuse they suffered. That does happen. Not always do the abusers suffer abuse, but a lot of times when they do recreate it and victimize other people. I described everything to my husband and he says, wiretapping for sure. Well, I mean, he is still trying to sort of like shit on the victim in New Jersey, right? He's just wild to me. I agree. He's a menace to society. Oh yeah, it's overt. His narcissism is clearly like out on full display. You know, one time he said that he's not a narcissist. Get ready for it because this is so funny to me. He said he's not a narcissist because if he was a narcissist, he wouldn't think of the flaws that he has basically in himself, right? He wouldn't be self-conscious about like when he feels icky about himself. And it's like, bro, that's exactly what a narcissist does. What the fuck are you talking about? Right? He couldn't even admit that that's why he claimed that he wasn't a narcissist because, you know, he's insecure is what he said. Insecurity is part of narcissism, right? Being very insecure. He's like, I'm insecure really sometimes, so I can't be a narcissist. Like, bro, do you realize insecurity is part of being a narcissist, you fucking idiot? Well, that's the problem is he's gotten away with shit, so he just thinks he'll forever get away with it, you know? Well, that's the other thing. He was never a true crime channel. He'll never be a true crime channel. And that's the other thing. He didn't research anything. Everything was given to him. He didn't bother to check in on any of it, you know? And many people didn't watch him. A lot of those 25K followers, he could barely get, you know, a couple hundred to watch him. It's wild. Yep. You know, it absolutely doesn't need it. It does happen sometimes, but it doesn't need it. Somebody could live a perfectly normal life and still be a narcissist. It's weird as fuck, you know? He won the lottery with her handing. Well, he did, but then he ruined it, right? Like, because no normal person would keep behaving like this shit. It's wild to me. And when I show you guys this clip, some of you guys are going to be like, that's what he thinks in real life. You know? Well, that's the other thing. You'd actually have to do some work, Space Ghost. And we know that he doesn't want to do any work. He wants to be spoon-fed everything and just regurgitate it without ever having to do any of the work. And that's unfortunately not how shit works. You have to actually be responsible and do research, you know? It's wild. Well, that's the other thing. They're not there for your fucking entertainment. This is another family suffering and pain. You know? Boring? It's boring to you? Cool. A father and a mother lost 3 children. The mother was trying to, at some point, get some help, and they just kept throwing medications. Like, it's sad. The whole story is sad. Nothing is boring about it. It's fucking sad, and it destroyed many lives. To say it's boring, it just shows you what kind of person he is. You know what I mean? Yeah, he doesn't cover trials. He never really did. And he doesn't know how to even comment on them correctly. You know what I mean? Because he doesn't know what he's talking about. Well, his mother a couple times told him he was a narcissist, and he got so angry with that. It's like, well, she kind of called you out, you know? Oh my God, I remember Dennis the Menace. I love Dennis the Menace. That and Bobby's World. Who remembers Bobby's World? I used to love that cartoon as a kid. Exactly. People who are narcissists are like, I'm not a narcissist. I could never be a narcissist. They oftentimes talk about how they're not a narcissist. It's like, I don't need to talk about how I'm not a narcissist because I'm not a narcissist. So like, I have empathy, a lot of it. Sympathy, care, like compassion for other people. They don't possess those things, right? And I don't need to talk about how I'm not a narcissist. It just shows in my own behavior. You know what I mean? Like, weird. It is a very, very sad trial. It was hard. I was going to cover the trial front to back. And then like I missed the first day. And then like I watched the first day and I was like, I don't think I can do this. Like I myself can pretty much cover any trial. But like the postpartum aspect of it really hits me in my feels. Like I had the baby blues postpartum with my oldest, and my sister had it with her oldest. Hers was a little worse than mine. I had like the very end spectrum there of like baby blues, just a little stressy and depressy. But I just like, I can't, like, there's no, like for my own like sanity, like I can watch like tidbits of it and catch up on it, but in real time, like I can't, it's too emotional for me. it's one of the ones I've been interested in for a while to see like the evidence and whatnot. But like for me, I just decided for my own mental health, like I can't do it. I can't. There's too much stuff going on right now in my family with medical, and I can't do it. He said when he wants someone to get cancer and die, he's only joking. That's a fucking lie. As we know, he very much was like, team cancer. Who fucking cares? Now his own mother died of cancer, and now people are criticizing him because his own mother died of cancer, and now he wants to try to pull it back. It's the same shit he does all the time. Oh, I was just kidding, guys. It was just a joke. I just said team cancer is a joke. Even though he reiterated that several times and then went after Lisa after we did the fundraiser for her. Fuck him. Okay? I was happy to do a 50-50 for her. Like if it was anybody else who needed that help, it would have done it for them too, right? Like regardless of my scenario or my situation, like if someone else needs help, I'm happy to do what I can. I might not be able to donate a ton myself financially, but if I can get people together to want to help her, like I'm more than happy to do it. Like to me, it's like he doesn't even take the initiative to like care about anyone or do anything. Wasn't Problem Child the one with Chucky? Wasn't that the first one with Chucky? Evil people never think they're evil. Yeah, it's wild to me the way that they make themselves believe that they're just normal and everyone else isn't. You know, it's definitely sad. It's very sad. All right, you guys have to watch this clip because this is pretty bad. This is exactly what he thinks of people in real life. Okay, I just want everyone to know this is what goes through his process in his mind when he's home. You know, or the thoughts that he makes privately to people, but never publicly. And in this clip, he basically tells the world exactly what he thinks of not just Brian and LTL and Nan and anyone he doesn't like, but like everyone, like everyone. It's pretty hard to listen to because he's such a horrible person, but it has to be played because people need to understand what kind of fucking human they're dealing with. No normal human gets on a live stream and says any of this shit.
Embrace it. Embrace the hate. It feels so good to hate people. That's what Jesus taught me. Revenge. Revenge, Jesus tells you to embrace the hate. Going inside their souls and just ripping out their souls and holding it and spiking it and doing that to my enemies is who I am. It's what I live for. It's my bloodlust. I love it. I love it. And then not just for them. I want it for their children. If they haven't, I want them to suffer. I want them to hate their lives. They are terrorists. They are evil. They are the enemy. And no matter how much hatred you have for them, I assure you, it is not enough. You should hate them more. And that goes for the McAlberts. That goes to all these. It is embrace the hate. Embrace it. Embrace the hate. It feels so good to hate people. That's what Jesus taught me. Revenge. Revenge, Jesus.
There's something, right? This is cult leader behavior. That's exactly what a cult leader would say. Like, I'm sorry, what? And that's exactly what it is. He tries to walk things back when he gets backlash all the time. When he gets too much backlash, he's like, I was just kidding. Remember the basement comment where he's like, I make a ton of money. I sold out the Wilbur and Karen Reed lives in her basement. So fuck her, basically. And he was like, I was just kidding. Anybody listening to that at the time, and I listened to it live, knows he was not fucking kidding. He was raging out. He was screaming. He was yelling. Like there was no kidding happening there. Right. But later on, after people were calling him out for it, he's like, well, just kidding. I was a joke. Like nothing about it was a joke. He walked it back because he's an unhinged lunatic and he saw what was happening. Like look at his face when he says this shit, bro. Like I want them to hate their children. Like what? I want it to go to their children. And this is what I mean when I say like, when I first had to deal with this lunatic and his fucking minions, like it did affect my children and that should never happen. Okay. I would never want that for his children. I fucking can't stand him. He's a horrible, deplorable human being. I think he's a fucking oxygen thief. I think he belongs in prison doing fucking hard labor on a chain gang. All right. That's what I think. But I would never wish for his children anything but well wishes. They're children. They didn't ask for that. Right. They didn't ask for him. They didn't get to choose their father, unfortunately. Right? Cuckoo. Right? Jesus does not teach any of that. My Grammy is very, she's a God-fearing woman and a God-loving woman. She says that, you know, Jesus has a plan. God's got a plan. You know, that's what she tells me. I'm more spiritual than I am religious, But this is cult leader shit. Jesus told me revenge. Have revenge, Jesus. Like, this is wild. Do you think he talks so tough because he's actually pooping his pants? That is correct, girl. That is so correct. Usually, when he's talking tough like this, it's because behind the scenes, he is texting and calling people endlessly, freaking out about what's going to happen to him. Okay? Make no mistake, you'll see another fundraiser pop up at some point. Real soon. Okay? He just can't help himself. He can't help himself. That's what I'm saying. Like, how miserable of a human being do you have to be deep inside to talk like this? Like, how? Me too, girl. Me too. Sometimes you just need a break. It's it's unfortunate. Like, I wish I did have like paid vacation. I'll tell you right now, I'd be on a fucking vacation right this very minute because it can be a lot. It can be a lot. And unfortunately, this is my livelihood and how I pay my bills. So I don't really have that choice. And I don't have like a regular 9 to 5. So I can't just be like, hey, use my vacation time this week because I need like a mental health break. I need it bad. I need to use that vacation time. That's not an option for me. Even missing the last 2 days was like a no for me. I'm now very, very behind. But I think it's important for those of you that can to take that break because this is the shit that he feeds into people's souls. Okay. And he means it. Make no mistake. This isn't a joke. Later on, he can say, oh, I was just kidding. Like, none of this is exactly what he talks like in real life about. Like, this is who he is. All of that right there is who he, I mean, let's look at his face. I want you to see the pure like rage and sickness in his face.
This tells you to embrace the hate, going inside their souls and just ripping out their souls and holding it. And
look at his face, dude. Like, is it just hurting people? Love it. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Well, now he's calling himself, the revenge Jesus. Okay, calling yourself anything Jesus is loopy as fuck and cult leader vibes. Okay, like, what is happening here?
Spiking it and doing that to my enemies.
He's gritting his teeth, doing it to my enemies and their children, because that's like that. Why the fuck are you bringing anybody's kids into anything? You are a weirdo. You're a fucking weirdo. Why talk about anyone's children? Yeah, fucking weirdo.
It's who I am. It's what
listen to him. Believe him. It's who he is. Revenge is who he is. Now, does he think that this is going to bode well for him in his cases? I'm just wondering. Make no mistake, none of his future cellmates are going to be afraid of him. As a matter of fact, he's the one who cries like a bitch boy that he needs to go to medical because he's afraid. Okay, he's very, very afraid. Again, this I'm so tough and I'm so fear me, hear me roar. I'm so tough. I'm the shooter. Behind closed doors, he's doing this.
Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
Let's all remember. That's what he's doing when a camera is not on him, right? Crying like a bitch boy on the floor, wanting his baby back, bitch, right? Like a bitch boy. He's not this, ooh, revenge, tough, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's what he thinks about people. That's what he hopes happens to people. That's what he enjoys, is hurting people. But when the consequences come a knocking, what he's doing at home is,
can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
Can you imagine what this is going to do for his cases? You think this clip isn't going to make it? Come on. Yeah, he's punching the air. He's very tough. He's very tough. This is not a kid-friendly show, though. Like, this is not a kid-friendly show. This is not a kid-friendly show. When I click on whether it's a kid-friendly show or not, my thing says, no, not a kid-friendly show. It's 18 and over. So my content does not show up on YouTube Kids for a reason, because I do cuss, and that's life. I cannot promise to keep it PG. Sorry, cannot promise that.
I
Not how I do my
live
show.
for. It's my bloodlust. I love it. I love it. And then not just for them. I want it for their children. If they haven't, I want them to suffer. I want them to hate.
He wants them to suffer because he's a sick, demented weirdo. Sick, demented weirdo. sick, demented weirdo. Sadly, I've actually thought about this. If he hits all the 7 deadly sins or not, it's a very real. Yeah, it's not going to happen. I mean, are you new here? I mean, it's weird. It's weird, bro. Like you're asking a content creator to do something you want them to do. That's awfully strange and weird. I don't know what planet. Try asking him to do that and see how that works out for you. He'll tell you to go die in a hole, and then he'll do like the fake dirt thing, you know, like the whole die in a hole, die in a hole, die in a hole.
Their lives.
You should
They
probably
are
not
terrorists.
be allowing your children to watch my show because this is not a kid-friendly show, right? This is literally on YouTube as a not kid-friendly show. Why it does not show up on YouTube Children's.
They are evil. They are the enemy. And no matter how much hatred you have for them, I assure you, it is not enough. You should hate them more. And that goes for the McAlberts. That goes through all these. It is embrace
It's
the
for
hate.
everyone. It's embrace the
it.
wild. He's just like asking his entire audience to like do what he wants. Like do all the hateful things and get on the hateful train. Right? Like all aboard the hate train. Choo choo, bitches. You should just start screaming yeehaw. Yeehaw. Yeehaw, bitches. Yeehaw. Yeehaw. I mean, really. Like he's expecting a round of applause after that whole scenario here. You know what I'm saying? Like what in the actual frickety fuck is going on here? That also works. Yes, correct. Okay, so, all right. We have to see some of the actual crash out. Hold on. There was an actual, wait, I got to find, hold on. I have to read this tweet to you. I forget who wrote it. I bookmarked it because it was very well, but I bookmarked it on my phone. And sometimes it just doesn't. I think it was Natalie that posted it, I feel like. Okay, it was. Here it is, right here. Yes, they do. Right, this is a parent-friendly show. He sounds ridiculous, like someone in a bad telenovela. Bad telenovela. When I used to like skip through that channel because they have it on Sling TV. I used to have Sling, and my husband would be like, "Are they for real right now?" Like it's some of the telenovelas are just so bad. They're so bad. They're so dramatic. It's so freaking dramatic. So freaking dramatic. I have to read this tweet to you because this was part of his crash out this morning. Today? Yeah, this morning. So we're going to take a little look at that because it's quite funny, actually. It's very comedic. Okay? Very, very comedic. Yes, I agree that everybody deserves representation. But, and there's a but to this, right? But most defense attorneys at this point, right? At this point, in his cases at least, would have been like, dude, listen, you won't listen to your lawyers. You won't take our legal advice. You have done, hey, girl, I was about to read your tweet because it was a good one. Then we got to watch that crash out because it's crazy. That he essentially has done so much damage to his own case by not taking his lawyers, recommendations and not doing what they tell him to do. Either that or they're very bad at their job and they just don't tell them not to do things. So it's wild to me because most self-respecting attorneys at some point will say, listen, I would love to continue to represent you, but you're doing so much damage to your own case and you won't take our legal advice. So we can't in good conscience represent you anymore because you're destroying all of our legal arguments that we would have had. Right. And so you're going to have to find another attorney to cover this, right? So a self-respecting attorney at some point, instead of seeing him as a piggy bank, would have said, you've done so much damage to your own cases by not taking our advice that we can't represent you anymore, right? And I mean, the ethically challenged Bradel, he's another story because of his issues that he's already dealing with the BBO complaints, with hiding evidence as a prosecutor while someone sat in jail for almost 20 years. So like he was already ethically challenged I think Bederow's problem is he essentially tries to like copy what Bradel does in a very Bederow way, if that makes sense. And, you know, all the letters and the throwing in things that are completely irrelevant to anything whatsoever and are essentially just going to piss a judge off. It's like you have to know when to and when to not, right? And essentially what I think is they use him essentially like a piggy bank. He's just a piggy bank to them. And if I'm a self-respecting attorney, I bow out of this at some point because my reputation, my credibility means something. And I can't keep arguing ridiculous, nonsensical things that don't make any sense and have no basis in reality whatsoever because my client won't listen to my, you know, things that I'm telling him to do and not do, you know? Just like me, my friend, I love the sarcasm, you know? Oh, he's definitely worried. 100% worried, you know? 100%. Hold on, guys. I gotta give my kiddo a Tylenol here. She's got a little bit of headache. She's got that little barky cough. So let me see it, baby. You got a water? Get yourself a drink. Sorry, guys. Well, I mean, that's the other thing, though. Even if they were banking on Deech winning, I'm gonna, you know, no, he's not ahead. So when they did a recent like poll, they had only polled like 98 people or something like that. It was a very low amount of people, and it's like, bro, where are you poll? Like, you can't do skewed polls and then run by those, right? I highly doubt Deech will win this election. I will tell you that. Number one, let me tell you what Deech refuses to tell people, right? Which is that he cannot, even if he was elected today, okay? He does not take over until January of 2027, all right? And the problem is he cannot go into an ongoing case, all right, and say, hey, I'm pulling this. So he can't go into Aiden's case and say, we're dropping this, right? Not only would that be completely unethical, right? But he doesn't have the power to do that. All right. He does not have the power to go in first day and go, oh, we're not going to do that anymore. So what people keep asking him, his answer is always the same. I'll always take a look at it. Why do you think it is that he won't say anything other than I'll take a look at it? Because ethically, he cannot change Aiden's case. He cannot stop his trial. He can't stop his charge. He can't do any of it. It would be completely unethical and would raise some very serious questions and probably get him kicked out of office really quickly and recalled. That's not a thing. So anybody who thinks that like Deech being elected is somehow going to solve Aiden's problems, it's not. Deech knows that. He knows that. And I don't know why he's sort of leading people on. It would be completely unethical. Anything that you learned while working for the federal government in the U.S. Attorney's Office, you are not allowed to use in any other case. So if he said, oh, I have knowledge of X, Y, and Z while I was investigating all these cases in the federal government, I'm going to bring them down to this level. And these are the reasons why we're going to drop these prosecutions. You can't do that. It's not allowed. right? So he can't go into the office and just drop Aiden's charges. That's not going to happen, number one. Number two, Aiden's trial is in December of 2026. The new DA does not take over until January of 2027. Once again, he can't just come in and go, up, dropping that case, dropping that case, dropping that case. But it's seriously ethically challenged, bro, okay? Yes, November. The primaries, I think, are September, and then November would be the ultimate voting there. But no, Deitch can't go in and drop Aiden's case. I don't know why anybody is leading him to believe that can happen, because it can't. This is why, and you can ask Deitch yourself if you're a fan of his, maybe get on his little, tweeting channel there he has on his Twitter and ask him, because he will not answer in any other way other than playing sort of word games by saying, I will always take a look at it. That's the only reason why he always answers that. That is misleading. And that's a problem for me. You're misleading people, right? By saying that you'll take a look at it. You can't even take a look at it. That would be a serious ethical issue and is not allowed. So I don't know why you'd say, like, it's an ongoing case that's going to be ended before January of 2027 anyway, number one. Number two, it's a conflict, so he would never be able to work on anything that had anything to do with Aiden. So it's like, he's misleading people when he says, like, I'll take a look at everything. He can't. There's nothing he can do in that aspect. And he knows that. But I guess leading people to believe something else, I guess, helps your campaign money. I don't know. I think there was one candidate, one that I saw, which I appreciated, that Mike had on his channel, that after I had told everyone that already, she got on Mike's channel and reiterated that, like, Deitch can't promise to do any of those things, which he hasn't, which he's only used vague, oh, I'll take a look at it, because he ethically would not be allowed to, and there are certain things that he can't do. Deitch is not going to solve Aiden's problem. He can't drop his case. So I don't know why he's banking on that either. Oh, who cares about misspellings? We're not the spelling Gestapo, my dear. Listen, I make typos all the time. I have arthritic hands. They hurt. I don't care. I usually tweet from my phone and not the computer. So I make them all the time. And I'm like, listen, it's not a college dissertation. It's a tweet. So I don't fucking care if things are misspelled or whatever. I don't give a shit, because, like, my keyboard on my phone is so fucking small, dude. And my phone is very old. So it often, when I'm typing, will touch the button next to it, like the one in front of it, next to it, above it, so I just type it all out and then I hit send without even looking. And then I'll realize later on that it will, like, touch the letter next to it, or it, like, auto corrected into, like, a completely different word that I wasn't trying to use. Like, it's not a college dissertation. I don't give a shit. No worries. And yeah, you said in this tweet that it was only 20 minutes of watching him this morning, which is wild. So wild. So fucking wild. Oh, he's definitely worried. But no, he's not ahead. Hello, Donnie Not Wahlberg. Nice to see you. I don't think he's going to win. He just doesn't have the votes here. In Norfolk County, he simply doesn't. Moving to Quincy didn't actually help him any. As a matter of fact, I'm from there, and a lot of people in that area are like, we don't love that he bought a house here, and then he's like going to all these, like, community events and then, like, using it as a photo op, right? He's not there to actually help. He takes a photo, stands around for like 20 minutes and leaves. Like, no one in Quincy loves that. They're like, this is just not only not being honest, but, like, no, we don't, like, stop misrepresenting as if, like, this is your home and you've loved it forever. Like, no, they don't love it. They don't like him. So, I mean, it is what it is, He had a dog for 3 days, and then he gave it back because he realized that a puppy needs constant attention and love. Yeah, he needed a puppy. And so he could not give a puppy constant attention, love, and that. So he gave it back. You're welcome. He doesn't have the authority to go in and be like, okay, drop it. Like, that's just not how it works. There's a conflict there already because of his stuff in the federal government. So, like, he wouldn't be allowed near it, is the point. Like, so I don't know why they think Deitch is the end all be all, Brian. I've asked myself that question. Maybe they think it's because Karen supports him. I don't fucking know, but I'll tell you this much. If someone's already not being honest, that is a red flag for me, right? And he's not been honest several times, and he's played word games several times. For me, that is not somebody, and I grew up in Norfolk County, right? I am someone who does not like Morrissey, okay? His office is the same office that screwed me over and didn't actually look for the actual criminal in the matter. But because I used to be a drug addict, it was okay to just pin it on me. I mean, your police report says there's a man on the roof, yet you're charging me with a breaking and entering that I was nowhere near, right? Like, I'm not a man, I'm a woman, right? So you just suspect it. Like, what? Right? And of course, like, they ignored their own shit. Like, easy to pin it on someone who was an addict, because, like, who cares about someone who was an addict, right? And so I've dealt with corruption myself. Now, ultimately, that case was dropped, but I still had to endure and deal with that shit, dude, right? And so, no, I don't love Morrissey at all. Not even a little. I've not been shy about that at all. Never have I been shy about that. But Deitch isn't the answer either. There's a bunch of other candidates, but if you can't even be honest, and the other thing about Deitch is he's refused to answer really tough, hard questions, right? He will only go on shows that are Turtle Boy or Karen Pursuant. He won't even go on Mike's show. Okay, what does that tell you, right? What does that tell you? Mike's pretty fair, right? Especially with the candidates. If you won't even go on Mike's show, and you won't go on, and this is the same guy, of course, that said that he wanted to go and talk about all the things in all different perspectives, except his actions do not match up with his words. Okay, Deitch is not the end all be all. He is not going to be the answer to Norfolk County, in my opinion. As a matter of fact, I don't need another person in there playing fucking word games, okay, and not being fully honest and transparent. You want to talk about transparency, dude? There's a lot of things that he has yet to be transparent about and that he has just straight up avoided. That is a huge problem for me. I do not want somebody like that in office as the DA. We already have somebody like that in office as the DA. No, thank you. No fucking thank you. Okay? That's where I grew up. I have to agree with all politicians suck. I also agree with that. I feel like we need to start over. We need term limits. We need a lot of things. We need dark money out of politics. You know, we need, like, you can't. Here's the problem, right? Most people don't know this. So, for instance, when someone wants to run for president, right? In order for you to actually even get on the debate stage on channel 5, 7, or whatever channel picks it up, right? You have to have X amount of dollars raised, X amount of donors, of X amount of millions of dollars raised, like, to just get on the debate stage. That should not be a requirement to just get on the debate stage in front of a large audience, because if people don't see you, right, then how is anybody going to know who you are, right? It shouldn't be reserved for only these candidates who got X amount of dollars raised from X amount of donors. Like, that is a huge problem for me, right? I think everyone should have a fair, yeah, he went on Emily C. stream. What the fuck's that tell you? You know what I mean? Like, that tells me a whole lot. A whole lot. You know what? I don't feel sad for him. I, of course, respect your opinion to feel sad for him, but I don't feel sad for him because I know what he did behind closed doors, and I know the way he feels behind closed doors, and I've experienced the wrath of a liar myself and the damage that it did to me, my reputation, my family, my livelihood. And then I watched him do it to many other people, all to hide his own bad behavior. Not bad people, decent human beings that had no reason to be treated like that, simply because he either was jealous, they didn't fall in line with what he wanted them to do, or he was hiding something that they could tell people, and he didn't want them to even have the opportunity to say anything. So he tries to shit on them first before they can ever open their mouths. And so I've seen all of the behind the scenes shit that he's done, and make no mistake about it, the man doesn't give a fuck about anybody but himself. And so he doesn't, I can't feel bad. I just simply can't feel bad for someone that has so much self-importance and hatred that that's all he wants to do is hurt people. And he finds joy in that. He also finds joy in just being a fucking pathological liar, right? And hurting innocent people so he can hide his own bad behavior and then scoop in an audience of people and say, I am the only one you need to listen to. Me. Fuck those people. They all suck. They're bad, horrible, terrible. Like, I can't. There is no part of me that could even feel bad for him. And if you knew me, right, even just a little, you would know that that is really fucking hard for me. Like, for me to not feel bad for someone or have any empathy or any sympathy is really hard for me, right? I've done volunteer advocacy unpaid for almost 20 years. For me to not feel, I have literally taken apologies from people who believed his shit and then repeated it and shit all over me, and then realized later on he was lying, right? They put the pieces of the puzzle together. And then I formed friendships with these people, right? Like I have the capacity to care and give grace where it's due, and sympathy and empathy. I've been through a lot in my own life, and I think that's part of why I can. So for me to not be able to have just even an ounce, just 1 ounce or even a half ounce of sympathy or empathy towards that man, if you knew me, that would tell you a lot, because he's just not like, I fully believe that most people are redeemable and can change, right? I'm a walking, talking, life lesson of how to get out of an addiction and change your life, right? And go from someone who was in the jail cell to someone who worked in jail, right? Like turn your life around. I'm the walking, talking proof of that, right? When I was using, I died 9 times. 9. I've died 9 times. Okay. I don't have another, apparently, joke that like I am like a cat, so I don't have another life in me. But I have to believe I was here for a reason, and I'm here for a reason, right? And so I have the ability to care about other people, even if they're strangers to me. And so I just don't have not even a quarter ounce of sympathy or empathy for that man, because he knows everything he's doing and he knows why he's doing it. And then he gets up there and he fucking lies and he hurts other people. As long as he can keep his secrets hidden, he'll continue to scheme, lie, and the things he does behind closed doors. The lengths that he goes to is evil beyond measure, No. I mean, I don't believe that, just because, again, the things that I know that he's already lied about, like that is a huge red flag for me. Deech, if he's already playing word games and not being transparent about shit, then I don't want someone like that in the DA's office. We already have that problem. You know what I mean? I can't have that again. So that's another thing. He just goes back to Emily's show, but he won't even go on Mike's. It tells you all you need to know, And that's it. I just don't have any empathy. Like, he has pushed people to the point where they've wanted to unalive themselves, and I am one of those people, one of many. And just to make it stop harassing their own families. Like, it's not that he isn't just inherently evil inside. Like, there's no redeeming qualities in that man. None. Zero. None. Just none. And I respect your opinion on it to feel bad for him, And I get that not everyone, knows all of the things, right? Behind closed doors, but there's a lot that you guys don't know. I mean, there's a lot you do know, never mind a lot of what you don't know. And if you put together what you do know, you can only imagine about the things that you guys don't know about yet that we do. And it's just bad. It's just fucking bad. It's just really bad. He did many times, over and over and over again. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. He just doesn't care. I feel sad for them too, because they don't get to pick, At first, I thought it was all a stunt. Like there was some kind of YouTube creator meeting. Then I learned about, no, there's no like YouTube creator meeting. He just sucks and he gets jealous, and it's just sad. Yeah, a lot of bad people do have children, and I feel bad for the kids, because it's not their fault. They didn't ask for that shit. They didn't ask for that shit. Yeah, I don't think he's a very good role model. I hope that they don't ever have to be exposed to any of his shit, because it's vile. It's pretty vile. And yes, everything with him is transactional. That's the word that I use, because everything is transactional. He needs to be getting something out of it, which is often how narcissists operate. They have to be getting something out of it. It has to be transactional. It's unfortunate. So I don't have any sympathy for him. And that takes a lot for somebody like me to not have any empathy or sympathy for someone like him. You know what I mean? I think about her a lot. I think about his ex-wife a lot, because she's a teacher and just a decent human, and the sacrifices she has made as a parent for her kids, and the ones that he hasn't made as a parent. I feel like I'm probably not the only one. I mean, there's definitely other people, Brian understands, Mike understands. There are a lot of free Karen Reed people who understand. Jen O'Donnell, right? She was attacked by him, and understands, right? I think there's a lot of people that understand, whether they're allowed to speak about it or they choose not to because they have families to protect. I fully understand as well. But I feel like having the insight of having an abuser that was a narcissist a long time ago and sort of being able to see it from that perspective as well, it brings more and also helping so many of his victims, some of which are ex-girlfriends, right? And having good friendships with some of the people that he has shit on, being able to look at all of the evidence, not the pieces and parts that Aiden puts out, because he takes parts out and he puts parts together. He takes his parts out, mostly his parts, of course, and then puts other parts together and then pretends that's the whole thing. It's not, right? So I get to see the whole thing, the whole thing, right? Not the pieces he wants to show people, but the whole ass thing, right? And what he feeds to his audience is not even close to what the real full truth is. And that is deeply concerning, because he's always framing everyone else as bad and him as the victim. And that is just completely opposite of what the truth actually is, you know? But yeah, they can't, and they just simply cannot change, right? They can't. They have no capacity. And that's why people say, you don't think he changed in jail last time? No. And do you think he'll change from jail this time? No. I don't think, and I always say it like it's a computer, right? Like, I don't think he has that chip in his brain. Like, I don't think he has that chip that allows him to, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think so. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't think it exists. And you could see it in other narcissists where like nothing changes their behavior. A lot of times, and for this happened to my abuser, where they made him do like woman batterers classes for like 12 weeks. And I was like, what the fuck is the point of that? Right? Well, they have to pay for those classes and they have to go to them because they're court ordered. Did that change my abuser from abusing other women after that? No. Did it teach him anything? No. No, it did not. It did not. He went on to marry someone, beat the shit out of them, get in another relationship, beat the shit out of her, right? Like, no. What did it do? What did 12 or 24 weeks of woman batterers classes actually do for him? Nothing. Take money out of his pocket he had to give to the court. It didn't actually do anything. He didn't actually learn a thing. Well, I think, you know, to be fair, I've met Richie in person. He's never been anything but decent to me in person. The problem that I have is that he's not always being honest, even with himself, about some of the things that are happening. Endlessly defending Aiden when he knows some of the things Aiden does and has done is disingenuous at best. And to me speaks like fear. You're fearful if you don't continue to defend him endlessly that he'll come after you. And so, you know, whether he chooses to come and tell the truth one day, I don't know, you know, but I think if he had any self-respect at some point, he would. You know, it is what it is. Americans don't believe anything unless it's on television. I remember that one. And that's the other thing. Like, just because someone said it doesn't mean it's true, you know? I mean, maybe that's it. And that's just that I simply don't fucking care anymore. I realized at some point that he had no control over me unless I gave that control to him, right? Aiden has no control over you unless you allow him to have it. And I tell people this all the time. Do not allow him to have it. When he says something about you and you deactivate from Twitter, he knows it bothers you and he keeps going and it gets worse. When he says something about you and you tweet and go, you're a fucking clown, nobody cares what you have to say, you're a pathological liar, and that's all you do, you fucking clown, like, then it's not fun to him anymore. It's not fun to him anymore to come after you if you think he's a clown and a joke and you don't care what he says, because you're just going to pull shit out of his ass constantly to try to get at you. If it doesn't bother you and you know he's a clown and you show him that he's a fucking clown, he doesn't want to keep coming for you all the time after that, because it doesn't it doesn't make him happy anymore. It's not fun because you're not miserable, right? It's not fun because you don't care, right? It's only then that it starts to break, right? When you simply just don't fucking care. And it takes a while to get to that point, you know? He's definitely drinking the Kool-Aid, but I think, I honestly feel like it's out of fear. Thank you, Debbie, for your jewels. Uncle Alert. I wonder what, I have no idea what John, is there an obsession with John Colby? I have no idea what John's been up to. None at all. It wasn't my turn to watch him. Sorry. It wasn't my turn to watch him. Thank you, Donnie Don't Want to Work, for your gold coin jewels. What is going on in Meredith's arraignment? Well, she was arraigned. It happened already. And Aiden showed up to it, then tried to lie about it. That was fun. He tried to lie about being there. And then when he was caught, because he completely lied and was like, I wasn't there. Then later on in the stream was like, well, I was there, but they asked me to go there. They did not ask him to go there. They sent him a message. They did not ask him to go there. As a matter of fact, he was told he didn't need to go there. And when he went there, they said, well, we don't need you here. Why are you here? Right? You could have just called back on the phone. We didn't need you here. Right? So he lied about going there. Of course, I'm guessing because he tried to work his way out of why he didn't show up to his deposition and say that he was with his kids, although his kids weren't heard, at least on his live stream at all that day that he claimed he had them all day since 10 o'clock or 10:30, right? And he happily got himself over there to Leominster to, you know, be an ass per se. And I just wonder if maybe possibly the attorneys, you know, like Attorney Maddie would have maybe checked with his ex-wife to see if in fact he had the kids or if he was lying. Ooh, that'll be interesting to find out now, won't it? That will be interesting. You know, he is definitely a lost cause. Yep. There are. And then there are, you know, yeah, some people, and I believe that's why, you know, she's trying to protect her children. And you have to know, how many times do you think he wiretapped her? Of all the people on planet Earth, he probably wiretapped her the most out of anyone, his ex-wife. And you can imagine how many threats came from him with all that bullshit. You know what I mean? She remained silent, I believe, for her kids. And, you know, one day I'm sure she'll be able to speak and it's not going to be great for him, you know? And exactly, it does nothing for her, you know? Give him nothing, you know? And the kids don't have to deal with it either, you know? Absolutely. I usually answer everybody's questions as long as they're not trolling, you know? But I've seen you in Mike's chat and stuff, so I know you're not trolling. But unless someone's being an asshole and trolling, I'm happy to answer any and all questions because I have nothing to hide. Unlike Aiden, I don't need to keep stories straight. Like the truth is the truth is the truth. And so it doesn't change. You know what I mean? It's sad. He must love the Kool-Aid. I think it's fear. I honestly believe it's fear. He's wiretapped her. So there's audios. There's audio. There's audio. Thank you, Donnie. I appreciate that donation. If any of you newbies want to donate, we have a bunch of different ways to do so. Our Justice Chats is pinned at the top of the chat there, and that works for any credit, debit, Google, and Apple Pay. We're happy to get any and all support. You know, we missed 2 days with my sister's brain surgery being rescheduled yesterday till the 17th. So we're definitely behind. So we'll take any and all support and appreciate it very wholeheartedly here. I haven't checked to see if there's any other donations, but I don't think that there is. I'll check real quick before we get into this next little bit here. But I think it would have popped up on my screen already. Yeah, I don't see anything. Yeah, he feeds on the attention. I've seen pictures of her. She's, you know what I mean? Like, he was playing a long stream of Mike adoring him yesterday. Of course he is, because he's got nothing else. You know what I mean? He needs attention. It doesn't matter if it's positive or negative, like Elisa said. Like he needs it. The problem with not saying anything, for me, is that we tried that already for 6 months or more, and he just made more and more victims because nobody was shining a light on what he was doing and how he was behaving, and so people were more inclined to believe whatever he said because there was nobody else pushing back. And so there's like, people have often said, like, well, why don't you just starve him of attention? And it's like, yeah, I could. But then he uses that as a way when there's no pushback to create more victims, right? So that's not the best course of action with him. It's to keep that heat on, right? The truth going so that people realize who they're dealing with, you know, unfortunately. Yeah, well, you got to say that because I don't watch him. So unless I'm directed to something, I don't see it, right? So I would have no knowledge of him and John DePetro together at all because I haven't been here in 2 days. My sister was supposed to have brain surgery yesterday and it was rescheduled because she's got a ear infection. And so I haven't been here for 2 days. So I wouldn't know anything about that. You know, you gotta say something for me to be able to go and look. You know, I'm not a mind reader. I don't know all of the things that go on sometimes. I know a lot of the things, but not all of them, right? I'm only one person and I can only do so much, you know? Yeah, that's the other thing, talking about his wife's weight. Like, what a creepy asshole. That's weird as fuck. You know, my husband often, when I'm putting makeup on, is like, you don't need it. You're beautiful. And I'm like, I love you for that, but I'm still doing it because I like it. You know? I didn't see that one. I didn't see the Is it new, Natalie? Is the thing new with him? I didn't see it. He still thinks the charges for witness invasion are based on First Amendment. They're not. I think he understands. To be clear, I think it's been clarified for him a billion times over by a billion different people. I don't think that he doesn't understand. I think he sticks to his stance, which is totally fine. But I don't think he doesn't understand. I think he understands just fine. It has nothing to do with the First Amendment. You know, there's much more that Aiden does and has done behind closed doors. It's not just things that he said, right? There's things that he does at the same time as the things that he said, which all culminate into one thing, right? You can't, if you're cyber stalking someone, you're not just typing things on the interwebs. If anybody thinks that's all he's done and it's just blogs, you're living under a rock, okay? He makes phone calls, he sends emails, he sends third parties, right? Like, he does all, he leaves voicemails himself. Like, these are things he does, you know? That's what he does. I feel like that they just do get worse with age, you know, unfortunately. They just do. Ironically, all the beef he has with Kate Peter kills his defense. What she did is actual petitioning to the government. Last I checked, Julie Nagels, not the governor. Bingo. Bingo. He doesn't understand what petitioning the government is, you know, right? Fingers crossed. Sorry, on listen only. That's okay. Will be as harmless. Troll enters all the chats asking about DePetro. It's weird. I don't know what the obsession with DePetro is. It's weird, bro. I don't even live in Rhode Island. Like, it's weird. It's fear. You know, Aiden gets info on everyone. He does. He takes anything you tell him, even if you're just like talking, and like he puts that in like the little folder he's going to use later to like twist about you, you know? Yes, yeah, I don't know shit really about DePetro other than he was at the trial. I've met him. It was pretty nice to me, you know, it wasn't an asshole to me or anything. So that's all I can really say about him is the guy was kind to me in person. Like, that's, you know, I don't live in Rhode Island, so I don't follow the stuff that he does, but well, that's the other problem is there's a lot of enabling happening, you know? Thank you, Rando. I appreciate that because I was not understanding the context at all. I was like, what the fuck? What is, I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. And defamation is not protected by the First Amendment. People forget that the First Amendment is not absolute. The old video of them fighting. Oh, yeah, I remember that one. I remember that one. Drama queen has, oh, he bumped in. You hit me. It's like, dude, you moved into him. You can slow that down several times and move it. Like, she literally leans into him and then it's like, you hit me. Like, what, bro? What the fuck are you talking about? All right, give me 1 second before I read Natalie. I got to read your tweet because it's just like perfect for his meltdown this morning. But I got to pee, like really, really bad. I got conspiracy pee because I drank almost all my coffee and I got to go pee. So give me 1 minute so I can do that. I'll be right. Okay. Sorry. I also think I'm going to have to get like some chicken noodle soup for the little. She's got that very barky cough today. And I think she's probably going to need some chicken noodle soup. That cough sounds terrible. She doesn't have a fever or anything. She's just coughing. And a little stuffed up nose. That's about it. All right. Yeah, I don't know much. There's a pretty good chance you'll hear from Natalie at the trial. I've talked to Natalie about everything that happened a while back. And all of that is quite interesting, actually. It is quite interesting. I have no idea. Did he? I don't know. He was anti-Karen. Yes. Anti-TV. Correct. I fully expect that she's going to make an appearance in the trial. No, witness intimidation. WI. Sometimes people also use WI for wiretapping, but witness intimidation is WI. All right, let me read this because this was his like morning today, right? This is how he crashed out today. Okay. Natalie said, "Good morning to those of you who take responsibility for what they do in life. I applaud you for being adults that take accountability. Unfortunately, we have a green reptile that is now a fucking again rewriting and downplaying. Aiden would like everyone to know that he's a little responsible for having a breakup with Karen Reed. He's a little responsible. He said it's partially her fault for getting wiretapped, which is no big deal for Aiden, although he put a case on Meredith. Because apparently he has a man in China. Everyone needs to take responsibility for the lead up to Karen and him breaking up. That's what he says. Karen has also shit on Nurse Kim and Will, etc. when she went in JFK and chatted on a live stream. Karen needs to take responsibility, Aiden says. He's not shitting on her, but Karen is shitting on people who raised a ton of money for her, like Nurse Kim. Oh, now he's sticking up for Nurse Kim after saying she was dead to him. Got it, sure. He then deflects right away because he talked himself into a conundrum. So fast, tangent to Mike, Brian, and JFK. They're horrible hood boogers, losers, etc. All their viewers don't support Aiden, per Aiden, of course. But we all know he's guilty of anything. Yeah, sure, Aiden. Well, we all know he's not guilty of anything. But if that's what he convinces himself of, like that everyone knows he's not guilty when we in fact have our own eyes and ears and know that he's guilty of sin, like no one on planet Earth could try to say you're not guilty. It's wild as hell. That's wild. Weird. No, that's her handle. So she has a wrench, as in she is a mod. And the only way that you have a wrench is if the creator, as in me or them, adds you as a mod, right? And so they had already added her a while back as a mod on their channel. So it actually was in fact Karen there on the live stream. I've confirmed that since, besides like that fact alone, outside of that, a while ago. But that was in fact her who talked about the fact that she was recorded. So, she was in JFK's chat. That was in fact her. You're welcome. Okay. He swings back around to say that if we don't support Aiden, I didn't think she mentioned Kim either, then we support the McAlberts. If we support the Alberts, we're not supporting Aiden. Classic narcissist gaslighting. He now throws in Yannetti and says if we believe Yannetti's texts to Aiden are problematic, then we are crapping on Yannetti instead of Meredith O'Neill because it's her fault for Gretchen's article. Oh my God, he's so delusional. A fucking again, he repeats, if we're anti-TB, then we are anti-Karen. I'm sorry, does he get to decide who is anti-what and anti-who? Like, who the fuck is he? They're a team, a couple. Here's a fun fact. A team and a couple talk to each other. Fun fact about that. She does not, in fact, talk to Aiden and will not talk to Aiden ever again. So that's a fact, okay? Me and my husband, we're a team. We're partners, right? We talk, right? He does not talk to Karen. She will never speak to him again. All right? Now he is trying to convince people that they're like a team, a couple, a thing. Like they're not. They never will be. He's a liar. Why continue to lie about something that's so easily disproven? It's weird. Yeah, it was her. It was her. I didn't see that she mentioned Kim either. Like it was mostly Blair taking the heat. JFK mentioned Kim and Melanie for not calling it out, not Karen. Okay. Karen never named names, yet the Glier went full incel over it. No, she didn't name names. She didn't go, oh, I called Will. She just said that people knew about it and they didn't do shit. Like they lied, right? I'm anti-TV because he's a piece of shit. He is really trying to convince himself that JFK, Brian, Mike, and everyone else's fans really believe that Aiden's innocent. No one thinks that. At least no one I know that I've spoken to personally thinks that he is fucking innocent, because all of the evidence is there for your eyeballs and your ears to see and hear on your own without him narrating things that didn't happen, right? Yeah, it was like 6 words. It wasn't even like a big deal, you know? Yeah, she's just not that into you, bro, you know? Not that into you, bro. She don't like you anymore. She won't even answer your calls or texts. Why the fuck do you keep trying to claim that like you're a team? You can't be a team if somebody won't even speak to you, you clown. Clown. Okay. He repeats, if we're anti-TV, we're anti-Karen. They are a team, a couple. Yannetti just really likes Aiden and was proud of what Aiden was doing. Did Yannetti love the rolling rally, showing up at the McCabe's child sporting events, calling the McCabe's murderers? What about witness intimidation of Lucky or wiretapping Lucky? How about cutting down Karen? Yannetti, apparently you sign on to all his shenanigans, which is not good for Yannetti, right? Like him saying all that is like, doesn't make Yannetti look good. Of course, Aiden doesn't give a shit who he makes look good, right? The Clancy trial is also boring. It's boring to Aiden. Who cares about kids? Kids are boring, he said. He didn't know the excitement with the Karen Reed trial. Can you guess why? Yep, because his ego and wallet were fed. That's it. He's been talking about the Clancy trial way before anyone else. That's so funny. No, he hasn't. Now he's pro Karen Reed. He wants everyone to know. He just needs a line to reach Karen. Fun fact, you will never reach her. She wants no part of you, sir. Like, he ruined many relationships way before those, you know? Those are the ones people sort of publicly started catching on to. But there were many other people that Aiden shit on along the way that were helping him, including myself, right? Before I realized what a monster he is, right? That would have been beneficial to him. People who are educated in certain things, people who could have raised money, people who, you know what I'm saying? Like all of these things. And he shit on each and every one of them because he got jealous or they knew something he didn't want them to know about him and he just needed to shit on them before they could possibly tell anyone. Like, come on. Yeah, these are Aiden's words. There's just a sarcastic spin on it here. He needs a line of reach. They are team. They are a team. If Aiden is guilty, then you are the pros, the people in the you are pro the people in the house. You have to pick a side. It's his side. We have TBDS. None of his ex-supporters are covering him. But fine. He is really okay with you content creators that supported him, but he doesn't trust any of you. Should you all come crying back to him begging for forgiveness, he could possibly make amends, but you've turned your back on him. So you all get placed on the no trust island. Sir, you've been in the clown island too long that you don't remember there is no trust island. You're on the clown island by yourself, idiot. You know? Yeah, there's no couple. He's not, couples speak. You know? Couples speak. He's worried. He wants to focus on him. He matters. He's spiraling. He's so fixated on Meredith, Mike, Brian, and Randy from JFK. Once again, he demeans Karen, then proceeds to shift, praise her, and lump this as a couple. He's reading negative tweets about him. He's enraged. Fuck all you haters. This is a complete precursor to a breakdown. No accountability. He's just a really bad human. He deserves what he's done. He deserves what he has done to people. I will never support that piece of shit. There's proof of what you said and what you have done, and you still don't learn. Still stirring the pot on every stream and tweet. Nobody cares, Aiden. You did it to yourself. I love this tweet, Natalie, because it's just so true. Well, I don't know if you know, Sean's yet quite ready to publicly, you know, pop in for appearances yet, you know? Dumb Weirdo's got my ex shadow ban like a week ago, but since it's not a ban, none of the links for help on. Oh, that's bullshit. So no replies, likes, or posts get seen except by 3 or 4 mystery people. That is fucked up, dude. I don't like this whole idea of shadow banning either. Like you're not told that you're like banned, but it's like a shadow. I don't like it. I don't fucking like it, not one bit. But I guess we need to see. We need to see the crash out that is the sewer turtle. I need a good laugh, you know? I need I owe Sean a phone call, actually. I owe him a good old phone call to check in on him. This is what we're going to do. We're going to look at the fucking epic crash out that was this morning. Night, Holly. I know that the time differences often are, my brain doesn't go, oh shit, there's time differences. For those of you who can fall asleep to my voice, I bless you. I don't know how you do it. Okay. My voice is not one of those lulling voices that lull you to sleep. It's not one of those voices. So bless you, darling. Also, a big thank you again to Holly for my Australian snacks. I love them so much. And the kids we're super excited to get something from a different country, right? It's exciting to them. So another big thank you. I appreciate you, my friend. I want to try things from all over the world. And I'm such a little kid that it's just like such a small thing makes me so happy. I'm just a small child here. Okay. Oh my God. He's gonna do another Lauren Mathias fucking stream, you guys. I'm not okay. I have to show you this. This is wild. Okay. Wow, he really is like seriously hurting for content. Look at this. 3 waiting scheduled for 9 p.m. tonight. Okay. Lauren Mathias victim, TikTok Christina interview. Is he fucking serious? Like, wow. Wowza. Wow. Wow. My God. Oh my God. What is happening here? What you could do that. You could do that. Make a different account so that you're not fucking shadow banned. YouTube does those shadow bans here. Yeah. I mean, they all do it. All the social media companies do it. It's fucking weird. I don't know why they do this shit, dude. I don't love it, you know? Oh yeah, they mass report me too. It usually doesn't work though. Usually Twitter's like, she doesn't post enough for us to think there's anything wrong here. Go fuck yourselves. You know? But they also allow shit on there that's just wild as hell that they shouldn't. So, you know, you never know what they're gonna do. I've been suspended twice ever on Twitter, which is weird. It was like a 24-hour, 48-hour ban. It is like Jerry Springer. Well, that's the other thing. I think he doesn't want to touch Clancy because A, he doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about, and B, I think he knows he'll ruin himself, you know? Well, I mean, I give facts. Some people don't like the facts. They do mass report me all the time. They mass report when I say facts they don't like. It happens all the time. Yeah, if they know it's you, they'll get it suspended too. But, you know. All right. We're going to play some of the crash out because, well, oh, this is where he starts checking the tweets. So I'm guessing it's like around here, Natalie, right? It has to be like over in this area here because this is what, okay. All right. It's got to be like somewhere in here. They don't support you. Their viewers hate you. Yeah, we don't like you. You suck. I mean, is that like news to you, Aiden? Is that news, sir? Free speech. It's all free speech. I can't. Yeah, giving her a wrench was to distinguish her from people using fake names and whatnot. And all that shit. I didn't see any of this yet. Okay. I did not see any of this yet. This is, I have not seen this. Again, I don't usually watch him. So unless somebody directs me to something, and Natalie's tweet piqued my interest in an epic crash out because he just has so many. He contradicts himself usually in these crash outs. So it's kind of fun to watch. But before we play this ridiculous crash out, remember to smash the like button. I'd appreciate that, of course. And if you can donate to the channel, we have a bunch of different ways you can do so. Get yourself a membership. You can gift memberships. You can do jewels. You can do direct options to the channel, which we definitely appreciate as a small channel. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, Chime. We have our Justice Chat link, which is in the description of the video here on YouTube and pinned to the top of the comment section. And that works for any credit, debit, Google Pay, Apple Pay. We have PayPal. All of those options. We appreciate any and all support. Taking 2 days off was probably not the smartest thing, but I was definitely already taking yesterday off because my sister was supposed to have her brain surgery, and we didn't know until late the night before that they weren't going to do it because of the ear infection. So I'm kind of behind here, and so I'm trying to catch up. And so any and all help is greatly appreciated. All right. Thank you, Catch. I appreciate that. Cheers to you too, my friends. Yeah, it means he can't understand it. When he says boring, that usually means that he can't quite grasp what's being said. And so it's boring to him. That's usually his tell for, I don't know what it is. And I would look like a fool trying to read it. That's usually the tell. And Natalie's right. It's free speech for Aiden only. He talks about free speech so much. And it's only about his speech. Okay. Make no mistake. If he loses all of his cases, nobody's free speech is under attack. Nobody's free speech is going to change if he's found guilty of all his charges. Nothing changes other than he is found guilty and his ass goes to prison probably. That's it. That's the only thing that changes, right? That's the only thing. He's not fighting for free speech for everyone. or everyone's First Amendment. He's fighting to keep his ass out of prison because he committed crimes. Okay. Like, come on, you know? But that article on Lindsay was written because he raged out because she had the audacity to speak up against him, right? And so a lot of the shit that he threw in there was simply not true, right? And a lot of the shit that he put in there, he made mountains out of molehills. He spun shit. He didn't tell stories that were true. He put his own fake part of why something happened or his perception of why something happened. Like, there was a lot going on there, and make no mistake, he's done that to multiple ex-girlfriends. Lindsay was just a good target because she dare speak up, right? Like, you don't have to like her, but to just know, because I was around during all that, like, know what I know, to be able to look at pieces of evidence that I had in front of me. Like, he fucking lied a lot, dude, and had people shit on her, and then later on claimed to her now that, oh, it was everyone else and he didn't tell them to do it. He didn't tell them to do it. They did it by themselves, and you know, he feels bad. And so, no, he didn't. He told them to. He's a fucking liar. Sorry, my little was asking for the password to the Wi-Fi to use one of my really old tablets. I don't even think it's going to work. Her tablet broke a long time ago, and those are expensive. It's like over $100 to get a new one. And she found one of my like little old reader tablets. It still has like the internet on it, but I don't know if it'll work because it's that old. It's a Kindle, but it's super old. All right, here we go. Oh God, I thought about doing, listen, probably close to 9 months ago, I talked about maybe doing an entire show on his book. And I never did it. But I mean, he just basically tells on himself. You know, he definitely tells on himself by accusing everybody else of doing what he does. And he's always been that way. The amount of projection I've seen in him, it's a level I've never seen before. Like, it is so, like, he will point fingers at everyone else for doing all the exact same things he has either already done a billion times or is currently doing at that very moment, and then get on a stream and go, this person did this thing and they're horrible. But because he doesn't think people are going to find out about him doing it, you know, he has the audacity to say that. And then 6 months later, it comes out at the same time as he was doing that thing and calling that person bad for it. He was doing it 5 times over. It's like, I don't know how anybody believes a word out of his mouth at this point, you know? Yeah, I didn't even see it because, again, I wasn't here yesterday. So I hope that they've removed it. I've heard. I also thought it would be very triggering for me, losing my dad to suicide, to see something like that. So I didn't do it. Lindsay Gattani was the one I was talking about. Oh, maybe you meant Clancy? I don't know. Yeah, that's the other thing. Wait till Trump, remember Joe Rogan? Wait till Rogan finds out about this. Wait till Trump finds out about this. I'm sorry, do you think these people care about you? Like, what the, no? Like, no, right? Trump's going to save you. Rogan's going to save you. Oh yeah, you definitely can differentiate with the way they spell their names. I just do it with the last name, I guess. But yes, the distinguishing factor is one has an S for the last name, one has a G. I remember that. The whole Trump, wait till Trump finds out. Wait till Joe Rogan finds out. I remember that. I remember that whole fucking rant he did. And I was like, he's delusional. Like, who says shit? Like, do you think these people even know who you are? Like, are you that delusional? Like, what, dude? What? I have to find that clip because it is so fucking delulu, bro. As a matter of fact, while we're watching some of this, let me find that clip because it's so funny. That's how delusional he is.
It's like openly crapped on Nurse Kim, Will, others who she did not name, right? And blamed them.
We got to go back a little bit more because
and Albert knew, but no one extensively.
Close to the beginning.
MC Kazi G, give him a sub. He has been, and this is with zero communication between him and I about this matter. Zero.
He's a fucking liar. If you think that they've had zero communication. You're on another planet. He's had Causey do several things. He's a fucking liar, dude. So it's like, oh, give him a follow, which is what he said about every single person who has ever been, quote, friends with him. And then the second that they don't do what he wants, he gets back on and goes, I'm sorry, that person sucks now, guys. Don't follow them. Like, oh my fucking God. Follow Causey G. He puts out all my third-party stuff that I'm not supposed to put out, so I need y'all to follow him so you see it. That's essentially what he's doing.
He's just taking what is being pieced out there on the internet. A woman who goes by Havana and A-Rod on the internet. She's
lying.
also posted a lot of receipts because she had a lot of private communications with this individual.
That lady is a lunatic. Okay. She's the one who would like donate to you on your channel. And then if you have a different opinion, she then calls PayPal and says she never made those donations. Fun fact, I have the text messages from her saying, hey, I sent blah, blah, blah. Did you get it? So every time she sent a donation to my channel, she sent like a message to make sure I got it. And I did, right? And so then she went, and she didn't like my opinion, went back to PayPal and said, I never made any of these purchases, to try to screw over my PayPal account and make it minus all that money, right? Which, of course, after months and months and months you've spent at that point, right? Like, so yeah, go follow the fraudster of his good old fraudster friend there. Go follow that wackadoo lady, and Causey. They're great people, okay? They're great fucking I caution any of you to not follow these people. These people are fucking nasty, mean, disgusting, scammy little assholes that will do whatever the sewer turtle wants them to do. Okay? It's wild. It's fucking wild. He does think. He literally does. It's wild. It is mentally deranged. You have to laugh. He is lying. He's talked to Causey a billion times. Like, stop it. Stop it. I think he dyes his hair once in a while. I kid you not. Or maybe it's, what's that thing? What, sun in. Maybe he uses sun in. Yeah, of course he is. He's doing it for Aiden. Make no mistake about that. That's what he does. He uses a third party to say and do things that he doesn't want traced back to him, and he'll call them and tell them to do it. And then he'll go, oh, I'm going to write a tweet, or I'm going to write a message that tells you not to do it, but I want you to continue to do it. But I just want you to bring that message and give it to me so I can prove in court that I told you not to. And you just kept doing it anyway. So it's not my fault. Like, that's what he does. That's how diabolical he is. Okay. And that's the other thing. Some of these people are just fucking degenerates, like straight up fucking angry people on the inside and degenerates. Like, do not follow any of these people, dude, unless you want to be relentlessly attacked by a bunch of lunatics that make shit up. Like, come on. This is crazy. That's crazy. That's nuts. Thank you, Rando. Rando sends the match plus a little to make it to the lucky 18 number. Thank you. Thank you. Sends $18. I appreciate that. Thank you. I like a little luck. I could definitely use a lot of luck lately, you know? Yeah, I feel like he bleached it. I feel like he does it in the summer because, like, I think it was last summer, it was really bleached. You could tell he bleached it, you know? Lemon Kool-Aid. Sun In. $2.99 box. He's using Sun In. Put it on your Amazon wish list, Aiden. Put it on your Amazon wish list, sir. Put it on there. Yeah, exactly. His tell is he'll always say he didn't do something. And that's because he absolutely did it. And he just needs you to believe he didn't. Like, he has a lot of tells that he doesn't even realize are tells. But I know them right away. And most of
we're going to keep those to ourselves for now. But we're not going to take this line down.
Sure.
Insane.
Insane. He always says that. But follow these people. But we're not going to take this line down. AKA, I talk to these people and have them do my bidding for me. It's wild. I mean, that's the other thing is, like, you're a grown-ass man, like more than a grown-ass man. And you're like an angry, mean girl gossip queen. Like, how does a grown-ass man get on Twitter and just love being like an angry, mean girl gossip queen for a cult leader? It's fucking weird. Would you also like to kiss each one of his ass cheeks? Like, bro, that's gross.
I'm like, what? Jennifer McCabe doesn't know? Like, what? And so he had a discussion with Randall about it yesterday or the day before. And I actually watched it, and Randall pushed back hard on him, man, and had like Great point. Like I'll give credit where it's due, man. Like he had really good points about some of the stuff. Like I dare I suggest you watch it. Like it's good. And so anyway, they were also recently named. Them and who else? And Richie, of course. And we went over this on the YouTube presentation the other night. But like, first of all, it's just so impossible for Higgy to have done this alone, because it's like, what, I mean, just think how insane that is. So like,
I can't.
there was this warthog, this angry drunken warthog killed this big man named John O'Keefe in or outside of a house. I don't know what he's saying, or in a garage. And no one else in the house knew about it. Come on.
Is he still going on about this case? Like, come on,
break.
bro.
No one else, like, no.
Come on.
He's like, maybe Brian Albert knew, but no one else. Like, what? Are you kidding me? Like, get out of here.
Come on,
so
bro.
anyway, it's just absolute batshit insanity.
You're batshit insanity.
What he's saying, and Randall had some great points that I didn't even think of. Like, he actually knows this shit like the back of his hand when it comes to like who said what in testimony. What happened at the waterfall. Like,
he's still going
so credit
on
where
and
credit's
on
due.
and on.
I watched it, and so
It's to win him
James
back.
Jackson
Like,
reached out
come
to
back.
me the other day.
See, he's
and
doing
said,
that to embarrass.
Let's see what he say.
He's like, James Jackson reached out to me. That was meant, you didn't have to say that publicly. That was meant to put a wedge in between JFK and James Jackson, and to be like, well, you both need to come back to this side. Y'all both need to come back. Like, that was what that was meant for. If you don't think that's what that was meant for, then you live on another planet, right? He's very calculated when he does some of this shit. Yeah, he will. I mean, that's the only thing he's ever made money on, so I suppose he will be on this case for life, I guess, Right, he's been sued for defamation, but he keeps talking about the things he's being sued for. It makes sense, right? He's just not very smart. I told you, he'll be on his knees begging, and I mean fucking begging for a deal from all these cases by the end. I kid you not. Okay? Oh, yeah, everyone else is an idiot. Nobody else can figure out, only him. He's so smart. Everybody else is dumb. It's so funny. Like, dude, no, Rogan doesn't give a fuck about you. Trump doesn't give a fuck about you. You're weird. I'm still trying to find a clip. He's trying to create that sort of wedge. Like, oh, James Jackson reached out to me, JFK. Isn't that weird? Isn't that fucked up? That's what he's, like, asserting without saying it, right? And then the other thing is like, oh, well, if he can reach out, come on over, JFK. You can reach out, too. Like, we can be friends again, right? I don't trust you, but we can be friends again because I need that help because I'm fucking desperate. Like, well, he's going to try, but I dare him to try to put a wedge between Mike and Brian. Not going to happen. I will tell you this. I very much enjoy talking to Brian because he is not dumb. Okay? He sees what's happening, how it's happening, when it's happening, right? I don't get to talk to Mike as much as I'd like to. But they're not dumb. They know what the fuck he's doing. They watched him do this shit behind closed doors for a long time, right? It's what he does. He's not going to divide them or conquer. Neither one of them is going to run back to help him in any capacity. He made bad business decisions by shitting on people. He shit on Mike for what? Because Mike gave him good advice. Polite good advice, I might add. Like, that's your reason for trying to tear down his channel and for calling him an asshole and all these other things is because he gave you advice you didn't like. That's it. I didn't do anything to him. I didn't do anything to him. I didn't lie for him, right? So I became the devil because I didn't lie for him, and he was going to be caught being a philandering, lying piece of shit and cheating on his wife with 3 other women, and he was still trying to sort of convey that he's a family man, a married family man, and that he instantly was like, I'll lose all my followers. Like, that was his instant automatic thing, was I'll lose followers, right? If they find out I cheated on my wife with these other 3 women, right? Because he's, again, trying to portray that he's some sort of family man who's married, when in fact that is not even close to what's really happening. And so he cared more about losing followers than he did hurting someone because they didn't lie for him. So he needed to come up with other reasons why I'm bad, because he can't tell everyone that, well, she didn't lie for me and I got caught cheating on 4 women all at the same time. He can't tell people that, right? So he's got to come up with another reason why I'm so bad. people picked up on it right away and were like, this doesn't seem right. This doesn't sound right. And other people went right with it. And what's really sick is people who knew that it was fake and false and he was lying and they really knew what it was about, they stayed silent and said not a fucking word. And as a matter of fact, they jumped on his bandwagon of shitting on me when they knew he was lying. Make that make sense. That's the part that blows my mind the most. People who knew he was lying and they knew what really happened decided to jump on a bandwagon of shitting on me because they're too afraid of him. What? Get some fucking self-respect, dude. Get some fucking self-respect. And that's the other thing. There's no other place that someone could get something. How is anybody going to get a letter that his attorney wrote? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's only one place you can get certain things, and it's either him or his attorney. Right? And so obviously they are communicating that. I mean, it's just a lie to say they're not, you know? Oh, a wedge between, oh, you see what you're saying. A wedge between Ryan and Mike and JFK. I get it. Well, good luck to him. I mean, listen, what I will say is I feel like, and this is not a dig, but like this, I'm going to give my honest opinion. My honest opinion is JFK is a little more wishy-washy when it comes to kind of going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth on this fucking fool than Mike O'Brien. And so I don't think you're going to create a wedge. Maybe they'll just disagree and not agree to not agree, but not everybody has to fight each other because they don't agree on something. He's the only person that needs to sort of like make an enemy out of someone who doesn't agree with them 100%. Everyone else could just go about being normal human beings and just not agree on every tiny little thing. You know what I mean? Like he does not have that capacity to do that. You know, he just doesn't. Sadly, you know, sadly. Yeah, he's simpy, hardcore simpy. I don't think he does have a life, to be honest. Right? Leave the kitty cats alone. Oh, yeah. Aiden's been sharing DMs for a long time, but he only shares the parts he wants you to see, and then he pretends the whole thing. He takes, like, parts out that he doesn't want you guys to see, and it ruins the full context. And so then he'll put all of them together before the show and then scroll and only show you the parts that he wants to show you, and he'll pretend that's the whole exchange. When in reality, this portion goes with a portion that was, like, way down here, and he moves this portion up and then removes his other portions from it. And so it makes it look like a completely different conversation than what it really is. Want to know how I know that? Because I've seen the full portions of it when he does it. Because I've seen it from his victims' phones, right? So I'll see the whole thing and then I'll see what he shows. And in some instances, he has actually falsified text messages and shown people it and pretended it was a receipt and it was real. Like, I kid you not. Like, to go to those lengths to prove you're innocent when you're not, and to shit on someone who is innocent, it's diabolical. It's diabolical. It's diabolical. It's just diabolical. I mean, let's hope not. Some people do, though. You'd be shocked at some of the people who do, you know? I don't know. You know? I know, right? Listen, super chats are important, right? Direct donations for small channels are important, but those people have much larger channels than I do, right? So I simply depend on what my audience is willing to give. And I can't make people donate more, right? I can't do that. I have to hope that people enjoy the content enough that they on their own say, I'm gonna, you know, reach out and put a little something, right? Not everybody can do that, which is fine. But for the people who can, like, I can't make them donate more. So if I'm going to do things, I'm not going to do it because I want more and I need to lie for that. Like, I want people to want to do it because they appreciate the work that goes behind it, not because I had to spin and lie to make that happen. Sorry, my little was having trouble with the off topic, but I had to share. Do not play basketball in Crocs. Well, you can put them in sport mode, but I don't think that's going to help too much. You will break multiple toes and there's nothing to... Oh, no! Nope, all they do is tape them together if you break a toe. Been there, done that. They tape them together, essentially. That's it. nothing they can really do. Please tell me you didn't break a bunch of toes playing in Crocs. Although Crocs are very comfortable. I don't actually have a pair. My kids have Crocs. I've never actually been able to buy myself a pair of Crocs. And also, I have to have like memory foam. I have flat feet, so I need like. I actually don't even have slides. I steal my husband's slides all the time. My slides were old, and I tossed them when the memory foam started to rip. But I need a pair of slides myself. But I get the ones. I usually get the Nike ones with like the memory foam in the bottom, so that my feet don't hurt. Well, James has fallen for it a few times, which is like sad because it's like he'll just shit on you later on. You know, I don't, and that's the other thing. Publicly and personally, I guess, are two different things when it comes to some of these people, right? Well, that's the other thing is you gotta, you know, for me, I want straight shooting, right? I don't want excuses. I don't want pandering. I want straight shooting. And where you all might not agree on all of my opinions, at least you know you're gonna get what I actually think, and that's. To me as a creator, that's what's important to me. It might not be important to other people, right? So your most important thing might be that they cover X, Y, or Z, right? Like, and everybody's going to have their own standard. For me, as a creator myself, my standard is I want to watch someone that's not making excuses or pandering because it's going to benefit them, right? I want just the cold, hard facts and truth, even if the facts and truth don't go towards what I believe or I think. Like that's, I need to have it all. You know what I mean? Like I can see the pandering, and so it irks me. And maybe it's because I had to deal with what I had to deal with this idiot. Like I don't know, but I know the damage you could do behind the scenes when you do that. It hurts innocent people. It hurts people who haven't done anything but tell the truth, and then you're pandering, and so other people believe that maybe what you're saying is the truth when in reality you know it's not. And then the people who are telling the truth are getting shit on. I can't get behind that. You know what I mean? I can't. Yeah, what he did to James. That was just unforgivable. It was gross. It was gross. It was gross. But make no mistake, he'll do that again to James. That's why it really makes me sad that James even texts with this guy. Every single text message you send to Aiden, know that eventually it'll all be public. I don't know why anyone at this capacity would send this man a text message. I don't know why anyone at this capacity would have a phone call with this man, knowing that if he just gets a little irate with you, it's all coming out. So now you're just living under this cover of I have to say everything that makes him happy or all of my shit's going to be public and I'm going to be embarrassed or he's going to spin it and lie. Like, why do you want to put yourself in that position? It's very stupid to do that when you've already seen the true colors. You know, that it sucks, you know? Oh yeah, it's definitely driving him nuts. You know, apparently he gave us a whole shout out, you know, on Sunday. And I said, cool, did anybody ask him while he gave that shout out to me? Because I guess, I don't know, he's probably trying to shit on me. Like, did anybody ask him why he's such a coward and he didn't call me back yet? No? Just wondering, asking for a friend. If you want to talk about me, let's talk. Let's talk, Aiden. Let's talk about how you haven't called me back. You got my number. Why don't you call back? You know, we got some questions. You want to talk about your case, but you don't want to answer any questions, right? Because you're a coward and a bitch, right? You said John Camo was a bitch for not answering your calls, but you didn't answer my calls. And I didn't block the number. You know who it is. It says my name. The fuck? Come on. Oh, no. 3. Yeah, that's not good. Breaking 3 toes is probably not good. Oh. I bet your son probably chuckled, though. Because, you know, our kids, like, they probably... I also disagree. But, you know, I respect his decision to not want him to go to jail, but I believe he should be. Toe pain is the worst. There's nothing you can do about it. I hate when people are like, take ibuprofen. What the fuck is ibuprofen going to do? Nothing. It's not going to do a goddamn thing. It's not going to do a goddamn thing. Oh, no, no, no. No. Right. I want someone to just tell me exactly what they're feeling, what they're thinking. Like, even if it's not what everyone else thinks. You know what I mean? Like, I just want, that's what I want. Like, there's a lot of pandering when it comes to this clown, and they're afraid of pissing him off, right? Fuck him. I don't give a fuck about pissing him off. You did the damage already. The damage has been done of the lies that you told about me. There's nothing else you could say on planet Earth that I would give a fuck enough about to be afraid of you. You're a clown. You are a clown. You are a joke. You do damage to yourself daily. I just sit back here and watch with my popcorn machine, you know? We're just watching, you know? That's my point. You're just volunteering for that to happen. I don't get it, you know? He's brought you regarding the young jerks, LTL and NAM, but don't recall him bringing the call. Of course he didn't bring up the call. He doesn't want his audience to know that I called and he didn't answer like a bitch. He doesn't want them to know. He does not want them to know that. He doesn't want to confirm that. Why didn't he play my voicemails? How many voicemails has he played that other people left him or posted on Twitter? A lot. Why didn't he play mine? Why didn't he even talk about it at all? Why didn't he say a fucking word at all? Gee, I wonder why that is. Gee, I wonder why that is. You know what I'm saying? It's just wild, right? I believe a lot of that number, though, is people who are hate watching him and need to take stuff down for evidence and all that. He's got a lot of victims that are watching his every move to take the clips they need. So a lot of that, I believe, is that. And a lot of people are subscribed, but they just never unsubscribe, right? They might not even watch him anymore, but they forgot to unsubscribe. A lot of people do that. If you see his like numbers compared to like what he has for subscribers compared to what he has for views, he doesn't even have a 20% retention rate. That's fucking horrible. I have an over 50% retention rate. Like, his numbers are terrible. Terrible. And that's the other thing is, he doesn't often come at me anymore. Because what the fuck is he going to say? He's going to repeat lies again? I mean, what is he going to say? What is he actually going to fucking say? He's going to make shit up? He's like, oh, yeah, you know, tragedies. Twisted charities. That's all he says. Like, sure, bud. I'm a poor person. I can accept that, okay? I would rather be poor than a fucking degenerate. I would rather be poor than a fucking sellout. I would rather be poor than a fucking pathological liar. So, yep, you got me there. I'm a poor person. Yep. What else is he going to say? She used to be a stripper. Yep, sure did. You wouldn't know that unless I told my audience that. Want to know why? Because I'm not sad about it, bro. Like, not embarrassed by it. No, it wasn't a secret to anybody who knew me, not even my grandparents, okay? Because I don't keep secrets like that. I don't need to. Not embarrassed. I was a dancer, sure was. I also then worked in a prison later on in my life, right? Which I'm very proud of. I did amazing work there, working in a mental health prison, okay? I very much cared about the people there, you know? So what else is he gonna, there's nothing he can say of the things in my life that I've been through that I haven't talked about already. Want to know why? Because I own my shit. B, I changed my life, right? Changing your life doesn't mean you go from poor to rich magically, right? I'm not rich. I have a small channel. I don't have a large platform. I'm not bringing in 5,000, 3,000, 8,000 a month. I'm not bringing anywhere near there, okay? I depend on my audience, and it's not, nobody wants to pay for the truth. Let's put it that way. It's not something that's super popular. People want the salacious conspiracies. They don't want the dead honest truth. And so it's not a money maker, right? But again, at least my audience knows what the fuck they're getting. You know what I mean? What about he thought Tim Pool was signaling to subscribe to TV? Nothing moved. Well, that's the thing, is he lost subscribers after that with his ridiculous nonsense, you know? Anti-TV streamers should have pop-ups of the most obnoxious TV quotes constantly, so when TV replays his writers see them. He can replay all the fuck he wants, but if he replays mine, which he never does, but if he replays mine, then his audience has to hear some really hard facts and truth about him that he does not want them to hear. Hence why he doesn't replay them. You know? Brett still has the original award for best blogger that he tries to say is for journalism. It's not. It's for best blogger of Worcester or whatever, that he fucking stuffed the ballot box with people and had like fake accounts vote and shit. Brett picked that up, and that's still at Brett's friend's house. So Aiden literally remade another one on his computer, printed it out, and put it in a frame. Like, sir, that's not even the real one. Like, how embarrassing. Embarrassing. Oh boy, that's interesting. Well, that's the other thing. How dare he talk about, what is he going to talk about? How I had a fundraiser for the fire that we had? And that's a scam? Well, sir, it's a scam if you don't actually have a fire and you didn't actually lose everything. Well, we did. So, yeah. Yeah. So, what's he going to talk about? You know what I mean? The fundraiser that I had for my kids' medical expenses? Like, yeah, that's a real thing, sir. Meanwhile, this clown has been living off fundraisers for 10 years and then bought a house after he begged and pleaded for defense funds that he could have paid for himself. That, sir, is called scam. He loves to shit on anybody who's ever had a GoFundMe or a fundraiser. The problem with that is if you have a fundraiser or a GoFundMe and it's a real need, it is not a scam, right? That's not what a scam is. When you tell people you need defense funds and then you buy and put down almost $200,000 on a house and you put $200,000 cash down, That is a scam, sir, because you could have paid for your defense fees yourself and you chose not to and buy a house instead. That is a scam. The fuck? It's wild. So what the fuck is he going to say? You know what I mean? He can't say shit about me. Not shit. Times are so fucking hard. And that's the other thing. I live in Massachusetts. I don't think people realize like how expensive it is to just live in this state alone, you know? Yeah, the rain date. I don't think he's given. Somebody was like had a flight and shit, you know? That's the other thing. Like, yeah, I live in Massachusetts. My rent alone is almost $2,500. Okay. And that's not counting the utilities that are through the roof here in Massachusetts, which we have a huge problem with. One of the most expensive utilities in the country here in Massachusetts, along with rent, the most expensive in the country here in Massachusetts. If I lived down south, I would pay half as much in rent and I would have some money to save to buy a car. I don't live down south, obviously. I live in Massachusetts, and it's a lot of fucking money. You know? How do you choose a jury for his cases? Well, I don't choose a jury, obviously, but he apparently said he wants to do a Norfolk County jury, which I think is idiotic. But whatever. He wants to do a Norfolk County jury, fine. So they choose a jury. So the prosecution and his defense team have the exact amount, same as strikes. They can strike out a juror for any reason whatsoever with those. And then they have a certain amount of ones to get rid of someone for a bias or racial or whatever, if they show that is problematic. So both the prosecution and his defense team have to come and pick jurors. So it's half and half. Defense team picks half, and then so like that's what happens. That's how it happens. And so again, he wants a Norfolk County jury. That's what he's going to get. The trial isn't going to happen in Norfolk County because he has the special judge. So it's going to happen in Suffolk County. But he's going to get a Norfolk County jury because that's where he's charged out of. So he has the right to that unless he waives it. Oh yeah, he counts my money all the time. He's like, oh, she only made $100 today. Oh, she only made $50 today. Well, I don't have 162,000 subscribers. I have 3,500. Like, so yes, I have much less. He counts my pockets all the time. He's a fucking stage 5 clinger. It did not happen. He put it off and said it was now going to be September because it was going to rain. And then a lot of people were upset because some people had flights and hotels, and some people asked if they were going to get a refund because they're not going to be able to come out during that next date in September, right? So he put it off, and it's because, let's be real, I don't believe it's just for the rain. I believe he knew it would look ridiculous and not that many people signed up. He was hoping that by pushing it off, more people would sign up and show up. Now he's got less than what signed up because those poor people can't come. They had flights and hotels, I guess, you know? Yeah, it is nuts. It's a scam. That's what a scam is. Well, he calls everybody else a scammer with legitimate fundraising efforts. It's wild.
He goes, "What's up,
Nah,
TV?
they never show jury selection. Jury selection never gets shown. They never, ever, ever show jury selection. They might give you the questions, some of the questions, other than they're going to ask the jury, but they never show the full like jury selection, which I wish they would because it's an interesting
Hope
thing.
you're doing well.
Wait, why is this
Listen,
working?
I have an idea.
Hold on. I think I shut my headphone off. Yep. I got to put it back in its little case here to get it to go back out. One of my headphones as well is doing this thing where I can only hear a little bit out of it. The volume is not the same as the other one.
I say we do a YouTube presentation together, and I can prove that not only is Higgins lying about being afraid of you, obviously, but also trying to charge me, JFK, and Microdots with
Me too, girl. Me
witness
too.
intimidation is just him using his authority to get us to stop talking. So let's talk.
Oh yeah, the rents here in Massachusetts are a lot more than mortgages, which is part of the problem, which is like if people could save money, they could save up enough to like put money down on a house, but they can't because the rent and utilities are so fucking high that they can't save anything. There's nothing left to save. You know, and it's more than a mortgage, which is wild because renting is supposed to actually be cheaper than
Talk
that.
about it. Okay.
Oh yeah.
And so I respond.
They measured it. They measured like California and Massachusetts. So California, Massachusetts, Hawaii, and New York are the most expensive states in the country to live in. Massachusetts shouldn't even be in that. Do you see how big California is? How big New York is? Okay. Hawaii is an island, so that makes sense. Everything has got to be brought there. Okay. Massachusetts is this big compared to all those places, and Hawaii has a reason because they're an island. There is no reason on planet Earth Massachusetts should be as high as it is to live here at all compared to those states. And it is. It's wild. It's fucking wild.
On to James, and I said,
Oh yeah, nothing.
prove he's lying. I'm like, I covered this last week when it first came out. He goes, okay. Thought it would be good to see you and I speaking about it together. That's all. But you do your thing.
Why is he talking like that? That's another thing. Like demeaning people by talking like that. I moved in 2008. My rent was $1,500 for a studio. Ridiculous. See, that's the thing. For a studio, like that means you have no bedroom. It's just one big room, and you might have like a burner stove, maybe, and a bathroom, but one big room. You have no bedrooms, no living room, just one big room, right? For a fucking studio, like it's wild. Do we know if Cosgrove will? Yeah, Cosgrove does have help. He has help with some stuff. For like the tech portion of it, he does have help. See what my HOA is $1,100 a month. I mean, I would love to like move to like North or South Carolina. I would. If I had the money, I would do it right now. Right? Without any thought, I would do it right now. Literally, right now. His defense is only to choose Glamour supporters. I believe he was sent another subpoena for, yeah, he was sent a subpoena last week for a deposition this week. So I don't know what day it's supposed to take place, though. We'll find out because he'll either be late on his stream or early on his stream. That should tell us, unless he skips it completely, you know? Me too. I would love to see where Stono's going. Meanwhile, mine go directly to like rent, food, utilities. Like his probably, I'm guessing, go to his habits of doing stupid shit, you know? Where have his turtle chat's been? I don't know. No more. I love when he says it. Oh, there's none? No. I mean, I don't. It's different from me not having any, you know? Damn work to think it's more pressing. I love that, Spy Girl. Nice to see you, my friend. I think he's supposed to be reading James. I got to go back. He's reading James Jackson's text, I think. Like, why are we talking like that, you weirdo? Right? Hope that includes a private chef. I would love a chef or a maid. Even a maid once a month would be so helpful to just like do laundry and like just clean up the kids' shit. Like that would be such a help, you know? I think James Jackson. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? And why talk to this idiot after that? You know what I mean? It's weird, bro. It's weird. Weird. Well, that's the thing. A giveaway is a giveaway. You give it away, right? You give it away. You don't buy spots for it. That's a raffle, right? Which is why mine was a raffle, not a giveaway. Although I do want to do a giveaway from today's video. So what's going to happen is you're going to like the video. And so when you like the video and you comment on the video, there is an sort of like an AI thing that gives me all the screen names of all the people who commented in the video when it's not live anymore and liked the video. And I'm going to put all those names into that thing, and it's going to pick randomly a name. And that person is going to get a $10 Amazon. It's not a lot, but I said I would do it because we need to. The Crazy Barry's birthday was yesterday. The Looney Barry's birthday was yesterday, and in honorance of lunatics worldwide, I am going to give a $10 Amazon gift card out to someone who likes and or comments on today's video, and we'll give it away tomorrow. But I was supposed to do it yesterday because yesterday was his birthday, but yesterday was also supposed to be my sister's thing. So remember to like and comment on the video when it's not live anymore so that you can get that little entry, because it picks up every screen name of everyone who comments and likes and then I can put it into the thing and it'll spit out a random name, and then you just have to give me your email and I'll send an gift card to your email for $10 for Amazon, because I said I would do that for Nan because it was a good idea. And it was, for me, it was like in remembrance of Nan having to deal with all of his bullshit. Like, fuck him, right? We'll give it away to a sane person, an actual real life human that doesn't try to, screw over people and lie constantly. It's all he does is like harass her fucking life. And it's like, I deal with a lot of like the ridiculously insane troll writers behind the scenes where they're like texting my phone and like sending emails and just being weirdos. And I know what she's dealing with when it comes to Lunatic Barry. So in honor of my friendship with Nan and me loving her so much, and him being such a fucking whack job, somebody said, can we do a giveaway? I don't remember who said it. Somebody said, can we do a giveaway for Barry's birthday? And I was like, oh my God, that's a fucking amazing idea. And so I was like, you know what? In honor of my friend having to deal with his lunacy on a fucking daily basis, yeah, we can do that. We're doing that. We're doing that. He secretly wants to be James. Oh, he's going to be doing a fundraiser soon. Make no mistake about that. I need one of those like steam for the area rugs. I need one of those, especially the one in my little's room. I need one of those like handheld, like wet vacs that like clean up, like, because my little over here, she does her makeup and then she gets the makeup all over the rug, or she sits there and plays with like, paint or whatever. And it's like, I need to get it out of the rug, her little rug. All right. Well, imagine he'd fill that Wilbur in 10 seconds if he could fill it with every person he's fucked over in life. I saved for the cordless shark, worth every penny. Oh, I bet it was. Okay, so this is recent. Yes, because he said this one is from this morning. This one is literally for this morning. He's about as funny as Sunburn, right? Hello, Robert. How are you? Yeah, I need one that's like does the wet stuff that, gets the stains out and stuff. Judges and lawyers are like a fraternity. They drink, golf, hand together. They all have TV's number. I'm sure that most people know what a deplorable piece of shit he is. Yeah, I need something like that. It's not necessarily for like, it just needs to be for like the little area rugs my kid has in her room. She makes a mess. I have to watch Hoarders to get motivation to clean. I forgot that show even existed forever ago. Does he realize that many troll him and bait him as well online? He does take YouTube and social media too seriously at times. He does. Forget the rug, put down a tarp. I usually do, but it happens when she's like doing it herself. For instance, like she'll say, I'm going to go watch TV. I'm going to lay down, whatever. And then like 10 minutes later, I'll go and check on her. And she's like making a mess with everything on the rug. And I'm like, oh, for the love of God. Oh, for the love of God.
Come on. Give me a break. No one else, like, no. He's like, maybe Brian Albert knew, but no one else. Like, what? Are you kidding me? Like, get out of here. So anyway, it's just absolute batshit insanity.
You're batshit insanity.
What he's saying. And Randall had some great points that I didn't even think of. Like, he actually knows this shit, like the back of his hand, when it comes to like who said what in testimony.
I backed it up a little because I'm like,
what happened at the waterfall. Like, so credit where credit's due. I watched it. And so James Jackson reached out to me the other day and said, let's see what he said. He goes, what's up, TV? I hope you're doing well. Listen, I have an idea. I say we do a YouTube presentation together, and I can prove that not only is Higgins lying about being afraid of you, obviously, but also trying to charge me, JFK, and Microdots with witness intimidation. Is just him using his authority to get us to stop talking. So let's talk about it. Okay. And so I respond to James and I said, prove he's lying. I'm like, I covered this last week when it first came out. He goes, okay. Thought it would be good to see you and I speaking about it together. That's all. But you do your thing. Wish you the best. And so then I thought about it. And I'm like, and then I listened to JFK on with Loophole Lawyer yesterday. And I'm like, you know what? I think I should. I think I should do that. That doesn't mean we have to be like friends. But I think it would be good. I think it would be good.
James.
And I would do it. People like do it on your
Fuck
channel.
him.
I'd rather do it on theirs, to be quite frank.
Come on.
I don't like hosting people. I like going on other people's things, you know.
Yeah, 'cause he wants to mute everyone. That's why.
I'll be honest, when I had James Jackson on, it was gold, but after the reason things. That's the thing, is like these people are so obsessed with Will.
These people.
Like all of them. And
All the people I screwed over are obsessed with me. All the people I have lied about and tried to destroy their lives, they're just obsessed with me. That's what it is. It's not they have any real gripe and that they don't want anyone else to get hurt and they don't want me to victimize anyone. It's that they're all crazy and have turtle boy derangement syndrome. That's what it is. They're all nuts and they have turtle derangement syndrome and they're just obsessed with me. They're obsessively obsessed with me. Says the guy that spends fucking 18 to 20 hours online every single fucking day using sock accounts, reading everything people write under my comments, reading everything everyone writes under Mike's, everything everyone writes under the Nan's, everything writes under fucking Brian's, everybody, like, bro, are we for real? Is he for realsies? Like, is this for realsies? That's his excuse for everything. Everyone's obsessed with me. They're just obsessed with me. That's what it is. They have turtle boy derangement syndrome and they're obsessed with me. No, isn't your thing, like, Aiden, to claim that you need to call out bad behavior? Like, that's your thing, right? I need to call out bad behavior. Except the problem with that is you don't actually call out bad behavior. You invent bad behavior. We're just calling out your bad behavior, sir. Like, you think everyone else's business is all your business. So, I mean, you have actually hurt people. Right? You have actually victimized people. You might not want to acknowledge that because you need all of your, defenders to keep defending you and giving you money. But we know what you did. We know a lot more than the general public. So we certainly have a right to fucking speak on it. And we're gonna. And I think you're just upset that we have the truth out there and people are starting to put the pieces of the fucking puzzle together on their own. That's what you're so upset about? Oh, my fucking legs are killing me today. I mean, the shirt, read the shirt, okay? It says all this and brains too. Something you'll never have, sir. Intelligence or emotional intelligence. That's what the shirt says. Read it, okay? Like, come on. His excuse to everyone is they all have turtle boy derangement syndrome and they're obsessed with me. Sir, that's the only, right? He's not obsessed at all. He talks about everybody constantly, right? Constantly. Spends fucking 18 to 20 hours online every single day. I can't imagine spending that amount of time on fucking social media every day. That's wild. No, thank you. Wild. I have a whole family. No, thank you. He never logs off. So when he acts like he's so busy that he can't write blogs, he can write blogs. He chooses not to. You could write a blog instead of doing a 2-hour show in the morning and just talking about nonsense, but you choose not to, right? It's wild. Come on. It's a fucking, like, moral authority. Acting like he's a moral authority, if anything, is wild to me. Nothing good is going to come out of some of these people even engaging with him. So funny. It's just wild to me. I don't get it. Well, yeah, that's definitely not the same, obviously. Yeah. Definitely not wanting him in jail is definitely not the same thing as welcoming him. 100% agree with that. But I think if they were smart, they'd just stay far away from him, I think that's the smart. I mean, again, I'm not them. It's not my choice, but, just stay the fuck away from him, dude. It's not worth the headache is what I can say. It's not worth the headache of the twists and turns that he tries to play. It's just, he's diabolical. He's 44. I don't think I know. He's 44. So, I mean, he looks a lot older though now because he's aged significantly with all the lying he does.
They like kind of
the liabilities.
They don't like me, but they hate
like
Will.
Me?
Like and because I am friends with Will, like real friends.
Will's also a liar.
Friends, right? And will never ever like they want me to throw him under the bus for my own benefit.
No, they don't want you to throw him under the bus. But if you haven't figured out yet that Will is basically using you for clicks and money, like, then you're dumber than I thought. I mean, we know you're dumb, but, like, holy hell, man. Holy hell. Holy hell. They want me to throw Will under the bus. Now, Will almost threw you under the bus, and you had to stop it because that's how afraid you are. and he's afraid of you. So I guess you're both afraid of each other. What a great friendship that is, being afraid of one another. Sounds like a fun friendship. I do not want to be friends with someone I would have to be afraid of, nor would I want somebody trying to be friends with me that would be afraid of me. That is wild. No, thank you. No, thank you.
And that's just never going to happen. And so I kind of get looped in.
He's never going to throw Will under the bus. You guys know what that means, right? That's one of his tells. That means it's coming. It's coming shortly. And we can't tell if that's going to be, sometimes it's a day, sometimes it's a week, sometimes it's a month, sometimes it's a couple months. But usually when he's like, I would never throw so-and-so under the bus and I would never talk shit about them, it's usually about T-minus some amount of time before he actually absolutely does that.
And I think with it, like they are obsessed.
one
If
of
you
his
watch
tells.
any BLT rant and just hear and cry for it.
I mean, bro, you're defending. Let's cry for the BLT. They said Will is a degenerate, bro. Okay, he's a degenerate, right? Violence against women is not cool. Violence against children is not cool, Aiden. Unless you're going to say those things are cool, or excuse them away and say, "Well, he did those a long time ago, so I'm still friends with him." Like, what is your? Notice he never gives a thought on that, right? If it was anyone else that had those charges, anyone else than someone he liked, he would be writing a blog about them. If it was an anti-person that had those charges at any point in their life, he'd write a whole blog on what a piece of shit they are, right? But, purple weirdo and, Ray from Dallas and fucking Will, they're totally acceptable because he likes them. So they can have all the criminal charges and violence they want. Like, it's totally acceptable and okay, right? Hello, duh.
And the hate they have for Will, like that,
Come on,
they
bro.
hate Will.
Stop it.
Right? They all hate Will.
I don't hate Will. Will's just your bitch. And it's like sad to watch him just like, where do I get my bone? Am I a good boy? You want me to repeat what you said today on a petty stream tonight and talk about the same person? Will do. Like, no, he's your bitch, bro. Like, he's your bitch.
And Randall hates Will. He hates him.
I don't know. Does he still exist?
And they didn't mind me. They didn't mind me, but it was my association with Will that they really just listen to it. They don't hate me with the same venom.
Well, I don't know about keeping quiet because we know who both the girlfriends are. Like, and those girlfriends are gonna know who they are shortly. They're gonna figure them out being around them all the time who they are. And so I don't know how you can keep quiet when we know who they are. It's not very quiet.
They hate Will. And I'm just not, that's just not how I am. I don't.
Yeah, Will's not really friends with Adam. He complains about Adam, superfan blogger here, quite a bit to people and how he doesn't appreciate doesn't appreciate Aiden making him look like a bitch or his bitch. He doesn't appreciate Aiden not sticking up for him in certain things. He doesn't appreciate Aiden saying things generally that apply to him and then pretending that he didn't sort of do that. And like, it makes it look like he's his bitch. Well, that's because you are his bitch. It's not that it makes it look like he's his bitch. You are his bitch. Stop doing those things, right? Stop taking his dog whistles and then doing a petty stream on that same person that night and you wouldn't look like his bitch. You do it because you need the money, right? Put it behind a paywall every night and, people will pay. Am I sure what about his age? Yes, I am sure.
Turn on people for my own benefit. I mean, that's gay. So, I don't know what but I look back on this and I'm like, but you know what? Like everything, they have never, ever said anything as it pertains to my case that is like
exactly for you.
Turnable guilty. Right. Or, like they have not exhibited any real sign.
Oh, Will wants to take over just like Jess wanted to. They're, two of the same coin, right? Will's like, yes, when he goes to jail, I will take over this. If you think for 1 second that he hasn't already planned that and he doesn't already know that Aiden's probably going to see some jail time. Ugh. Again, these people talk a lot. They talk a lot into a lot of different people. And like those conversations come back in text to others. Like I love when they pretend that we don't know what they're saying because they're too stupid to not share it in a text. Come on, Of course he's going to deny it. And then he's going to get the benefit of all those writers looking for someone to watch. They're going to need Will, right? Like he knows that. They clearly bother him, right? Like I bothered him for a long time, but now he doesn't bother with me because it doesn't bother him, right? Like it doesn't bother me, so it gives him no joy, right? Like I don't give a fuck what he has to say about me. I don't give a shit.
Signs of turtle boy derangement syndrome. I think they're opportunistic, especially Randall, right?
I'm sorry, who is he calling opportunistic? This motherfucker who's the most transactional motherfucker on planet Earth called someone else opportunistic? Get the fuck out of here. right? I feel like if they're, again, kind of the same coin, just like different sides. Without him, there's no Will. Like, you know, yeah, he doesn't listen. Aiden has never been a fucking friend to anyone ever. He doesn't know how to be a friend, and he never will. You know? Oh, am I sure that? No, what I'm saying is Aiden said, I'm never going to turn on Will or I'm never going to throw him under the bus. That's one of Aiden's tells. So usually when he says that, he's actually gearing up to do exactly that. Whether it's a day, a week, a month, like he will flip on him and do a whole rant on how he sucks and what he should have done for him and how he doesn't appreciate that he didn't give all his time to talk about Aiden's cases and do what he wanted him to do, so on and so forth. Aiden's been bitching a lot lately about how Will doesn't do what Melanie Little does, and he needs Will to step up more and do more on his cases. The problem with that is Will can't argue your case for you, bud, because the statute is clear and you did do X, Y, and Z. So what's he going to fucking argue? He's going to look like an idiot, and he doesn't want to look like an idiot, so he doesn't argue it. Like, yeah, well, that, you know, it's weird. You know, weird. I want the screaming. Oh, yeah, that would be cool for that case, for the Eddie O'Brien case. Everything's about him. Him. You know? Yeah, I mean, that's once the fucking judge and jury have spoken, that's just what happens, you know? Oh, it's a huge tell of his. A huge. You got to follow the patterns, folks. I think Will is the springboard ready to flip, probably. If he was smart, he would have done it a long time ago. If he was smart, he wouldn't have let Aiden stop him from saying what he needed to say all those weeks ago. Instead, he was dumb enough to let Aiden take him on a gaslight stroll. And that's exactly what happened. Aiden took him on a literal gaslight stroll, and Will was too dumb to pick up on it. You know? Listen, that's why I always feel like I have a soft spot for just people in general, right? Because like the shit I've been through. So I feel like those things that we've had to endure, the pain, the emotion, right? Like some of these things like at least help us better understand other people. You know, I think before some of the things I dealt with, I would have had a different perspective on it. But after dealing with it, you most certainly sort of change your opinion, having gone through something like that on your own, you know? I feel like it's always a benefit to know, you know, X, Y, and Z because you've been through it, or be able to relate to someone because you've been through it, you know? Felony Middle has Will in her intro. Ew, that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. Yeah, they're both just as bad, is my opinion. Like, he does those petty streams for Aiden most of the time, though, you know? Yes, we send all of our love and all of the hugs and healing vibes. And no, it never will heal. You know, I don't even want to say it gets easier because I feel like it just doesn't even get easier. But like knowing what we know and sort of time going by and being able to talk about it is a portion of healing. Although we will never be fully healed from that, you know? Oh my God. Me and Nan broke the interwebs one time, remember? We did a show and like broke the whole interwebs. We did it. If you, Nan, Mike, and Brian did a show, you could literally see TV glitch out like he's in the electric chair when it short circuits. Imagine. We should work on that. We should actually work on that. We should work on that. Oh, I'm sure they do. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, look at all the people he attached himself to. He would write blogs on every single one of these people if they weren't defending him. Okay, make no mistake. Okay. Make no mistake.
Like he's a snake. You cannot trust him, right? I think he's opportunistic.
Well, he is.
I think he loves drama. I think that a lot of people blame him for the division in September around Recording Gate because he kind of, you know, he did latch on to that.
So I'm guessing. So Aiden says a lot of people blame Will for that. I've never seen anybody actually blame Will for that. I've seen everybody blame Aiden for that because like if you're forcing people to lie for you or else, right? So I've never seen somebody be like, it was all Will's fault. So I honestly believe that Aiden thinks it's all Will's fault. And the way he needs to get that out is by saying, well, a lot of people blame him for that. No, you blame him for that. You do. Everyone else blames you, sir. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. The way you have to pick up on his patterns and the way he projects. If you know the way he projects, you can pick up on this stuff pretty easily. Apparently, me too. You know, I just have fake medical conditions like TBDS, where I tell the truth about Aiden and he doesn't like it, which is apparently now TBDS. Well, I guess he has twisted syndrome. And he also has hating Nan syndrome and hating Mike syndrome and hating Brian syndrome. So, you know, he might want to get those syndromes checked along with his diabetes and his test lying. I mean, he's got a lot of problems.
Like a dog
you know?
on a bone, right? But like, let's keep it a buck, right? Like, obviously, I had something like me going on that Spaces and lying did not help. Denying, rather, that didn't help, especially when I had no idea that my ex-girlfriend was hacking into my account and was planning on releasing it anyway. So had I known that, you know, I just thought this was going to go away. I just wanted it to go away. I'm like, this is stupid. Like, so obviously I take part in blaming that and they take part in blaming that, but Karen Reed has to take part blaming that too. And that's not shitting on Karen Reed. It's just a historical retelling of the event.
She's got to take blame in the fact that I wiretapped her and then made people lie about it. Imagine saying that out loud, because that's what he just said. Please hold. Me and my little are going to enjoy some string cheese. We like string cheese.
Love string cheese.
You can have both of those, but make sure you put the package back in the fridge, okay? Okay.
I want to see how it spreads.
Girl, it's the regular string cheese that we usually get. The same thing.
Yeah, but I am also sick.
Yeah.
And I can't have cheese.
This
I'm
is
allergic
this is
to dairy.
low.
What's that?
Yeah, this is the cheese that you can have. You can have this cheese. Just don't go crazy. Go ahead.
It's really good.
Yeah, girl, it is. String cheese is delicious.
I'm just what
Yeah, he wanted to basically like have the content creators do all the work that his lawyers are supposed to be doing, you know? And he said, how dare they not do all the things I want them to do? You know? Don't mind me, I'm just eating string cheese. Rachel sends $25. Thank you, Rachel. Love your show. Love you, girl. Thank you. I appreciate the support. I definitely need it. So thank you. A.S. Sparky says, does anybody remember Aiden saying he was trying to make it so he could hire content creators to work for him and he'd basically get a cut of their earnings? I believe that's what's going on. I also remember Ethel at some point sort of trying to do something along those lines as well. Like, weirdo. No, you can't take a cut of their earnings, bro. YouTube already takes a cut of our earnings. Why the F would anyone work for him and get it? No, that would be the dumbest thing on planet Earth. But yes, I do remember that. Yeah, they have a couple things. It has nothing to do with Aiden, though. Oh my God, Purple's following you on X? Oh, for the love of God. No, Meredith did not hack Aiden. That was a fucking lie. Nobody hacked him, bro. This is, again, nobody needed to hack him. He's a dumbass, you know? Exhibit any real signs of TBDS. It's like Survivor or Big Brother. Power moves within inner circle to break trust. JFK planting seed of doubt about Clara. Well, I mean, I feel like a lot of people have sort of just talked about that, and I think they were, you know, spot on. Actually, I don't think it was even a seed of doubt. I think it was, you know, truth to it. You know, yeah, right. Shall we name the signs of TBDS? Can you hack if you were given the password? No, that's the thing. You cannot hack someone if they give you the password and allow you to use it. No, you cannot actually hack them. It's not hacking, you know? I mean, I guess I could hack any of my husband's stuff because he uses the same damn password for everything. Although I don't feel the need to. I don't feel the need to. He's a good boy. He's trained well, you know? But Aiden thought he created this Karen Reed business. I did an X tweet on it. It's really odd, but he really believes he has full control. But here's the fun fact, okay? He actually, a long time ago, right? And I mean a long time ago, in the beginning. So I'll say, when I was first covering the Karen Reed case in the very beginning, so this was pre-trial to even the first, like, trial, okay? So before the first trial ever happened, there was literally a handful of content creators covering this. Me, Aiden, Mike, Brian. That was really it, right? Saw Brian at the courthouse a couple times. Mike did most of his streams from home, which is totally okay too. He's got other stuff going on. But There was only a few of us, okay? And so in the very beginning of that, Aiden used to get very upset if someone got inside information on anything and they didn't give it to him first. Because he believed, because most people watched him on this, that he should be the one to tell everybody this information, aka he should take the credit for information he did not get and give it to everyone and claim that he, of course, got it, right? So that more people would simply listen to him and watch him. And so he used to have these tantrums over it. He also had tantrums over things that were posted on Facebook, or if that someone didn't tell him about something that he thought he deserved to know about, that he had no business fucking knowing about. He tried to control the Facebook and what was posted and what was allowed posted and what wasn't allowed posted, which is why there was a break at one point and it ended up as 2 Facebook groups. There was a lot of shit that happened behind closed doors. Publicly, he would be telling people he wants everybody to hear about this case and everybody should be talking about it and blah, blah, blah. Privately, he was doing the complete opposite of what he was telling people publicly. Privately, he was trying to shut down any new person talking about it. He wanted all of everyone to share all the information they got with him. So he was the know-all be-all. Okay? What he does privately and what he says publicly are two very, very different things, you know? I like Big Brother. I haven't watched Survivor in a while, but I also don't have cable, and I haven't had cable in years, so that's probably why. Right? And will everyone, will you please take my apology for Adam illegally wiretapping me? I would gladly appreciate it. Will 100% is an Aiden creator. He's up his ass. Oh, yeah, and around his corner. So far out, you can spit him out, you know? Aiden could spit him out. That's how far up Aiden's ass Will is. You could literally just spit him out, you know? It's the traitors. Aiden's the biggest traitor, right? It's wild. He admits she did all the fun. She did everything for him. Not just the fundraiser work, but so much. I have Peacock, but it comes with my my Walmart Plus account because I don't drive. I often have to have food delivered. And so I pay the 12 or 15 bucks, whatever it is, for Walmart Plus, even though I still have to pay, you know, the tip or whatever for them to come. I use that, and so it comes with that. You can either pick Peacock or Paramount. So I used to like Will, but other the last couple of months I've seen Aiden in Will's true colors. He's actually not a good person. No, he's not a good person at all. Not even close to a good person. He's a horrible human being. Hey, girl. He's like a puppeteer pulling the strings on everyone. Used to love TV and Will, but okay, I got this one already. He was okay with the other content creators reporting on it, but then you all got bigger and he got mad. Well, when I got bigger, he got really mad. Then he lashed out, and then I lost thousands of fucking subscribers because as soon as Aiden says you're bad, apparently people just believe it without, you know, ever thinking twice to use their own brain cells. It's wild to me. I've never seen anything like it. It's really wild. He loses his shit. He wants everything himself. He doesn't want anybody to have free will. He tries to control everything that happens, you know? TV is HOH. All right, let's listen to what else ridiculous. So basically right now he's saying that Karen Reed needs to take responsibility for Aiden wiretapping her, for wiretapping Gate. She needs to take some responsibility, you know? I do agree with Willie on one thing. He didn't talk to TV off air, so TV could quash his petty stream. He felt since TV made that statement on air, TV should go on the air to correct it. I agree as well. You can't make statements about someone publicly and then say privately, oh, I'm sorry about that. Because now everybody publicly believes you, right? Like you have to correct it, dude. You have to. Aiden will never do that. He won't. It reminds me of that kid we all grew up with that had to be first doing everything. Yep. If not, he'd run home and be like, Mama, they wouldn't let me bad first. They do act like they're in a cult, probably because they are in a cult, and some of them don't even realize it, which is really the sad part. He would take the bad. He blames Karen for wiretapping. The gall and audacity of him alone is wild. I see a couple people have joined us. Thanks for joining, guys. Can you hit the like button? Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. If you can donate to this channel, we more than appreciate it. We can use any and all support towards our very tiny but growing channel. All right, here we go.
She showed up in the comment section, right?
Oh no!
And was like,
she showed up in comments,
like openly crapped on Nurse Kim, Will, others who she did not name, right? And
he admits she didn't name anyone, but she crapped on them because he said so. Got it.
Blamed them for harming her. because they didn't want to snitch on someone else. Like they don't like what? You know what I mean? It's just like because, and then openly did it, and like those people have done a lot.
The way
for
he
her,
frames shit
you know,
is
like,
wild.
and like Nurse Cam and
Wild.
Will have done fundraisers for her, raised a shit ton of money, and like because they didn't.
What about the people who did fundraisers for him? What about all of us? Right? Like, what about people trying to help you out and you don't give a fuck about shitting on them? Like, who the fuck are you to talk? Shut the hell up.
Turn on me, they're
Shut the
gonna get
hell up.
openly crapped on. I don't know.
Right. Like,
So it's
what the
like
fuck?
I think
That's
we all
he does.
deserve some sort of blame for that.
We all deserve something. You know what? Everyone deserves apologies from you, sir. Okay? First of all, apologize that we have to listen to your lying ass voice. Then apologize for having to look at your stupid fucking face. And then apologize for just being a blatant fucking piece of shit.
So, but that doesn't mean he's without blame either.
All he
You know what
does
I mean?
is spin and
But
twist things. That's it.
either way, I look at this and I'm like, okay, they could have been like Mike Cryford and BLT are like cartoon characters, you know?
Says the guy with the dick nose. Sir, I think the only cartoon character here is you. Okay? Get down, fly, get down. No one else acts like that. You're fucking cartoon character. You're the only person that acts like an actual real life cartoon character. Right. She didn't name or openly blame anyone. Oh, because apparently nobody cares. That's why. Right. Exactly. Nobody cares. We certainly don't care because we know he wiretapped, right? Like he wants everyone to share in the blame of his wrongdoing. See how that works? It's not that he did it and that's what caused all of this. It would cause people to have to lie for him because they're afraid, right? Right? It's not that. It's not that. It's that everyone should share in the blame because, you know, they lied for him. Like, what? Where is the logic with that? Not only does Mike laugh at this shit, you want to call somebody Cryford, bro. The only person I have ever seen cry on the fucking floor after, you know, being on a wet couch, which we allegedly don't know why it was wet. Did you pee the couch? We don't know. It was wet and it wasn't wet before you got on it. So I don't know. Did you pee it? Did you dump water on it? I don't know. But the only person I have ever seen cry on a fucking floor, sir, is you.
Can you please go? Can you please go?
Imagine calling somebody else Cryford and saying that they cry when I've never seen them cry about anything. I've seen them laugh about a lot. But imagine calling somebody else Cryford.
Can you please go? Can you please go?
How fucking nonsensical. I can't go back. Ooh, I can't do it. Ooh, I can't do it. Imagine. I just don't. Someone help me out here. How the fuck are you gonna call Mike Cryford? Mike's never cried about a damn thing while you're literally on the floor. And Meredith's like, can you please get off the? I have neighbors. Can you please get? She's like trying to beg him to get off the floor. And at one point she's like, why is the couch wet, dude? Like, why is it wet? Why you were laying on? Why the fuck is the couch wet? Like, did you pee on the couch and then throw a tanty? This is a whole ass turtle tanty. A whole tanty. And you're talking about anybody else, Cryford? Sir, no one else is calling the cops over a missing shoe and a key fob that was never found. You should really be calling the cops over your fucking missing pupils.
Can you please go? Can you please go?
Like, come on. Stop it. Stop it. Like, it's just wild to me. I wouldn't be helping him with a goddamn fucking thing. Help his ass go straight to fucking jail. Do not collect go. Do not pass, do not collect $200 and do not pass go. Sorry, not sorry. Jail for you. Jail. I have a $15 donation. I'm not going to read your real name. I appreciate you, my friend. When you guys don't identify yourselves in like your screen name, I never want to read your real name because, you never know what people do with your personal information. And it to me, like, is always protected no matter who it is that donates to my channel. You're always protected here. Unless your screen name is your first name, then I don't really, you know what I mean? And I know that you're there, then I'll, give the first name, but I will never give your full identifying government name because these idiots don't need all that. But I appreciate you. Thank you for your $15 donation. He's like, I'm Cryford's crying. Meanwhile, he's calling the cops over a missing shoe. They're telling him to go to sleep. Okay, that's what they told him that night. They told him, sir, we can't help you. You're going to have to probably go to sleep. They told him to go to fucking sleep, you guys. They told him to go to sleep. That's a fact. They literally told him he should probably try to go to bed. All right. Always, dude. Always. You know, listen, I learned a lot from like watching what Aiden does. And when people subscribe to his website, it gives their names and whatever. And when he doesn't like you anymore, he takes that personal information of yours and spreads it on the interwebs. I would never fucking do that. It's not necessary. No one needs that out there. And I have locked my Venmo and Cash App. So you know how sometimes you can look at people's, like, nobody can see mine. Nobody but me and the person who sent it can see that transaction. That's it. And they can't see any of my other transactions. They can only see the one that they made and the one they were involved in. And I've locked it a long time ago so that nobody can get that information, you know, because it's not fucking for the public, especially people like this. Now, if there weren't people like this in the world, then we wouldn't have to do that, right? Because like there would be no reason. But like you have lunatics like this, you know? Yeah, that's the other thing. When that BLT account was revealed, like, oh my God, dude. Some of these people are pathetic. Grown-ass man, once again, another grown-ass man making a parody account of someone Aiden doesn't like, and they don't even know why Aiden doesn't like him. Oh, that's never going away. I will play that motherfucker 15 times a day.
Can you please go? Can you please go?
I play that at least twice a day. He'll never, and I mean never, live that down. And that is for every fucking victim he has ever hurt, every innocent person who he caused harm to, and every future victim he has yet to cause harm to, but he's going to. I'm going to fucking endlessly play how embarrassing that is. How emasculating. You bitch.
Can you please go? Can you please go?
I would feel bad for anyone else in that scenario. I'd be like, oh my God, my heart breaks. And my heart would literally break. Not this fool. I have no sympathy, no empathy. I don't give a actual fuck if he's sad. Okay. He makes his life on, as you guys saw in that clip I played earlier, where he loves hurting people and their children. I mean, who says that? That's wild, bro. Children? Like, you're a sick fuck, dude. You're a sick human. You like hurting people's kids? You're a fucking sick human, dude. Sick. Oh, yeah. Yep. I've gone over that one many times. He sent that picture to someone and then tried to like go to the cop and be like, oh, see, they have this picture of my kid in the tubs. And then the cops ended up figuring out like, well, you had to have sent it to them. So, and it was like, but I was trying to catch them with kitty porn. It's like, you can't send them a picture and then say they got kitty porn, you fucking weirdo. Like, what is wrong with you? And he did that, of course, to try to set someone up, right? Because he's a sick fool. Then he used other pictures of his kids, like just in their backpacks or whatever, and tried to blame that on someone else, made a fake account of that person, sent those pictures, put them on thing, made a threat to himself. There's a whole text thread that I've been through, okay, that proves all of this. Then had his people find it and send it to him. So it looked like they were showing him something so that he could then print it out, bring it to the court, and then he deleted the account, claiming it was the other person in the lawsuit who was suing him to try to win when he was a loser and lying, right? Like there's a whole lot more to some of those stories. Like that's who he is, guys. That's who he's been for a long time. For a long time. That's who he will always be. Okay? Yeah, it's on the Chamber of Secrets channel on YouTube. That's Shannon's channel. And she documented all of that because she was in that text thread or someone, either that or she was in like a group chat with them. And before they realized that she was like getting the evidence of it, he claimed he was hacked again, right? He wasn't hacked. There was no hacking. There was no hacking, you know? There's always more coming, you know? I think a lot of people don't see it until they see it. You know, they don't see it until they see it. And it's hard to unsee once you see what he is and who he is and how far he's willing to go, how evil he is, and the lengths behind the scenes that he takes to try to win when he's in fact the perpetrator and try to be the victim when he's the perpetrator. It's extensive. And when people step outside of it, and they look, they're like, holy shit, how did I buy his bullshit for so long and not see all of the things that are blatantly in front of my face that I didn't see before, right? You won't be the first or last person. You know, and I just hope that more people open their eyes sooner than later, because that's one less victim that he has. One less victim, one less person he can victimize is every time someone else figures him out. That's what he claims. It's a panic attack. It's not a panic attack. It was a manipulation. It was a drunken tantrum. He was tanked, number one. Number two, it was a way to get Meredith to like do what he wanted her to do. You know what I mean? Yeah, you're going back. You're going back. You know, a lot of people didn't quite understand. He's frightening. That's the problem. Is it's frightening that someone's allowed to walk around freely doing this shit. You know? Yeah, I mean, he had sued him pro se for quite a many years, you know? Quite a lot of years. I mean, I can't imagine being sick enough to do something like that, but I mean, again, this man is fucking sick, and I pull no punches when I say he's a sick human. I know. Unfortunately, it's not related to this, so he won't be able to. But this is what I'm saying. Like, if you think for 1 second that this man isn't calculated in the things that he does, when he's like, oh, I didn't do anything, it was just some random person on X, make no mistake, he had everything to do with that. Like, you know, that's how he tries to circumvent being in trouble, is by handing things off to a third party and telling them on the phone to do something. That way he doesn't have it in text, and then he'll tell them the opposite in text, which is like, don't do that thing. Please don't go after that person. But on the phone, he's like, yeah, keep doing it. I'm just going to write you this text so I can use this as evidence later on that I told you not to do it. Like, if you have to be that diabolical and that calculated, there's something seriously fucking wrong with you. Seriously fucking wrong with you. I would never, ever in my a million years think up something like that. You know, it's wild. I think that too. The algorithm definitely keeps you out of the loop. I think you have to like block and unfollow like a lot of cultist Aiden people to sort of get the truth. But I think also he does a really good job of just being like, this person's evil, don't listen to them, they suck. And then nobody bothers to actually listen or go do their research. And if they do, they come here and say something dumb like, there's only 290 people watching you. Like, what? Like, that's what you have to say. Like, that's it. Like, you got nothing out of this conversation other than that. Okie dokie. You know, okie dokie. Yeah, typical narcissist behavior. You know? Nah, he still had a lawsuit as of like 6 months ago, and it had been going on for quite a few years. Listen, I've been in a room with this nutcase. Fun fact, he's not so froggy when you're in the same room as him. You know? Only behind a screen. You know? As the saying goes, it's easier to fool someone than it is to convince them that they've been fooled. It is. Once you're out, and well done for breaking out. I agree. He gets, yeah. How many times he's claimed that he was hacked? Oh my God, you guys have no idea. The lore that goes back 10 years with him, like the amount of times he's claimed he was hacked when he wasn't is astronomical. Okay. Let me tell you, the people who we deem are mental patients are the ones who call in over and over claiming they were hacked. It's their go-to complaint when they call 911. He's just a very unwell person. I think his wife does have full custody, I believe, like sole physical custody. I think he, you know, basically gets when he sees them, you know. Remember, he said on his stream that he will get you so worked up and mad, then he starts recording you when you're mad. Well, I said that fucking a year and a half ago. And everybody's like, no, he would never do that. He's not that stupid. Why would he do that? Blah, blah, blah. I remember all the things people said to me when I told them exactly that he gets you all worked up, pissed off, screaming. He'll start screaming at you. So you're screaming back. And then the second he hits record, he starts to be calm. And I've heard people who he's wiretapped and like that should have been a sign to me that he was like recording it, is all of a sudden he got calm out of nowhere and he wasn't so calm before that. Like, you know what I mean? It's exactly what he does to make you look insane or crazy. Right? That's the point. And then admitting it is a whole nother thing. Yeah. To the fuck, you not babysit your own kids. Listen, the fact that he said babysit, that one really bothered me. I said something about that on Twitter. I can't imagine my husband ever being like, oh, I'm babysitting my kids. You don't babysit your own kids, bro. They're your kids. They're your responsibility. Babysitting is something someone else does that you pay them to do. Or if it's a family member, you might not pay them to do it, but it's not their ultimate responsibility usually. They're just someone filling in, right? Your kids are your responsibility. You're not fucking babysitting your own children, you loser. Okay? You're not babysitting. You're caring for your children. The fuck you mean? That shit bothered me. Like, you don't babysit your own kids. I hate when guys say that shit. You're not babysitting your own kids, dude. It's not babysitting. It's your fucking responsibility, whether you like it or not. You know? Me too, girl. Me too. Because it's like you're screaming into a void and no one's listening. You know what I mean? It's like holding on to the edge of a building and you're screaming for help and no one's listening. So what point do you have? By the time somebody gets to the top and they're looking down at you, you're screaming more. You're like, help me. You know, no one's listening. Like, that's what they do. Gaslight you until you feel like you're nuts because no one's listening. No one's believing you because they're manipulating and gaslighting. You know what I mean? A lot of people, a lot. I will tell you, I don't know the exact number, but I can tell you dozens of times, including multiple people, like over and over again, like the same person multiple times. That's what he does. I'll be honest, I followed him until one day I realized this guy is nasty, wackadoodle, screaming at people, giving him money. It's wild. Thank you, Old Enough. I appreciate your jewels. Flow state. TV shouldn't be around children or animals. I agree. It's just, he's a sick fucking puppy. He said on the stream that he records everyone. He did say that. He's like, I record anybody. Who cares? Who fucking cares? Wait till that stream is played in court. Yep. He's so dumb and he tells on himself. He does. And then he contradicts himself, not realizing later on that's going to come back to bite him. But he can't. The problem is he cannot keep up with all of his lies. He can't remember what story he told last time or who he told it to, because it changes depending on who he tells it to, right? As well. So he can't remember if he told it on a stream or remember he said, I didn't remember that Jess heard the recording. Because he doesn't ever shut the fuck up. That's why. He can't remember who he told what story to or what lie to. Right? So he has a problem keeping up with those lies. Fun fact, Aiden, when you don't lie all the time about shit, you don't have to keep up with them. It's super easy. You don't have to keep up with them. You know? I mean, I knew he recorded pretty much everyone, you know? So, I mean, I wasn't floored because I already knew. But I wish people had listened to me a long time ago. A very long time ago. That, you know, the God complex. It's exactly what it is. You know, that self-importance he has. His mouth and his ego. Yeah. I mean, that's part of the narcissism is that self-importance, that ego, that I'm better and amazing than everyone. And thinking that people owe you. Not that you earned it, not that you appreciate it or you're grateful for it, but that people owe it to you. And that's what he thinks. People owe him turtle chats. Not that he is grateful for those turtle chats, but that they owe it to him to give him their money. He's not grateful for anything. It's just sad. You know? Yep. You learn, yeah, you learn quickly. You learn what gaslighting is quickly when someone does that shit to you. They try to make you sound like the crazy one. You ever had someone get mad at you for you being mad at them for them doing something fucked up? That's gaslighting. So they're essentially being like, well, how dare you get mad at me for me doing something fucked up? Instead of taking responsibility for the thing that they did that was fucked up, they get mad at you for getting mad at them. That's manipulation. That's gaslighting. You know what I mean? They're gaslighting you into being like, how dare you be mad at me? You have a reason to be mad at them. And they gave you a whole ass reason to be upset. But how dare you be upset with them for doing something fucked up and shady? That is a form of gaslighting and a form of manipulation. Yeah, I mean, he was definitely smart to force the exchange to go live, but then he let Aiden fucking basically, you know, take him for a gaslight stroll. Aiden gaslit him into calming down and not saying everything he wanted to say. It's, you know, same girl, same. I'm glad a few people listen to me now. Oh, sunshine. Thank you, Old Enough. To me, I just wish that they had listened sooner, you know? Sooner. That's when I lose. Me too. That's when I lose. But don't fucking gaslight me like that. You know, thankfully I don't have to deal with that. My husband's not one of those people. He's very calm, cool, and collected. And yeah, I don't have to yell or argue or he's very chill. You know, very, very chill. But you're gonna be mad because I gotta come on. Yeah, I remember having to do it. It's fucking wild. Thank God it was so long ago, you know? Yeah, he's mad. He can't intimidate. Like, that's why it bothers him is because, like, I'm not afraid of him. I don't give him that power over me in the same way they don't give my abuser that power over me. I took that back 20 years ago. I'll never get that back. You know what I mean? It's going to be very interesting in December. I'll tell you that much. I bet you he takes a deal before then, or at least attempts to.
They are like cartoon characters. They are not,
says this guy with a dick nose,
serious people. Like we saw yesterday when I showed.
I love when he says someone's not a serious person. No, they're not serious people. You guys can't take them seriously. They're not serious people.
Can we please go?
I can't go back.
Can we please go?
I can't go back.
But these people are the serious people. These people that support you. These are the serious people.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Those are the serious people. Those are the Aiden supporters at a murder trial. Okay, those are the serious people. You know, we're not serious. They're so serious. Okay, they're very, very serious. Thank you for your floating heart. Old enough. You know. Oh yeah, we're gonna play some Muppet Man videos. I love the Muppet Man videos. I love Scott's videos. Love it.
Like some of those clips of Cryford being like, he's the best journalist ever. And man, he's just so great. And this and that. And then he's
What he doesn't grasp is like when you lie to people, Aiden, and you tell them you did all this research and did all these things, and you checked on all this information, and then people take you at your word. And then they find out later on that none of that was true. You didn't do any research, then yeah, no one can then call you a great journalist. You're a blogger. You didn't check information. It was fed to you and then you spit it out. That's regurgitation, honey. So you led them to believe things that were not true. So then when they found out the truth, then they changed their opinion. That's normal. You know, you reassess based on new information, sir. So I love when he tries to use things people said a year or 2 or 3. He's tried this with me too. Like, oh, look at when she supported me. That's great. And then I found out who you were, right? Jessica Walsh was in that video. You know, gross the fact that she let her run that. He's not bothered, though. He's totally not bothered. He's not bothered. They said I was an amazing journalist when you lied to them. When you lied and made them believe you had done actual work. Then they found out the truth. The end. It's not that hard.
like, I don't know. Some of these charges seem legit. I don't know. He's kind of a scumbag. Like, he's just a joke. And so I texted Randall yesterday. And here's what I said. I'll read what I said. Okay.
Me too. I'm such
So
an
I
amazing
said-
journalist. Okay? Amazing.
I
I'm
go,
award-winning.
I said I
win
enjoyed
you-
the comment.
I win you guys' award. So I am now an award-winning journalist because you guys have bestowed upon me an award of being an amazing journalist. Therefore, I will now call myself an award-winning journalist.
With loophole. James Jackson sent me a proposal today for an idea.
Oh, God.
I think I would
James,
do it.
Please don't
And he
do
goes,
it.
what's that? I sent him a screenshot of what James said.
Don't do
And
it,
I
James.
go,
Don't do
I
it,
also
James.
think it would be good for morale for everyone.
Don't do it,
that came
James.
on, kind of, focused on
Don't
this
do
case.
it, JFK. Don't do
And I
it.
go, no mic though. No mic, no, because he's not serious. Like,
Don't do it.
Randall and them would be cooler if they weren't associated with such clowns, Anyway, he apologized. I mean, that's the thing. It's like the more facts come out about my case and the more you see how tied it is to the Karen Reed case and the more you realize, wait a minute, you can't think, if you think Turtle Boy is guilty or problematic in this, then you are siding with the McAlberts, period. And that means you're disrespecting Karen Reed. It is, and
He speaks for Karen Reed now, even though she won't speak to him. Isn't that amazing, you guys? He now apparently speaks for Karen, even though she hates his face. That's amazing, right? He just speaks for her. No, James sent him a message and a proposal to like go on and talk. And so Aiden sent it to JFK and was like, we should do this. We should do this, but no mic, no young jerks. We gotta, no. Like, guys, don't do it. Don't be dumb. Don't be fucking stupid. Don't be fucking stupid. Don't be dumb. Don't do it. I just read social media apps are shadow banning accounts posting about Perez because people keep posting the video. Oh, shit. Maybe that's why people are being shadow banned. That could be a reason. I mean, I wouldn't do it. It would just be stupid. It would be just fucking stupid. It would be dumb to do it. Dumb. Would it bring in viewers? Yes. Would it bring in super chats? Donations? Yeah, a ton of them. Not worth it. Not worth your self-respect, your credibility, your word. Like, it's not worth it. It's not worth it, dude. New Hampshire Birkenstock sends a $20. Oh, e-checks are a thing? I didn't know that was a thing. That's a thing. Thank you, Birkenstock. I appreciate it. Sends a little heart. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support, my friend. I wouldn't do it. The Kingdom of Capybara Journalism Award for exceptional reporting. I shall take it. I take a bow. Should I also give a pat on the back, a medal, and a parade? I would like one too. You know, I'm so important. I need a parade and a medal and a cookie. I want a cookie too. Can I get a cookie? Aiden would like all those things. He is now very upset and very jealous. He would also like a parade and a cookie and an award from all of you because he's so awesome and important. Okay. I wouldn't do it. If I was him, I wouldn't do it. I don't know why James even proposed it. I don't even know if James did propose it or Aiden's just saying James proposed it. Who fucking knows? I don't know. Didn't somebody just say she ran her show today? Did she? I don't know. No idea. To be fair, I wouldn't want her anywhere fucking near me. Like, she simps for Aiden hard, bro. You know what I mean? Like, some of these people are willing to lie for him and that can continue, like, under oath to the cops, like, whatever it takes to help him, you know? Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's just wild to me, you know? It's wild.
Like, you have the Naniel, the three-headed retard monster there, BLT, Naniel, and Cryford are out here crediting Gretchen Voss's reporting. Like that, and that, which means.
Well, here's a fun fact. Okay. Here's a fun fact. Yeah, he just called him Randall. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, J7 ran it. Okay. That's okay. No worries. Later, JFK as he settles up. Screw it. I wouldn't do it. If I was him, I wouldn't do it. I would not fucking do it. It's not smart, dude. It's just not fucking smart. Yeah, he called it. That's what it's to disparage him. To call him Randall is to disparage him, right? Randall, it's to disparage. But then he wants him to, we should do this. We should do this live stream. You know, what he wants is his viewers to hate on JFK, but he also wants them to come watch. So, like, that's the point of all of that. You know what I mean? Like, it's a way to control it, you know? It's a way to control it. Like, there's so many. It took me a long time to keep them all straight, to be fair. They were fair. I watched. I was a little bit behind, but I watched. They were incredibly fair to him. Fairer than I would have been, because I'm going to tell you, like, some of the shit that they didn't say that they were, like, being fairly fair with him about. Like, I have different knowledge than they do, of course, of some of those things that I know definitively that they might not. And so mine would have been a little bit different because I definitively know some things that they don't. But, like, they can be fair, right? They can be fair. Like, he doesn't appreciate that. Why? Because they don't support him anymore. They don't support him anymore. You know what I mean? Like, this is fucking stupid. I haven't spoken to a 30-year friend for him taking my, people always take my kindness for weakness. That shit pisses me off. Why would either of them think of talking to TV for what he's done to them? Yeah, Solids, in my opinion, I wouldn't do it. It would be stupid. It would be fucking stupid to do. It would be dumb. When Microdot dropped that Lindsay G wiretap thing, I thought that was so great. All I heard was supreme gaslighting. So that's the thing. When I first heard, like, the first portion of that, the first thing I popped into my head was, holy shit, he is not only abusing the fuck out of her. One of the first things she says is, you just threatened me and my children, right? Like, she doesn't know she's being recorded. And every single one of Aiden's supporters skipped right past that part. Never talked about it, skipped right past the part where she's like, you just threatened me and my kids, dude. Like, because he, in fact, threatened her to do X, Y, and Z or else, right? As he said the other day, he wants the kids to hurt too, right? So make no mistake, he has done this many times. And so it's like, what I heard was someone who was clearly in distress, but who's causing the distress. He had just spent the former 3 or 4 hours forcing her to let him go through her fucking phone while he took notes on what she said to Kate Peter, because that was his biggest concern. Then told her to throw her phone in a fucking river and not testify against him, right? Because that's witness intimidation. You can't fucking do that, right? And calling for help in the bathroom and then having to delete it so he didn't see it, right? Like, that's what he spent the preceding 3 to 4 hours doing. So by the time you're a fucking recording, she's gone through all that already. And he, by the way, in that recording was screaming and yelling right before he hit record. Make no mistake. And threatening her and the kids, of course. So I heard and knew immediately something wasn't right, because I could hear the gaslighting. I could hear the fake calmness in his voice. And I knew that he altered it in the beginning. I knew that day one because he had sent multiple versions of it. He had sent the original version to quite a few people before he altered it and sent the altered "I'm recording you" part. And also the original wasn't audio. It was a video, and he put the phone right in his pocket. And you can hear in the audio version where he puts the phone in his pocket to obstruct and hide it. If you're telling someone you're recording them, why would you put the phone in your pocket? Right? So there were a lot of red flags for me. Hearing that immediately, I heard the gaslighting. Why? Because I've been abused before by an abuser. So I knew instantly what was fucking going on. And it was just disgusting. And the fact that he tried to get Mike to put that out there.
Means you're shitting on David.
He wanted
Yannetti.
Mike
All
to take
three
the
of them
heat.
are shitting on David Yannetti.
He knew he wiretapped someone. He knew he altered that wiretap. And he knows someone, because he's already dealt with the wiretapping issue before. He knows somebody can be charged with dissemination of wiretapping. And he wanted Mike to put that out. Why? So when the shit hit the fan, he could be like, I didn't put it out. Mike put it out. Like, fuck out of here.
And saying what he did was problematic. What did he do? What did he do? He said no.
What Yannetti did was problematic. I have Aiden's full phone extraction. And if you've seen the phone extraction, which I'm betting lots of people have at this point, then you see the full exchange between Aiden and Yannetti. You can see the full exchange, all of its contacts and a full exchange. It is extremely problematic for any attorney to be having those types of conversations with someone like Aiden who's doing what he's doing. Okay. So yes, you have to credit Gretchen because she looked at those from the full extraction and confirmed they are in fact real and they do in fact exist. And that's what they say, right? So yes, you would have to credit the reporter who reported on it because it's factual, sir. That's how it works, right? No, he wants to boil himself in with Yannetti, Karen, and if you don't like, if you don't like him, then you don't like Yannetti or Karen. But listen, even if you liked Yannetti, you have to be honest with saying like his conversations with Aiden are extremely problematic. They're extremely problematic from an ethics standpoint. Okay, regardless if you like the guy or not, you can't do shit like that, dude. You can't do shit like that. You can't.
Nice things to a person who was putting the word out that his client was innocent.
You don't
which
come
she
here.
was. That's all David Yannetti did. He liked me.
Interesting.
He said nice things about me. He appreciated the work I did, and he vocalized that to me.
He liked me and he vocalized it to me. He said I was a good boy, and so I'm a good boy. Like, that's what Aiden's always looking for. That, like, love and appreciation, because he needs to get it from everybody on the interwebs, because he can't get it in real life. He's like, he appreciated me and he liked me, so yes. Like, I mean, that's sad to see. That's, like, just straight up sad. That is straight up fucking sad. You know? That is straight up just sad. Why?
Many, many times. So did Alan Jackson, for whatever that's worth.
They liked me. They really, really
And
liked
so
me.
for them
They
to
loved
like
me.
start crapping and praising Gretchen Voss, like, oh my God, this is really troubling for Yannetti. No, it's not.
It is.
Like, they have betrayed
That's
Karen in the
a
worst possible way.
fact.
They've also befriended Meredith.
So how dare you say something that's factual if it doesn't go the right way for someone you like? Listen, if someone I knew did something like that, and they're a public figure, and someone writes an article, and I'm like, yeah, that's problematic, right? It's because it is problematic. Regardless if I like them or not, doing that thing is problematic, right? You're going to lie about it and be like, you're going to look like a fool. Your credibility is going to look stupid. And you're going to say, oh, no, not problematic. That person's great, amazing. They didn't do anything wrong. That would be lying, sir. That would be lying. Right. She has the receipts, right? She has not only all of the extraction, but many other receipts, right? And so she checked all of these things before she wrote said story, right? It's like he is living in the past. He forever wants to tether himself to Karen Reed, David Yannetti, and Alan Jackson. Forever. Forever. So if you don't like him, then you don't like them because he said so. Who the fuck is he? You're allowed to not like two of them? Not like any of them? Like one of them? Like a half of one of them? I mean, he technically qualifies as a half of one. We could put him in a baby seat and maybe he'd qualify as one. You know? Put your platform shoes on. We'll qualify you as one with your platform shoes, Aiden. All right?
Who released her entire phone extraction. So I don't want to hear from them. I have not. Randall knows she did it. Randall knows she did it and it said so.
This guy bitches about his phone extraction more than anything on planet Earth, while simultaneously begging people to release all of Lindsay's phone extraction simply to humiliate her and so he could run with narratives. But then bitches and whines like a baby back bitch when his is put out there. It's called karma, my friend. It's called karma. You know, I don't think the cosmic world would have allowed your extraction to hit the interwebs and the public if you, in fact, didn't do that to someone else and laugh and point at their misery. Just saying. Just fucking saying. Yeah, she did. It's just wild. You know? It's wild to me. It's exactly what it is. And that's the thing. He's not capable of showing either of those things, you know?
So whatever. And I listen to those guys and they understand that you cannot
Stage 5 stalker alert.
be pro Karen and anti-turtle.
Stage 5
You can't do
clinger.
it.
You can't be pro Karen and anti-turtle, says the most anti-Karen person on planet Earth. No one else wiretapped her, sir, to use as blackmail later on. And you can claim all you want that that's not what you were going to fucking do, but it's absolutely what the fuck you were going to do.
It's like, it's one or the other. Like, because Karen
it's
and
not.
I worked together. All of the charges that
Worked. See, I said worked. Not work. Worked. That you don't work together anymore. She won't answer your calls or texts, bud. You're going to have to get over it. She doesn't like you. She's just not that into you. 10 ways to get rid of a fucking sewer turtle.
that I got were a result of advocating for Karen Reed. Had I not advocated for Karen Reed, like,
False. False. He could have advocated for whatever the fuck he wanted and not crossed legal boundaries. You know? Like, that's not how it works. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not how it fucking works, dude. I advocate for people all the time privately as an unpaid volunteer advocate. I do it almost daily. Okay? I'm not being charged with any crimes because I know better than to do the stupid ass shit you did, sir. Okay? So him being like, I advocated for Karen. If I didn't advocate for Karen, I wouldn't have been arrested for any of these things. False. False. If you didn't commit crimes and go over the boundaries of what you're allowed by law to do, then you wouldn't have been arrested. You chose to do whatever you thought was going to make you the most money and be the most shocking. To be the biggest dickhead you could be, which is what you strive for every day, right? The dickhead award. Like, come on. This is gaslighting at its finest. Guys, I wouldn't have been arrested if I didn't help Karen. It's bullshit.
that's what they're trying to say, is
bullshit.
that, like, Karen, the lie is that Karen
It's bullshit.
got me to say these things, or I don't really believe things. That's the lie. That's the lie,
Okay, Bob.
right? The
He's
truth
telling
of the
you
matter
something,
is
sir.
that I believed Karen Reed was innocent without ever speaking to her, just by reading the evidence in the case.
Which is so funny because that's the exact opposite of what he said before he ever did speak to her on his own show. He said, looks like she hit her boyfriend and it was an accident. That's what he said. You can go back and watch that if you want. It exists still on his channel. That's the first thing he ever said about this case. He doesn't even remember. He doesn't even remember. And that's the other thing. Unfortunately, their text exchanges prove differently than what he's saying now. So it's like, whether you like her or not, again, you gotta have to admit when something is not, up to par, dude. Like, it doesn't look good.
And analyzing it,
Doesn't look good.
it was undeniable to me that she was innocent.
I love when he says that because I don't think he really believes that. I think he thinks he has to keep saying that to get like all the support,
And
because he's got to
so
tether
I,
himself to her forever.
But then I talked to her. Of course, I want to talk to her.
One can absolutely believe Karen Reed is not guilty, and 1,000% believe TB is and should go to jail if found guilty. TB created his own charge, not Karen Reed. Bingo. We need the hook from the Jin show to drag him off the stage. All he does is endlessly talk about himself and lie for years. It's wild to me because he doesn't even remember some of the lies that he tells. And so then he gets on like the next day. I get where you were going with that. Yeah, he loves to rewrite history. Loves to rewrite. He also loves to spin and change the narrative and narrate things that didn't happen. Thank you for your gold coin, Capybara. He loves to do that. Absolutely fucking loves it. Without Karen, who the fuck is he? He's just another guy who does ratchet madness and 200 people watch. That's it. That's what he is, I don't think Karen will throw him under the bus. I get it. He is a liability. He's a liability to everyone he's around. You want to know, she needs to lead into it. I don't disagree, but I don't think you'll see that happen because I don't think it's a smart legal, choice. But at the same time, like, He's a liability to anybody who's around because he will falsify something to make it look like you did it so that he doesn't have to take the heat for something he did. That's the liability. He is a huge liability, and she knows that.
She's being wrongfully framed. First of all, I wanted to tell her, like, I'm sorry you're going through this. Like, that's one thing I want to say.
I wanted to tell her. Do you think he ever did? Think he ever said, "Oh, Karen, I'm sorry"? I highly doubt it.
It's like
He doesn't give a fuck.
every time I
He doesn't
talk to
give a
her, I'm
fuck
like,
about her.
"You
Come
okay?"
on, stop it.
Like, you're being framed for murder. What's that like? Like, that's fucking crazy.
What's that like? Well, what do you mean, Aiden? I thought you said you're framed, and do you guys not remember in the very beginning when he was charged? He was like, "It's a frame job. It's corruption. I was framed. It's corruption." Now it's a First Amendment, and I did it all, but like it's First Amendment. I mean, see how it's changed over time? Yep. His opinion changed when Karen Reed and the defense team put his first hit pieces and streams. Yep. It's wild. He will literally change the narrative in real time. And his writers don't pick up on it, which is wild to me. I don't know how it does it. And it literally eludes the bulk of his listeners. We're like, yeah, but didn't you just say 5 minutes? None of them are like, oh, wait a second. Didn't you just say 5 minutes ago? Like, nope, none of them get it. It just goes. Because again, that's part of like the brainwashing is to like ignore and take away anything that doesn't fit the narrative that he's telling at that moment, right? Is to ignore or willfully dismiss anything, Right. She she lives in her parents' basement, remember? That's what he said. She needs an intervention. That's what he said. I sold out the Welba. And she lives in her parents' basement. Right? That's what he said. She needs an intervention. She's a bitch. She was doing all these things behind the scenes that made her look bad. So we had to lie for her. That's what he said. Those are all the things that he said. I remember he said he thought she was drunk and hit him with the car. I remember that stream, dude. Yep. I'm an oral learner, which is a small minority of people. That's okay. Some people have, listen, I'm not like a hands-on person. I need to like dive deep, but I also love to read. So I can like read things and retain it. Not everybody can do that. My sister is a very like, she needs to learn to do it like with her hands, like reading it and retaining it is not her forte. Her forte is actually doing it, right? To learn it.
Crazy. That's insane. It must be horrible to like
you're horrible.
Worry about that all the time.
Loser.
How do you do it? And this is before my
Loser.
So anyway,
where's the flies?
Like, people are like, no, don't.
Where's the birds? Fucking bird. Get out, bird.
Stay the F away from the hood boogers. I'm not saying I'm going to. I'm saying I'm willing to.
He needed to feel it out. I'm willing to. I'll do it. What do you guys think? He's like staring at the chat. What do you guys think? Yeah, no, maybe. Will you guys come? Will you watch? You give me super chats? Will you give me turtle chats? Can we do this? Yeah, no, yeah. This man cares entirely too much about what a chat thinks. Okay. Sorry. I love all of you, but I get love from my family, from my kids, from my husband, right? Like I love all of you very much. And I wish we could have just one big, like everyone show up and we can all meet each other. That would be so fun. And if I was rich, to be fair, if I was Oprah, I would just rent a big mansion and have like a Gronk style party where everyone could come, fly everyone out, everyone stay at the mansion in a room. Like it'd be so fun. But he is an antisocial weirdo. He doesn't even like to be around people, right? Ungrateful, unkind, just pathological liar. The man lies about whether we went fucking pee 5 minutes ago. Like, come on, it's cringe because it's forced. He doesn't have empathy, nor did he ever give a shit about a single other person. Not even her. Make no mistake about that.
Right.
He tried to fucking blackmail her in the first trial because he thought he deserved a court seat that she should give him. Completely eluding him that if she handed him a court seat, the court could say, you definitely, mind you, they were under investigation for witness intimidation. They could have said, okay, you handed him a seat. Clearly you're in cahoots with each other now. That's another thing we can use against you. Like it completely eluded him at all that could be a problem, right? And it also eluded him that afterwards he tried to blackmail her. Why the fuck would she give him a seat? Like, what? Once someone's willing to try to blackmail you once, make no mistake, they're going to keep doing that shit.
So to me, this is all about the trials coming up in 4 months. And I think a united front
it's all about me.
Is better.
Me.
Because let's be honest.
I need Randall to get on board with me. That's his thing right now. I need JFK and everyone to be on a united front. I need everyone talking about me. I am sorry. JFK, James Jackson, please do not fall for this nonsensical bullshit. For the love of God, be smarter. Work smarter, not harder. He did say that. He did say, well, I would have to take a look at a deal if they said, can you work against this? You know, if they came to me with a deal and said, you know, you will do no jail time and you'll do this, this, and this, and we need you to, you know, give us this person or whatever, then I would have to think about taking a deal. I would have to, you know. Make no mistake, there were already some whispers from at least my sources that tell me he was already attempting to at least see what a deal would look like with the government just weeks ago. Whether that actual comes to fruition or not, I guess we'll find out. But
It's like,
you know, they should run
cry
in the
for
opposite
them.
direction.
They
very
don't
fast.
matter.
Thank you,
But
old
they,
enough.
and they would just do whatever Randall does. If Randall's okay with me
It does not.
and is like kind of like he's not guilty, they're gonna say the same. He will do whatever Randall says, like whatever he.
That's weird to claim someone else's bitch. Oh, James Jackson will say whatever Randall says. So that'll be help for me because they'll just say whatever. Why would you want somebody to just say whatever someone else says? Why would you want that? Why the fuck would you want that unless you're in a cult? Why would anyone want that? And that's the other thing is you paid your attorneys. They're the ones who need to help you. Content creators don't need to help you. Your fucking lawyers need to help you, sir. And they really can't because you have basically kneecapped them. Like at this
Does
point.
not have a mind of his own. Neither of them do. These are Goofus and Gal. Like these are morons.
I just can't justify that, right? Like I can't justify needing donations and needing fucking views. I need those things too. But I can't justify working with a piece of shit who will endlessly hurt people, who I've watched hurt people I care about for fucking donos and views. I just can't rectify those things, right? Like I'm the smallest channel of the whole bunch, bro. I make less than all of probably two of them put together. You know what I'm saying? Like all of them put together. Like I probably don't even make a quarter of one of them. Okay. I just can't rectify in my mind how anyone could go for that, regardless of how much money or views it would bring in. I just don't get it. It just doesn't, it doesn't compute, right? I still have to come up with like $240 before fucking Friday, which I don't think is going to happen, but like that's how much it's going to cost for the fucking Airbnb for my husband's tournament thing in Ocean City, Maryland at the end of August. And I don't think that's going to happen. You know what I mean? I'm going to try, but like I'm a small channel. Like that would bring in a ton of views. Yeah, sure it would. It would bring in a ton of money too. It's not worth my sanity, credibility, self-respect, or any of those things. Like, no. I can't rectify that in my mind. I fucking can't do it. I can't do it. Yep, I can't wait for that fucking trial. If the trial's in 4 months, that means my birthday's in just a few. 3 months. 3 months. Doesn't JFK and James forget he called them all hoboggers? And I definitely don't forget. JFK is adamant that Aiden's behaviors do not rise to the level of jailable offense. Well, I believe they do. I guess we're all entitled to our opinion, but I certainly, if you read the fucking statute, right, and you watch with your own 2 eyeballs and listen with your own 2 ears, I don't think anybody could say, oh, it doesn't meet the statute. It sure does. Y'all caught up in Kevin Kev's voice. Hearing his voice crack shows lack of confidence. He's scared of going back. Well, good. He should be. Hey, Matt. Jamin, thank you for your jewels. I can't. I don't know. I can't rectify that in my brain. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't fucking know. I can't listen. All channels need views. We all need donations to keep running. Like we need those things. They're things we need, right? Not just want, but need to keep the show going. Like that's not, we have to, right? But I can't rectify how anyone could take those things over your own self-respect. It just doesn't sit with me. It just doesn't, I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. I think the penny is beginning to drop exactly how much he has relied on other people that now he publicly trashed them beyond being able to salvage. I agree. If JFK works with him after he just called him a moron, then they deserved each other. I loathe Aiden and been treated with hostility in JFK's chat. I think I was blocked from them a long time ago. I haven't checked it recently, but like that's sad, you know, and I think it's because there was a couple people in his chat who are still like Turtle Boy followers. Everyone else says hi and is kind. I love seeing all of you in other chats. You're all very nice and kind, and I love being able to go in there and not being like, oh, there's she stuck, because Aiden said so, right? Like, but when there's like 2 or 3 turtle riders that didn't get the memo, they're like, what are you doing here? And I'm like, did you not see everyone else saying hi? Like, do you not get the memo? People can actually like be nice to each other and not always believe the exact same things. Like that's a real thing people can do. It's called being a simple human being. Yeah, no, yeah, maybe, kind of. It's just like, what?
Anyway, so that's my thoughts on that. But why? Because it would be interesting content. That's why.
No,
But I haven't.
it'd
I'm
bring
never
money.
going to
That's
forget.
why.
Like
Like,
this
come on.
isn't me saying that I'm like, oh, we're going to be pals. I'm going to trust them. Doesn't mean that, you know. Erica, who I love,
just need
is
money. I need help.
Top dog.
That's essentially
top
what he's
dog,
saying.
Erica says they don't support you. Their viewers hate you. Right, they do. Of course, their viewers hate me. Do they support me? No, they don't support me.
Why would
But they
anybody
think I'm
support
not guilty. They do. They don't. That doesn't mean they support me.
you? No, we think
Doesn't
you're
mean they're
guilty.
helpful, right?
No, we think you're guilty.
But they think I'm not guilty.
They can't.
And
It's
so
jurors that decide.
your rationale is kindergarten level. Thank you.
Jurors decide.
It's going to be the same. Like, it's like, because the trial, exactly. Like Kylie's got a great point. I've been pushing this idea on X, but I don't think people have quite realized it yet, how big this trial is going to be. And it's exactly.
Is he talking about his
like,
own trial?
like, I don't think people understand this. Like,
Is he for realsies right now? Like, hold on a second. My sister's calling. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I can't believe he's actually talking about his own trial as if it's going to be like the biggest trial of the century. Like, sir, I don't even think like one news station is going to cover it. I think we're going to have to watch it via like Zoom. You're wrong. You're wrong. People are like, what the fuck? Like, I don't get it. You know? Yeah, fun fact, you don't have to donate here to just be appreciated. Not everybody has the money to do it. You know, not everybody has the funds to be able to donate all the time. That's life, you know. Believe me, I try to use my Google Play points that I get by doing little surveys that pop up on my phone, and I use those Google Play points to send a couple bucks here to a creator and a couple bucks there to a creator. Because for me, being a small creator and probably the smallest of the bunch, like, I know how really fucking hard it is to cover the costs associated with running the stream and trying to pay for just everyday life. And so I want to do my part, right? Even if it's a little, I want to do my part. And so I save all my Google Play points and then I use them as super chats because you can use them as super chats. I recommend if you're supporting small creators that you do it, you know, direct donations to them because they get it immediately and they don't have to wait like a month and a half and then they don't have to wait for YouTube to get that either. But I do it that way because I use it for my Google Play points and the little surveys that I do. I made $2 whole yesterday with the surveys. I made $1 and then it was like 91 cents, but I already had a little bit on there. So I use those for like super chats to just show my support to other small creators, just to, you know, help out in whatever way that I can. I might not be able to help out a lot, but every little tiny bit helps too, you know? Let's hope not, Tracy, because it's, I mean, to be honest, I don't think they should do it. I think it's fucking would be dumb. You know? I hope it's not smart, you know? Alpha will film it on our potato phone. Maybe. His great trial. No, it won't be in Dedham. It's me in Boston, actually. Although he's saying he wants a Norfolk County jury, which he's entitled to because he's charged out of Norfolk County. So he's entitled to that, or he can waive that and get a Suffolk County, which is Boston, jury. He wants a Norfolk County jury, which I don't think is going to be good for him, but whatever, you know, whatever, you know. I love talking to my chat. I do. I love talking to my chat. I mean, what kind of fucking creator would I be if I didn't talk to my chat? Like, isn't that the whole point of a live stream is to interact with your chat live? Like, isn't that the exact point? Like, I never got that. And I understand, I get it as I said this before, small creators, like, they just often ignore a lot of the chat because if you do, then people will send more super chats to get their, you know, comment up. I understand the concept of it, okay? And to make more money. I understand it. But I feel like you're losing out on sort of getting to know your community, your chat, your people, right? Like, and I like people, so you know what I mean? Yeah, he wants to be on Good Morning America, guys. Good morning, sewer turtle. Oh, you're due for jury duty in Norfolk County? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Let's hope not. Not even donut money. You don't even get donut money. No dick knows money for you, sir. Just no dick knows money for you. Sorry. They don't want to buy you a banana hammock. We have your emergency undies still, Aiden. Anytime you want them, you just give me a call back. Your emergency undies fit right in here. They're right here, actually. But they fit in this little thing that says, uh-oh, emergency underoos. You know, they're a real thing. This is what they look like. These are real emergency undies. You know, we bought this for you. You know, when you go to trial and you lose, ultimately when you shit yourself, you can say, Your Honor, Elise got me these emergency undies. I've just shit myself. Can I please be excused to put my emergency undies on? Okay? They fit right back in here in this. You just roll them up and they go back right in this little, they just go right in there. You know, you just put them right back in. Emergency undies fit right in there. In other words, we call these duntanas. Okay? These are called duntanas because they're not boxers. They're not boxer briefs. They're duntanas. All right? Look, they fit all the way in there. Put them all, and then you just close it back up. One pair fits most adults, always ready to use. Safe, sanitary, and secure. Says so on the back. Okay, so it's got to be true because it says so. Look at it's a little emergency underoo guy in his underoos. All right, it's a real thing. We have these for you. Don't worry, sir. Don't worry. We have those just for you. Yes, I love that. Thank you for hyping the video. That helps. Thank you so much. Taking anything with a grain of salt. I'm gonna let it play out and see what happens. Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I love Kevy Kev. He is so funny. So many YouTube yappers have not read the stat. They haven't read the statute. It literally like there's no way around it. Like, wish they would read it and form an educated opinion. If the jury hears and sees his cringe, he's toast, and his lawyers know it. Oh, they definitely know it. Oh, I think he's guilty of some of the charges. He's a fool. Oh, he's definitely fucking guilty. That's my wholehearted opinion. He wants to be Karen. He's definitely infatuated. He wrote love letters to her, remember? He wants the support, the money, the backing, and the help that she got. It's just simply not going to happen. You know, that's what it is. That's the other thing. I don't know why some of these law tubers, including Brother Counsel, Loophole, these people are just doing that shit, like straight simping for this idiot. Like they're the ones who are going to look like ultimate fools in the end, and their credibility is going to be shot, and nobody's really going to want to hear what they have to say about anything else, because if you couldn't do your basic research on him and on this, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. You know what I mean? I think, again, some of them are just afraid of being shit on by him. And it's like, bro, get some fucking balls. Oh, yeah, he thought they would sell out Broadway. They would do morning shows together. He thought they would do book tours, movie tours. Like, this is literally what he actually thought was going to happen after Karen's trial ended. He was going to do the first interview. Then they were going to do a book together. Then they were going to do movies together. And it was going to be book deals, movie deals, shows, you know, all the news stations that were going to go on together. Like, that's what he was essentially sold a little bit by Karen. I'll give you the first interview, but that was before he wiretapped her and before he blackmailed her and before he did all this other shit that's a liability, you know. So, yep, emergency undies. We got those just for him, emergency undies. I mean, a lot of these people kind of came out of nowhere. And to be honest with you, a lot of them gained their followings based on the Karen Read trial and saying a certain thing. I could have done that. I'd be a lot larger right now, but that's not what I believed. So I can't just say something that I don't believe when evidence is put in my face. That's just not how I operate, you know? It's just not. Yeah, I agree with this, you know? Yeah, you remember those? Yeah, he wrote a whole love article, you know, to Karen, you know? Yep, sure did. He wanted to control every aspect of everything. Oh yeah, those plans were those were his big plans, you know? Yeah, for me, it would be a waste of my time knowing who he is already with all the factual evidence I hold. You know what I mean? Good question. I don't know. It's a good question. I mean, I assume so, but even people who are, quote, lawyers these days, these YouTube lawyers, you really need to be careful of who you're watching and what you're listening to, because a lot of times they're doing, as you can see with Aiden, pandering to what they think the audience wants to hear. I'm not doing that. I refuse to do that. And if that takes me longer to grow or keeps my channel small, then fucking so be it. But I'm not going to pander and say things just simply because people want to hear them, because that wouldn't be honest and it wouldn't be the truth. Like, I'm not doing it. I'm not if that's what people expect out of me, that's not what you're going to get here. And so I suggest you don't stay here. No. Let's see. What do we got here? We got something popped up here. Hold on. Oh, I got to put my password in. Doesn't let me check without my password. James, thank you. Good show. Thanks. And hopefully your husband can make it to the tournament and win. Let's hope so, my friend. Let's hope so. it's something he's really looking forward to because he's never done the one in Maryland before. Bucket list was Worlds in Florida, which we did the one time, and now this one that he was invited to. So we'll see. I got to come up with that $240 for the Airbnb for our room in the Airbnb for the team. Each team member has to put in the same amount to pay for the Airbnbs for the team and their families. So we'll see if I can come up with the $240 for that. If not, well, then we can't, it's life. It's unfortunate, but it's life. I really wanted a vacation. Any vacation would do, including that, but it is what it is. I do the best I can. I can only do what one human can do. My audience gives what they can, and I take it very gratefully. And so if I don't make it, I don't make it. I still got to buy groceries this week. I still got to, school's coming soon. I got to figure out new clothes and new sneakers and backpacks, and that's going to be fun.
This trial's scheduled to begin in 4 months. And it's the Karen Reed case all over again, except
he needs to stop saying that. Okay, let me let you all in for a secret. It's not the Karen Reed case all over again. The Karen Reed case is not going to be rehashed in his trial. The death of Officer O'Keefe is not going to be rehashed in his trial. None of that is going to be in his trial. He's not going to be proving anything in his trial that happened in the Karen Reed case. None of that is part of it at all. This is simply about witness intimidation. The question in front of the court is, did he witness intimidate and picket witnesses? That's it. That's it. That's literally it. The fact that he's trying to sell people a dream that this is going to be the Karen Reed case all over again, it's going to be so big and hype and amazing. It's simply not. Not even local media wants to cover his shit because they know he's lying and he's going to lose. So why would they? It's not anticipated. Okay. So why he's selling this and people are buying it, I will never understand.
Better. Like all your favorite characters are back. The most interesting people who testified in the first trial and didn't testify in the second trial, they're back.
They're back to testify, maybe, possibly. Some of them about what you did to them has nothing to do with the Karen Reed trial. And it's not even close to as exciting. Sorry. Not sorry, but.
Brian Albert's back. Colin Albert's back. Chris Albert's back. Elizabeth Proctor, the wife of Michael Proctor, the woman who stood by this piece of garbage for so long, we're going to hear from her for the first time.
I would literally rather have 50 people that are truly here for the community in the stream than have people coming in that are simping for Aiden. I would rather them just weed themselves out. No, thank you.
The First Amendment is on trial here. The First Amendment is on trial here.
No, you're on trial. See, this is the shit that I can't understand how some of his people don't go, well, no, that's not true, bud. If he loses all of his cases, the First Amendment does not change. Your rights don't change. My rights don't change. Nothing changes if he loses all of his cases. So the First Amendment is not on trial here. What's on trial is he broke the fucking law and then wants to blame it on the First Amendment. Well, I, harass witnesses because I can, because the First Amendment's not absolute, sir. You can't call someone and say, hey, I'm coming over to stab you. Those are all words, right? But guess what? The charge for that is threats to kill. It's a felony. So I wouldn't be saying the First Amendment is on trial. I'd be saying I am on trial because the First Amendment's not absolute. And that is a threat. Common sense. When you intimidate witnesses, you go to trial. And it's not the First Amendment that's on trial. It's you, sir. You.
Right.
Not the First Amendment. That's false.
And
ain't wrong.
I'm not giving him credibility.
I'll take liar for 700, Alex.
Their channel, nothing like that. Hell, I could have them on mine. I don't need them. You're right. I don't need Randall in them.
I don't need them, but I do need them. I need them, but I'm not going to tell you guys this, but I could have them on my channel and I don't need. He's trying to convince his audience he doesn't need them while trying to convince himself he doesn't need them, because clearly this whole conversation is about how he needs to go on their channel and they need to go on his and they need to be a united front, right? But I don't need them. Obviously you do. You do. Somebody in the chat's like, you don't need them, Aiden. He's like, you're right. I don't need them. But when you say but.
I don't. So anyway, everybody's against the idea. It's 50. Actually, it's 55, 56.
He's literally doing what the chat says. I fucking can't. Sir, you should do what you do, not what the chat says. You idiot.
44 right now. So that's closer than I thought. But,
Oh my God.
Anyway, it's like people.
He thinks
I
he's
don't-
going to be, oops, fuck. He thinks he's going to be able to get on the stand and ask
On
Maddie
trial here.
questions. Here's a fun fact: is he's not going to be able to do that. Not only is he not going to be able to do that, he seems to think that like he's getting on the stand. He's not fucking getting on the stand. There is no scenario where fucking Turtle Boy is on the stand. Okay, none, zero. He is obsessed with saying her name. Yes, he wrote a love letter to her while he was in prison. Yep, he did. Right? Like he's on trial for murder or something. Like, get the fuck out of here. He said Maddie ain't going to question him, but rather he's going to question Maddie. He's fucking delusional. That's not how it works. Like, no, that's not how it works. You stay silent until the lawyer asks a question and then you answer it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's how that works. That's simply it. And there is no scenario where Aiden ever gets on the stand. Okay?
Wrong.
None. Zero.
But is what it is.
Five whole supporters. 5.
Anyway, speaking of trials and pissing people off,
It probably was broke more than
I want to
once,
address a
probably
tweet I
5,
had
6 times.
yesterday that's really pissing people off. I don't care. And I want to make fun of stupid people.
Yeah, it's not gonna be good. It's not gonna be good.
Okay, so I wrote this yesterday, and it's got some people fired up.
They're only back because they harassed
Goes,
them.
This may be a controversial take, but I find the Lindsay Clancy trial incredibly boring.
Again, he finds things boring in court because A, he has no empathy or sympathy for anyone on planet Earth. These are real people's lives. This isn't just a case. This is real people's lives that are affected. And that's part of the problem on why he doesn't give a fuck about anything or anyone, is because he tries to like, oh, this is boring. This is not good. And, you know, this is not for fucking your entertainment, sir. This is someone's real lives. Real people died here. Like, you buffoon. Okay. I thought he called himself Turtle Boy because of the size of his nose. No, that's fucking hilarious. I can't. He'll never stop. He has to invoke her name at least 10 times a stream. You know what I mean? Agreed. Old enough. Agreed. Why is he making this out to be like TV series? It's actually annoying. He needs a lot of reality checks. He's very delusional. Thank you for the W, old enough. Absolutely, my friend. Get us going in the car. Ooh, we're going on a conspiracy drive. I love conspiracy drives. Field trip. That episode at LAX game could have been a buffet of charges and defamation. Sure could have. Kingdom of Capybara sends a flower. Aww. I will also take TV as a clown for 500, Alex. Yep, I will take that. I'll take that. Thank you very much. He's very creepy. Very, very creepy. Chilly. It's not making him money. That's why. It's not all about him. That's why. Agreed, girl. TB claims he's sold over 80 golf tickets. Yeah, but those numbers don't add up. His math is not mathing because it lets you add as many as are left. Only 18 had been sold. It lets you add the rest. It started at 144. So his math is not mathing. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. He finds it boring because he's not profiting off of it. You know? I hated that Dee Dee was interacting with him. I think people need to just stop interacting with him. You know? I can't wait to hear the judge say, just answer the question as it's asked and don't add anything, right? I mean, it's going to be hostile. He's not getting on the stand. There's no chance he gets on the stand. None.
She killed her 3 kids, which isn't in dispute. She will spend the rest of her life in jail or a mental health facility. As it turns out, I've since become informed that that's not true. That she could walk away. She could wheel herself away if she's acquitted. I did not know that. I thought this was like going one way or another, but like mental hospital or jail. Now she could actually not go to either if she's acquitted. I did not know that. But either way, I go, the entire purpose of this trial
Love
is to decide,
nature. Fuck
is she
him.
mentally ill
Love
or
nature.
not, right? Hearing from forensic scientists, police, blood spatter analysts, and doctors isn't nearly as interesting when we all know who did it. I've tried watching it, and I just can't without getting bored. Oh boy, did that annoy people, the comment about being bored. And I want to show you what I'm talking about first, by why I'm bored. I'm going to show you yesterday's.
Oh, he's definitely going to beg. Definitely going to beg. I told you guys, he's going to be begging. Oh, defense hires, yes. He's going to be begging. TB is a dick for 1,200, Alex.
Because obviously Melanie's covering this gavel to gavel.
And have you testified in courts in the Commonwealth about bloodstains pattern?
So he plays like 10 seconds literally of it and goes back to tweet.
Kevin Reddington, who defends Lindsay Clancy and whose job it is to save Lindsay Clancy's life is not alleging that. No one is alleging that. No one. And so like that needs
touch a
to
lot
be
of
your
grass.
default with this shit. If you're saying Patrick Clancy did it, you are retarded and you should be ashamed.
you.
You're probably
No.
not, but you should be.
Does
And I
not.
think we need to make that
Does not care about anybody but himself. Literally.
very clear to people that that is a retarded thing to say. Nobody is, and shame on you. Shame on you.
Not for nothing, but how many really wackadoodle things has this motherfucker said? Like, are we being honest here? How many wackadoodle fucking things I mean, the scientific stuff is always boring unless you like know it and it makes you enthusiastic. I like that shit because like I randomly started studying things like physics and a lot of medical stuff I know because of my own kid. And so it's like that stuff I like because I just get intrigued by it, right? Not everyone, a lot of people are going to say it's boring, right? Like, and it will be boring for some people, that portion of it. He's going to beg, make no mistake. I'm going to skip past this part because this is like him just calling people stupid while he's being stupid. You found
That
my
just really
channel
pissed me off
through
when he said me, 'cause that guy's been
Yuri's
through hell.
math teacher.
Leave him alone.
I don't know if I've seen that name yet.
All right. So anyway,
Her
back to
life
this lady.
is in prison or
And I'm
mental
like,
institution
That points in the
free isn't
direction
an
that
option.
the blood was flying. I'm fascinated. Hold on. Tell us
Oh my
more.
God.
Different kinds of stains.
Melvin,
Describe them as
I don't want to listen to Felony Little. Okay. She's never practiced criminal law. Let's make that clear. And she hasn't practiced a case in civil law in over a decade. Okay. I don't want to hear a goddamn thing that Felony Little has to say. Thank you. Oh, look, here's this idiot playing
so this one-
himself.
This is the hardest blog I've ever had to publish. And I don't know if there's anyone else out there like this, but like, I didn't know these people. Never met them in my life. But I've never been, and I don't want to make this about me because it's not about me, but I'm just telling you how I feel, okay? I rarely get personally affected by blogs.
Oh, he gets personally. He's such a fucking liar. I wrote a blog. I agree with Space Ghost. He wouldn't be bored if they wrote his stories for him and then paid for his hate streams. Like, come on.
I can't stop thinking about the story. I don't know if there's anyone else out there like that. I can't stop thinking about the story.
It is
I don't
above
know
his
why.
pay
There have been
grade.
other
I
murders
agree.
before, but there's never been anything like what happened in Duxbury on Tuesday night.
Aspect of it, which
And
isn't
that was right after it happened, which was very little information. We had very little information on what happened and what went on. So he comments on it right away and then writes a blog on it. Sir, you don't need to be the first person to talk about something. You have to have the real facts and information about it. Yeah, he's checking his Twitter. You know, he goes on and pats himself on the back about like him talking about it, blah, 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 blah. Pat myself on the back. I'm amazing. I'm awesome. I write blogs. It smell like wet socks and broken dreams, guys. Yeah, the Crypt Keeper riding the grifter train, you know. Wet socks and broken dreams. I write those blogs.
that whatever. If you're nowhere in my tweet, again,
Subscribe to me, Felon Flicks. Not Netflix. Me, the turtle, Felon Flicks.
reading is important. People really need to read before commenting. Okay.
Sir, you're the same fucking man who said C's and D's get degrees. Shut the actual fuck up.
Look at my tweet. My tweet said this may be a controversial take, but I find the Lindsay
He's
Clancy
still on it.
trial,
I
not
can't.
like the story.
You guys, you really bothered him when you said this was a shitty take. Okay. This really bothered him. He needed to talk all about it because it really bothered him. Okay. It doesn't bother him, but it really bothered him that you guys gave him pushback.
The trial boring. Okay.
Yes.
Hearing from forensic scientists, police blood spatter analysts, and doctors isn't nearly as interesting.
So Defense Diary said the trial is anything but boring. It's a critical tale to begin to normalize mental health awareness in this country. The fact that you don't see that proves my point. And that's not just an Aiden issue. It's a majority of the country issue. So he got mad, I guess, that Defense
I
Diary
don't know
said
who
something.
did it. I've tried watching it and I can't get it without being
Right.
bored. They have found a way to make this
Felon
boring.
Flicks.
Okay. That's just a statement I feel like. If you don't like that, I don't know what to tell you. I
I don't
find
like
it
you,
boring.
sir.
Okay. I
Find
don't
you
need to hear from Maureen Hartnett about anything ever
I don't need to hear from you about anything because all you do is lie. Lie, 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 lie. Test a lie, liabilities, all the lies.
again. I can go the rest of my
He's just following the lies around. He's got a full Gatorade bottle just full of lies. He's just sipping on the lies all day long. Sipping on the fucking lies. Sipping
life
on the
without
lies.
ever hearing from Maureen Hartnett and be very happy. Okay. And let's see.
Yeah, he's upset about this. He goes past the people, you know. Oh, look at one of the Sims. All right with you.
I'm sorry it's not living up to your entertainment standards.
Blocked.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Like, oh, yeah. How dare you not be? First of all, every single one. People like, what do you find this entertainment? Yes, that's the whole point. And so do you.
No, it's not the whole point. The whole point is a public trial because you have the right to that, you fucking idiot. That's not the point. It's not entertainment. See, that's his problem. Exactly. Nice to see you, by the way, Brian. Not only are they not talking about his boring cases because this takes the attention off of him, right? But it's not entertainment. This is real people's lives. The whole point of a, public trial isn't for your fucking entertainment. It's everyone's right. It's your right to a public trial. It's how the system works. Lies and flies. Lies and flies, damn it. Just a whole jug of lies, just sipping on them all day long.
Matter which bored me. I don't care where blood was found. Right. And Bob said,
Boozy Susie. She's now not just an astronaut, okay? And she's not just an equestrian astronaut lawyer, but apparently now a blood splatter expert. I can't. I can't. I can't. I fucking can't.
Think bigger picture. And again, I have nothing but love for Bob. So, or Allie, whoever I'm talking to her. Every trial is boring shit. It would even have been worse if Reddington had forced the Commonwealth's hand into accepting the stipulations about the chain of custody witnesses. They were going to parade up there.
Zero.
So it looks like
nothing educational. He doesn't know law. He doesn't know anything about anything that has to do with it. So it's like no one wants to hear your take on it anyway, Aiden. Right? Postpartum, mental health, like it's a taboo subject. We talk about it here, but it is a taboo subject. There goes the Fifth Amendment there, TV. Stop their options because they don't agree with you, right? I mean, he knows that shitting on everyone else isn't really, really smart, but, he might do it anyway because he's a sewer turtle, Yeah, apparently he was looking for entertainment. He says that's the point. It's not the point. Not even close to the point. It's your right to a fair trial.
Okay. Yeah. So it seems like we agree. Like every trial is boring shit.
That's okay. We're not the grammar police. Don't worry. It's not a dissertation.
I'm bored.
Right, blame Reddington.
Okay.
The fuck?
Maybe it'll get more interesting. I don't know.
Fucking boozy Susie. That job.
Today was the most. So some people get it.
Some people understand me. All right, Skip.
Issues.
Oh my God.
Today I saw Maureen Hardin.
20 minutes later.
It says it right in my post.
Okay.
Show a couple times.
Okay. Wait.
One more thing here.
One more thing,
video, dude.
Right.
I was watching this earlier. Trial. I'm like, oh.
Only his is up to his expectation, Space Ghost. It has to be about him. Me, bitches, me.
I'll just watch this for like 10 minutes. We'll do a little drama.
Let's not watch this for 10
Do a little drama.
That's all you do is drama. Does he think all the things he did before this weren't drama? I'm confused. Oh my God. If they block him from the interwebs, I will do a fucking jig. Okay.
Message.
In my brain.
And then facts matter or something.
Machado's history with Nurse Ken.
Yes, it was also your fault. Yep. It was Cryford, BLT, and Nan's fault. And my chat has suggested that if we did a whole 4-person panel with Me Too, that we might break the interwebs. He might twitch and glitch out, they said. That he might actually start glitching, by twitching. Yeah, of course he is. He's stage 5 clinger. That's all he does. He doesn't know how to do anything but fucking stage 5 cling. He does not hear himself. He does not. No. He's being hacked again right now, guys. Okay. It's a whole new hacking happening right now. All right. He's too busy being hacked and blaming others. All right. It's all the other. It's not ever. It's everyone else. Okay. Like he's got a. It's Ethel's fault now.
It's just like I don't listen to her show. I never did. I had no idea how bad it was. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you.
Does he think his show is good? Who lied to him? Who didn't tell him? Did someone not tell him, guys? I also challenge him to do that. Yeah, the hackening. That's what happened the first time he claimed he was hacked, or one of the first times it was a hackening. So claimed that's what they call it. They call it the hackening. I did not make that up. That was back when Kate was dealing with all his shenanigans and Shannon. They made that up. It's a hackening. That's what they call it, the hackening. Because he claimed he was hacked and he wasn't hacked. The truth was just coming out and he didn't like it. Yeah, he'll make amends with everyone because he needs like one team. He needs everybody paying attention to him and his case, but like he won't trust anyone ever. That's what he said, just support him. Everyone should support him. Maybe a panic attack. Yeah, you better not. Okay. He whistles while he works and he kills all the flies. I know, right? We need to all just get his ridiculous quotes and just put them up every time he says something stupid. Yeah, it's Meredith's fault too. It's also Meredith's fault. It's always Meredith's fault. Gretchen's whole article is Meredith's fault, he said. That's what he said. He said that.
Again,
Oh,
she gave up her seat for me in court.
died.
She took an interest in my case. That's what I thought was good about her. But I watched her show a couple times, and it was like every time I went on there, it was something drama related. And I'm like, I don't follow her for drama. And so I never really watched. I would just change the channel.
Yes. Give me 1 second.
And then I got to plead ignorance here. I had no idea how bad it was. And this is her with the Nurse Kim shit. This Olaf person, please give them a subscribe button. The meshes that they put together, and she just hits play. She doesn't even like take anything out of context. She hits play for a long time and just plays it. And I love Jolene too. Jolene's very good. What I like about Olaf though, right, is it's quicker and more concise because I have ADHD.
Would he
Jolene
love
streams like
Jolene if she roasted him? I don't think he would. I don't think he would. Yeah, right. The computer analysis. Well, yeah, he's not going to show you that because it shows that he's a liar and that his internet is on those accounts, right? So he can't have you see that now. He cannot. It proved the opposite, and so he cannot have you see that. Merlot sends $9.99. Thank you, Merlot, and says, "Wow, he is in an alternate universe. 2 attorneys. He's just going to diss Defense Diaries. Goes back 9 months to replay stuff. Apparently, no content today. You are going down. He's scraps. He needs scraps. Okay, this is very serial. All right. Why does he circle back to this drama? Because he's running out of things to talk about other than himself. You know. I don't know. Maybe, possibly. Here we go. A fucking again. She's on the chopping block
like
again.
5 hours long. I don't know where to start. I don't know where to start sometimes. You know what I mean?
He's
and
very
it's like,
desperate.
I also don't have 5 hours to give up. And I like the Olaf videos
He doesn't have 5 hours to give up. He only has 3. He only has 3 to give up.
because they're concise. And
Right?
just
Ask him
right
why
to
he
the
never
point.
answers
They-
my
they
calls on
perfect
your
for
show,
the
Brian.
ADHD
Ask him.
people.
Pussy.
Something like that. And it's like, I only know how to tell the truth now. I didn't interpret that as like
Ew.
shots fired, but I was
Nice.
just kind of like, I don't know if I like her. Just like a regular person. I was like, I don't know if I like her. And so I said that to them. I guess Tina was watching my show and she was like, something about Nurse Kim. I was like, I don't know. I'm getting the vibe. Didn't say it here because I know she's beloved, but in the space of my chat, I was like, I don't know how I feel. My default emotion was I liked her, but then this was a little weird situation. And so I said that in the chat with Tina and Courtney. The next time I said something in the chat with Tina and Courtney is because I was doing a show about Bethesda House and Kim had started to talk about Bethesda House, or maybe she.
Someone just said you're so divisive, and he went like this. Like that's supposed to be a good thing. Like what? He's very busy swatting flies. He's busy swatting flies and yelling at them to get down. Do the soldier crawl, bitches. From the window to the wall. Me either. It's okay. Me either. Capybara, me either. Machado is the worst. Her voice makes me ill. Why doesn't he have time? What does he even do? He stalks Twitter. That's very important, Vanessa. Okay, it's important to stalk Twitter 18 hours a day. All right, he's for serial. This is serial shit. This is serial, Brian. I sent it to your Twitter. This is serial. Oh, there he is. There you is.
Yeah, I don't know what's having issues getting on with my computer, so
Well, you're hearing.
jump on with my phone, my old avatar. But no, I just wanted to know. I wasn't around today, and I know a lot of people were saying that it was my fault again. It was my fault again today.
Yes.
Is it me, Mike, and Nan, and
Yes.
it's our fault, right? Yeah.
Yes, it's all you guys' fault, and he needs JFK to come on, or he needs to go on JFK's show. And James made a proposal, he said, and then he read James' message, but then he used like a weird voice, as if he was like James, and he sounded fucking stupid. And he was like, "Well, I think we should." And then he made a poll, and then at some point was like, "Well, the chat doesn't like it." And then he's like, "Well, actually, it's 55-45. So I mean, no, we don't need." Somebody was like, "You don't need them," and he's like, "Well, I don't need them, but Earlier, he's like, well, we need a united front. Like, he's realizing that he has shit on everyone and everything that ever helped him, and that he is really in a bind. And so now he's like, just come back. I won't trust all of you, but like you'll make money off me, so it's fine. Just we'll all just be one and talk about my case together, and like it's
Well,
amazing.
maybe the fact that he's probably watching some of my streams and realizing that Will Henry is not his friend. Will Henry's just sitting there waiting as a placemat. So if something happens to DB and he gets locked up or he goes away, Will Henry's just going to try to step into that spot
Absolutely.
and trump over him. And then it's going to be like, he's going to be calling Will Henry from the can. Hey, Will, do you think you could do a fundraiser for me? Sorry, buddy. I'm too busy doing petty streams, making all the money off your riders.
Yep.
That's what he's going to do.
He did say something today that I played. He said, well, they want me to turn on Will. Now, this is one of his very large tells. I'll never do that, right? That's just one of his large tells is I will never turn on this person. I'll never talk about that. So it's like T-minus what? A month, an hour, a week? What? Like, stop it.
When he starts see, I don't think he's realized the scam that Will Henry's pulling right now.
No.
But when he starts lasering on it and figuring out that he's taking money out of his bread basket right now, you wait. That war will be on.
Oh,
and that was the thing. That whole June 19th stream, Will was trying to size up where the Turtle Riders would be against TB. And then, it was like kind of like play by design. I get him on the channel. He's on the panel now. And I talked about this in my stream. He's on the panel now. What has started to happen? Fucking super chats, memberships. So we got him. And then once he had him up there face to face, he started to walk back a little bit because the temperature wasn't as hot as he wanted it to be.
Yep.
So,
That's
but
exactly
Will's
what he was feeling it out a little to see
Right.
where people were and where it was at. And he's just hoping at least when Aiden's in the can, like he can just take over because the riders are going to need someone to watch. And Ethel wanted that, right? That's what Machado was looking for. She had admitted a little bit of it. Like, so it's like someone got to take over, right? Someone's got to take over for when Aiden goes to jail. The problem with that is most people will just really just drop off, right? Like, and that's what he doesn't seem to grasp. Like,
Will's just gonna grab his people and run. That's all he's gonna do.
Absolutely.
This is how dumb these people are too. I was on I jumped on X like really quick towards the end of the day here, and someone said, "Oh, do you remember when you made that dumb fake plaque for him?" And I'm like, really? Because when I went out of my way to do it for him, and I gave it to him, which I thought would be a nice thing to do for the guy, because at the time I felt like he worked hard, and it was kind of shitty that YouTube, he went through that whole demonetization thing, and they weren't going to give him a plaque, and he was talking about it. I was like, yeah, I'll support the guy and do that. He supported me, and that was my feelings at that time. The funny thing about it, all the riders at the time, they loved that. Go back and look at all the when I posted the photo up, all the comments and the loves and the likes. And so this rider came at me today and she said, "Oh, do you remember when I did that?" And I was like, "Yeah, I do remember that." And I went out of my way to do it for him. And you know what? He thanked me for it. I said, "Why don't you ask him about the thankful text messages that he sent me?" And I'm not a shitbag. I don't post text messages. So when they go, "Oh, show me the text messages," I don't do that because I have integrity, and I don't share private conversations. But I said, why don't you go and ask him in his chat or on a comment, ask him about that. I guarantee you he won't talk about it. And how about this? We'll add this on top of that. If he thought it was so fucking dumb and he hated it that much, then why did he take it with him when he moved and put it in his little YouTube room?
Bingo. He only did that as like a pure thing to show everybody,
Right.
He didn't even really throw
And he didn't even really throw it. He just kind of tossed it on the ground. It's still in that room. It is.
Yes, it is. It's on the wall next to
It's
it.
100% still in that room.
He's very proud, okay? He's very proud of all the work he didn't do.
I mean,
it's wild to me that some of these people like just watching this today, I'm like, how do these people, he's like, my case is going to be the biggest, it's in 4 months, it's going to be just as big as Karen Reed, it's going to be like Karen Reed part 2, no shit, not even any of the news stations want anything to do with it. Part 2, and it's the First Amendment is on trial. Like, what planet do you live on that you buy any of that? If you lose all your cases, my First Amendment is not moved at all.
Wait till I go through the Alex Jones verdict here in my next stream. Wait, and they talk about the First Amendment in the actual verdict itself.
Yep.
And I got news for you, buddy. I think you're gonna have a lot of issues, a lot of problems in some of your in some of your upcoming cases.
He knows that though. He's looking, at least in the criminal case, to at least try to see if he can get a deal. So obviously he knows he's fucking screwed. You know,
Yeah.
like he obviously knows this. It's
You
the
know.
difference between what he's telling the public and what he does behind closed doors. Both me and you know, behind closed doors, he is panicking. He's
Yeah.
texting people, he's bitching, he's
Right.
whining, he's doing all the things that he always does, right? Like, and then he gets
Right.
on, and he's like,
The thing is
I'm amazing.
yeah, I know. The thing is like I know this is probably not going to sit well with a lot of people, but I've changed a lot in my life. Like I see getting older, I'm 2 years from 50, I'm pushing 50, and like which is not old, but I'm just saying, like you start to look at things a lot different. And honestly, I sincerely mean this, okay? And I just look at things and I really hope that at some point in his life, because he's still young, and I know this is probably not going to sit well with people. I pray for him, and I pray that he gets the help that he needs.
People have said that. People
And
have said that.
he's got opportunity to change. I don't know if it will. And if you want to look at it, and I don't like to talk about people's kids, so don't get this the wrong way. I'm not bringing his kids into this in the wrong thing. But you have children. You have children, man. You have time to turn your life around. And maybe, maybe he needs that dose of reality to hit him in the face a little bit. I don't know. I don't know if he ever is going to change, but I pray that he
I was
does.
with one, believe me, it doesn't.
Right.
Like they don't seem to learn the lesson. You know what I'm saying? Like the lesson
Right.
is lost upon them. Once they're back out and free, they just do the same things they've always done, right?
Yeah.
Like, and so it's like I don't have faith that he'll change, but I've heard many people say like I hope he gets the fucking help he needs, because clearly
Yeah.
he's like not only is he very mentally unwell in my opinion, but his perception of things is highly skewed. Like,
Yeah, it is. And the thing is like I don't like is with all the vile shit he says. Like the other day he was like said a thing about like he hoped that I would die, and like
He
I
said
don't.
that?
Well, it was like like I guess was it Jimmy posted up a thing? He had a photo with that actor in The Sopranos that played Big
yeah,
Pussy.
yep.
Did you see that? And
I
he's
saw
like,
the
"Oh,
picture, but I didn't
Big Pussy died," and then under it, he's like, "Oh, BLT died," and that's kind of like you're wishing someone to die.
Right. Like
Like
listen,
I
dude.
wouldn't like, dude, I wouldn't wish that upon anybody. And
Me
I don't
either.
like, I don't feel hate. Like I don't feel hate about that. I just feel sadness for him. It's like, bro, I hope you get the help that you need. I really do.
But
You fucked
in
up a
order to
lot of
get the
people.
help that he needs, though, he has to be
Yeah.
honest with someone to get that help. I
100%.
don't
And
think that's gonna happen.
you
know?
fucked up a lot of people's lives. And according to the law, what the law reads and what the law states, you may have a lot of consequences. You got to pay for that.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
it.
That's those are the facts, Jack. Like again, I was an addict 20 years ago. Like I
Sure.
did the crime, I did the time.
Mhm.
Like that's how it fucking works, bro. Like
Right.
you do the shit and you got to pay the consequence, like regardless of what it is. And if you were thinking about your kids you invoked every 5 fucking minutes, and you wouldn't continue doing the dumb ass shit that would put you in jail. It's common sense, right? You can't in one breath say they're trying to take me from my kids, and then the other go and cyberstalk someone. Common sense would say
Exactly.
if you do those things, they could lead to being arrested or charged.
Right.
Therefore, I'm not going to do those things because I don't want to be taken from my children.
Right. And it's just like the things
Common
like
sense.
yeah, like the things you were just playing, like now what he's doing to like Machado, right? So like, 3 months ago, 6 months ago, 9 months ago, we were all right, like we're okay in his book. But like you just said, what did you say? Oh, I like that Jolene lady and this lady and that lady. Give it a fucking month. He's gonna be like, oh, they suck. They're pieces of shit. It's like
It's exactly what they'll do. You know what I mean? Like, here's Donna. Like, he didn't mind trying to destroy it and attack her over T-shirts that she made with a turtle on it. Mind
Right.
you, she sold like 5 of them, right?
Right.
They weren't his turtle. Didn't say fucking Turtle Boy on it, but he wanted a cut of that. And then when she offered it to him, he basically was like, "No, too bad. I'm just gonna drag you on the interwebs." Like, what, bro?
right.
For what? For what? For what reason?
Yeah.
Like,
I don't know.
This doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense. It just simply does not. Like, he doesn't make sense. And I think he wants Yeah, Donna wants to be able to tell like her entire story, which is fine. I'll happy to do it. Because I think it just goes to show like that's how petty he is. Like it doesn't matter if you actually did something wrong or not, right? As I was saying earlier, what did Mike do to him? What did you do to him? Nobody did
I
anything
don't
to
do
him.
anything
All
to
you have
him.
to
I
do
just
is give him
supported him.
advice that he doesn't like. Mike
Right.
gave him advice in the most nice, like, polite fucking way you could give someone
Right.
advice, and the best advice, and that what made him the devil, right? Like,
Yeah.
you don't have to do anything to him. I didn't do shit to him. I didn't lie for him, right? I didn't
Right.
lie for him. Therefore, he needed to hide what he had been caught doing. Therefore, I need to be the devil, right?
Right.
And that just goes to show that he has no care in the world for any other person, even if you're helping him. He only
Just
cares
for
about
himself.
hiding his own shit and himself.
I just wonder when the Will Henry thing's gonna come, because I
Oh,
feel
that's
like it's
gonna
coming
blow.
soon.
That it's coming because he said the words, which he always says right before he blows his top on someone, which is, "I would never turn on
I would
Will."
never.
Right? That's the exact same statement.
JFK are cool guys. Remember when he was like, JFK's,
Right.
oh, go sub up to their channel. Those guys are great. He's like,
He
they're
said the same thing
interviewing me.
about me, fucking
Yeah,
a
he
week
goes,
before he turned on me.
he goes, they're interviewing me, and I'm going, these guys are smart. They're asking me a lot of questions. I never looked at it that way. And then fucking a month later, he's like, fuck JFK, the piece of shit.
Yep. The fact that he's even trying to get them to like go on a stream with him, I'm like, don't fall for it, guys. Like, don't fucking do it. It's not worth your time. It's not worth your energy. Like, don't fucking do
I'm
it.
sorry. So TB's trying to get them to come to his show?
He said either he wants to go to their show or they could come to his.
Oh, well, we know why that. We know that.
Because he likes to mute people, talk over people, run the
Well,
narrative.
that, and he wants to try to get the audience away from them.
Yeah, like, no thank you.
But JFK is smart. He's very smart.
I would hope they
So.
wouldn't be dumb enough to fall for it, but I guess James proposed it, and I'm like, James, please don't stop. Like, why even text this dude? I want you to know that every text that you text this dude will be publicly available someday. Like, why do shit that
Yes.
you know is going to end up public?
Yeah. Well, you know, that, whatever. It's their business. I know JFK is very smart about the moves that he makes and the things that he presents. So I'm sure that he can handle himself, and he will handle himself in a way that he needs to. But this, you know, it's a good point that you just made about texting and phone calling. That's something that I never, barely, my text messages with him were so minimal, it's not even funny.
Thank God. Mine too.
Because I
thank
knew,
God.
yeah, because I knew at some point they would be shared, or, you know, that's what I look at. And this is what I've been saying to like all these idiots that have been communicating with him, these creators that have been communicating with him for the last year or two.
Stupid.
What have you been saying in those text messages?
Right.
You don't think when they pull extractions from phones or they look at text messages, that's all going to be in there.
And there's no doubt in my mind that he's going to have phones taken again at some point. So
I'm
all
sure.
of whatever is in there, like again for a second round, it eventually is going to hit the public, right? So it's like,
right.
For the love of God, guys, don't fucking have phone calls with a man who endlessly wiretaps people. Don't fucking, you know, have text messages with a man that shares even the ones from his damn sources, which is like the most no-brainer in my opinion. Like, I keep my sources information like it was my fucking child's social security number, bro.
Right.
No one's getting that shit. Nobody. Right? Like,
Right.
that's how careful I am. Even if I never talk to you again, or you somehow turn to be a turtle rider, I am never giving your information to anyone. Like, because that's how you deal with a source. Like, that's, you don't do that, dude. And he's had no problem just burning them, throwing them on out there, throw them right under the bus.
Well, didn't
Fuck
Kate
that.
Peter post something today, maybe, I don't know, 30 minutes ago, that
Maybe
they're gonna get his phone extraction or something like that, or getting his phones extracted?
Let me see. I don't know. I didn't
Go check that out. That they're gonna be extracting his phones or getting a phone extract. I don't know, something that she posted maybe an hour ago.
An hour ago. And now the O'Keefe family is allowed to get Aidan Kearney's phone extraction, which,
Ooh.
per his own words, he did not provide in discovery. Only
Ooh.
the phone extraction belonging to Natalie, even though he was ordered to do so. Ouch.
Ouch.
Oh, it's an order right here from the court.
Uh-oh. I got some
Judge
advice.
Belazos. It's from Judge Belazos.
I got some advice. I probably would concentrate on your case and stop worrying about me, Mike, and Nan.
Right?
Just a suggestion.
Fuck. just like, bro, apparently he gave a whole shout out to me on Sunday, and I was like, can someone ask him the next shout out why he doesn't call me back like a bitch boy? And someone in chat was like, Brian, ask him next time why he doesn't call Elise back. Like, why you don't call me back, bro? My audience has offered you money to just call me back, right? Like, you don't want to call me back? Like, call me back, bro. Call me back. I got questions. Like, come on, man. He does have several burner phones. We all know that. They know that. The Commonwealth knows that. The witnesses, everyone knows how many burner phones that man has, because he's not very good at keeping the numbers private, or that he has them private. So, you know.
You know how many
it's wild.
private numbers I get calls from all the time? I know
Me
who it
too.
is.
Yep. I just send it to voicemail. Like, if you're not texting me to say, hey, it's so-and-so, like my phone is dead or I'm using someone else, like, I'm not answering it. You can fucking leave a message if it's that important. Like, sorry, not sorry. It's just who he is. It's unfortunate because I hope that most people will start to see who he is and just turn away. That way they don't have to be the next person who is publicly fucking torn apart by him, because a lot
like
of
I
people
said,
that
I
just
mean,
live as regular people, regular everyday people.
Yeah.
You know?
Like I said, you know, it was that whole, like, you know, Nurse Kim drama thing like a week ago, and I'm like thinking to myself, I'm like, Nurse Kim, I hope you don't have some crazy text messages with him, because it could get extracted, it could get shared. I mean, any of that stuff. That's the things you want to worry about.
Stupid. A phone call. You had a fucking phone call with him, and then she admitted, like, at times it was contentious. Okay, do you think that he didn't record that? Like, what fucking planet do you live on? He's going to use that later on. Like, what world do you live on that would ever be a fucking bright idea?
Yeah.
Like, I can't.
Who will leak that audio?
Right? Like, I fucking can't. A third party, maybe a Kazi G or
Yeah.
a purple Kool-Aid. Like, come on, man.
Those
That's what he
fucking
does. He gets a
weirdos.
third party to do it, just the way he tried to get Mike to do it, so that when it fucking the hammer comes down, he can go, it wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Yeah, but the thing is, man, like you don't think, like, I just have this weird thing that people don't realize, that the authorities can get into digital forensics and see where things came from and where they originated. You know, that's why I laugh about, like, all this stuff about, oh, well, when I was doing it, I was in this state and that state. Bro, they can
Doesn't
see
matter.
what towers you're bouncing off of. Like,
Yep, and he wasn't in any state. He was in Massachusetts when he did it all. So I love
yeah,
him.
and that's with anybody. I mean, do you guys, like, are you watching any of the trials that we talk about? You know, like, that
Common
shit
sense.
comes
You
up all
delete
the
it. It's
time.
not deleted. It's not deleted.
Right.
You can go in and
It's
pull all
there.
your deleted shit out. Like,
It is there. Believe me, they can find it. And the thing is that a lot of people don't understand is, let's just say, like, you're using Snapchat or something, right, to send messages back and forth, and you delete the app. That Snapchat app has probably interacted with 8 other apps on your phone and left a trail through there that they can find shit on too.
correct.
So,
When you have
you know,
permissions just to use the app, that's what happens, right? You're doing
Right.
location, you're doing audio, to leave voice
Right.
notes. Like, those are all the things that they can then pull out of your phone. Even if you delete something, they can pull it out. It's not fully, nothing is ever fully deleted. Like,
Yeah.
unless you get a new phone, you destroy the old one. Like, it's not, there's no deletion happening there. Like,
Yeah, it was two very informative streams that I would kind of direct people to learn about phones. One, you can look it up. I don't know the name of the agent, but go look up the Alec Murdaugh trial when the FBI agent testifies for like an hour. That will tell you extremely how they use cast information, how they get data off of iPhones and such like that. Another good one to go check out is Joe Rogan had what's his name, Soden on his show. The guy that
yes.
and he talked about iPhones and how they pull information and how it listens to you, and that's a pretty good one too.
my phone
It's a good one
definitely
to
listens
listen
to me.
to.
We were talking about
Oh,
Bigfoot the
hell
other day.
yeah.
There was something on TV, and then I get an alert. Alleged Bigfoot sighting in New England. I was like, you motherfucker.
Yeah, exactly.
I was listening
Exactly.
to me. Creepy fucker.
Yeah, they're always watching. Always watching. Well, I'm sorry to hijack your show. I'll let you go.
Oh, no worries. I was going to end it right after this anyway, because I need to go figure out my din. I'm hungry.
Well, there you go. Thanks for letting me come up, and I'll let you finish up.
Absolutely. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate you, my friend.
Take care.
You too.
Bye.
All right, guys. Well, this is an order. It says third party's motion to intervene is allowed. However, any materials produced by the special prosecutor are subject to the protective measures now in place or as modified in the future. It matters specially assigned to the Honorable Mark Gilday. This is for apparently Aiden's phone extraction, and so he needs to provide it to the court. So sucks to be him once again. Sucks to be him once again. Yeah, I mean, I like dance and I like music, but not too much. You gotta, I need a happy medium, Yeah, Kevin Clark. That guy was just, it was amazing. It was amazing. All right. I'm going to go because I am hungry and I can feel the hunger in my throat creeping up. Hubby should be home any minute. My kiddo wants some soup and wants mommy to lay with her. So I'm going to go do that with my little sicky baby. I love your stinking faces. If you haven't already liked, make sure you like. If you're catching me on the restream and you want to support the channel, there are all the different ways to do it, and it's in the description of the video. We have a Justice Chat link. It's pinned to the top of the chat. We have Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. If you donate when I'm not live, I try to read them on the next live, which will be tomorrow. I will see all of you beautiful, wonderful people on a Thirsty Thursday tomorrow. I love y'all. I'll see y'all later. Bye.